Boom. What up, guys? We are live. So we're starting a bit early today. Hunter's going to join us in a few minutes. But yeah, this is going to be a fun debate. So this is a part two to a debate I had yesterday, modern day debate channel. Went for like 3 hours. There was like 10 people on the panel. Turned out into a little bit of a shit show. So me and Hunter agreed to do a part two debate. So he's going to join any minute, and then we'll get into it. It's going to be a good debate. It's so true. Alex is literally meeting someone the first time, man. After 20 minutes, he's like, let's do a debate. More like 5 minutes. What's going to debate on? Well, he actually agrees that there's two genders. I'm going to clarify his position. So it's not going to be that. It's going to be gender transition for people under 18 and just manosphere things, like things he agrees or disagrees with a manosphere and masculinity on. Cool. Yeah, right in the chat. What are some of those things? I'll be honest, I haven't researched them as much as I usually research someone I'm debating. So if you let me know, that'd be good. I used to sub to Hunter and start becoming. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I know he used to be on the right and then he switched to the left, which is weird because you never see it that way. Usually you see it, people go from being on the left to being to the right, but I've never seen it the other way. The OnlyFans chick in the middle of the day was annoying as fuck. Yeah, she definitely was. She was definitely annoying as fuck. That's the perfect way to describe her. Yeah, hopefully you guys are excited for this debate. It's going to be a good discussion. All right, let's see. I'll just answer questions for the few minutes before Hunter joins us. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. Alex, why do you think your audience said you and John lost the last one in the poll? Because I do think we kind of lost that one a little bit. I think our arguments were better, but I think the rhetoric was better. I would say it wasn't like we didn't get totally destroyed, but I think it was overall we didn't do as good as we could have done. Sweet Jesus, I was thinking about last night how good to see you two have a discussion. Now we are. The universe provides, I guess. Yeah. What are you drinking? Same thing I always drink, Kava. Alex, I just got home, getting late. Thanks for studying some of your work. Thanks, bro. Nice, man. Glad to hear. Glad to hear. Let me see if Hunter has checked the DMs. Yeah, he'll be here in a few minutes. Well, yeah. What other questions do we have? Why don't you guys write in the chat? What are some of the things you want me to bring up and debate Hunter on? So I want to hear from you guys. So let me know in chat what are topics that you think Hunter's wrong about, or things that you think more specifically I'm going to disagree with him on, and then I'll bring those up. Oh, yeah, that debate last night was pretty crazy. There was like so much conflict back and forth. Me and Kevin were just like, what the fuck? There's like a lot of like people would just like there's a lot of like personal attacks going around, like not directed towards me, but towards like some of the other people there. Like clearly they really don't like each other, which was funny to see. Masculinity, yeah. Can you be more specific though? What specifically? So there's gonna be two topics. One is I guess gender transition under 18, and two, it's gonna be the just general manosphere things, like pickup community, all that. He doesn't agree to the traditional masculine roles, so there's no war on men. Okay, we can explore that. I think the red pill community sort of overblows the war on men, but I do think there's some bias. Yeah. Alex, argue that letting kids have the choice to use box for 18 is wrong. Yeah, that's my position. You see similarities in the psychological personality. It seems like codependency. I definitely do. I'm not saying every SJW has it, but I see a lot of victim mindset, a lot of lack of accountability, a lot of projection, and a lot of blame game. Alex, do you catch Jesting on Fresh and Fit? Yeah, I watched part of it. Honestly, it was kind of boring. I thought it was kind of boring. Like, I didn't see anything exciting there. Hey, what's up, man?
What's up?
How you doing?
Live on my end already. I'm
cool.
Chat up on my screen.
So am I. But yeah, good to chat again. We had a fun little panel last night.
Yeah, seriously. Oh, let me get this. Okay. I'm just setting up the chat. I always show the other person's chat on my screen too.
Yeah, do your thing.
Okay.
Well, yeah, that was
Question one
interesting
is
to
toxic
see.
masculinity takes. This might be
Yeah,
interesting.
we can get into that. It was interesting to see. I didn't know like that you guys like have so much like personal history. Like there seemed to be clearly like a lot of like animosity between
Yeah.
like your side and the other side, which was interesting to see. Like we spent like 20 minutes talking about some dick pic, which I wasn't even really sure what that was about.
I know. What that was kind of weird. And well, that Brittany person is so fucking stupid. Like, let's be honest. I don't know if you're familiar with her at all, though.
No, I
But
just met, that was the first time I met her.
oh yeah, so you could probably tell that we all sort of had a history there.
Yeah, it was pretty obvious. I mean, her opening statement involved a dick pic that she saw on her Twitter. She kept bringing everything back to that, which, yeah, it's kind of weird when someone is on your side, but you don't really like agree with them. So it's like you're like, I don't want to be a fucking traitor, but at the
I
same
mean, hey,
time,
look what happened with me.
yeah, well, yeah, well, I mean, it was interesting. I'm glad. Honestly, I thought your position would be different. Like, I thought you were going to argue that there is more than two genders. So, when you said that there's two genders, like, there's nothing I disagree with you on.
Yeah, honestly, I think that we mostly agree when it comes to the actual issue of like how many genders are there, but I
Mhm.
think that we probably don't agree as much about like the issue of trans stuff, uh, things like that. I apologize too, by the way. I'm still just getting everything sort of set up on my end here.
That's cool. Do your thing. Well, I'll just answer some questions until you're ready. That's fine.
Okay.
Take your time.
Yeah, I
Uh,
just got you up on screen too, so now people can actually see
cool.
you.
Who is Hunter Avalon? So he's a YouTuber, right? Debater.
A
How
base YouTuber.
based YouTuber? How do you like categorize yourself? Just like a political debater or what?
I usually call myself a social democrat as far as like my political leanings, but as far as my content, yeah, I do. I mainly cover social politics, hence the gender debate. And yeah, I do debates. That's only a recent thing that I just got into, though. I used to be like absolutely dog shit at debate, and so after losing enough debates, I was like, you know what, I gotta change something about this. I gotta get better at it. And so for the last year and a half or so, I've been practicing really hard with the debate stuff. So yeah, I would definitely consider myself more of a debater now. Yeah.
Cool. And I heard a dirty little rumor that you used to be on the right.
Oh yeah, that's not even a rumor, and that's not a dirty one. Well, maybe it's dirty, but I did, yes, for a very long time. That's actually how I gained the majority of my my subscribers, which is why my channel has 500,000 plus subscribers, but the views don't really line up with that too much because I kind of threw it away when my politics changed.
What made your politics change?
Honestly, it was just like a lot of different things all happening at once. I usually reference the fact that I had a daughter, and I was pretty scared about like being a dad, especially like it was a happy surprise. So I was pretty scared about it, and I genuinely thought that the right thing to do at that time was for me and my then girlfriend to split up and just kind of co-parent. Like people will still lie about me and say that I was going to like abandon my pregnant wife or something. It's like no, I was always going to be a part of the child's life regardless, but
Mhm.
I genuinely thought the right move at the time was for us to split up. And then once we did, I realized I was completely incorrect about that because then my kid was born and I fucking love her. And I was just like, damn, this is something that I felt really strongly about. I mean, 9 months of me basically like agonizing over what do I do? And then I turned out to be wrong. So it was after that with my personal life that I was like, I do kind of wonder what else I might be wrong about. If there's anything else in my life that I might be wrong about. And so from there, I just kind of started to reassess my politics. And I did have a conversation with another lefty YouTuber who gave some pretty good arguments. But people are going to tell you also like Hunter changed his politics after losing a debate to Vosh. Not exactly. I had a conversation with him and he provided some great facts or whatnot that contradicted my conservative views. But it was really a very long process of changing my politics. So yeah, sorry, I'm
What?
kind of long winded there.
No, that's cool. What are the biggest things that you did a 180 on?
Trans stuff. And then trying to think what else. Probably like systemic racism, BLM type stuff.
Mhm.
Stuff that I would kind of, I'd shit on a lot when I was right wing. I mean, I gained a good chunk of notoriety when my channel was under 10,000 subscribers for my video, The Truth About Transgenders. So I'm sure just from the title alone, you can tell that that was going to be a fucking spicy one. And yeah, it was just, it did not go well. Looking back now, I realize how many of my arguments were so fucking bad. But yeah, like even right now, I actually have somebody in my chat saying that I cloned Vosh's channel, which is like, people have this weird ass idea that this lefty guy Vosh has a monopoly on live streaming. So I don't know. Like last I checked, that's not, you know, Vosh's thing. So yeah, when people say stuff like that, it's usually just them coping.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I've seen countless examples of people going from left to right. I've never seen one example of someone going from right to left. That you're the first person I met who made that change. It's always the other way. Typically, as people get older, they become a little bit more conservative. Like I would say for myself, when I was like in my early 20s, I was like definitely classic liberal. But also back then, the left was a little different than it is now. Like a lot of the things that are considered like far left now, where like, it just kind of swapped. But anyway, so that was one of the things, and it's kind of moved over a little bit to the right on some issues that I've kind of revised, like my position on guns. I used to be like, you know, like, yeah, like people don't need guns, but then I like saw the data that reducing guns doesn't actually reduce violence. So there's like things like that where I kind of moved my position on. Also, I feel like in the last like 5 years, the left has gone off the deep end. And to be fair to you, it doesn't seem like you're in that camp from what I saw. Like you seem to be fairly realistic. At least I don't know. I don't know much about you, but just like the discussion we had yesterday, like you're not a tradition. You're not like all the way on the left when it comes to trans issues. Like you're not. You don't believe in. You think there's two genders. You don't believe that trans. What's it called? Women should compete in cis women's sports. So I don't know. We'll see how far away we are from each other. But yeah, are you ready on your end? Or you still need more time?
Yeah. I'm all set up here on my end. Do you want to kind of introduce what you do? Also, I know that you're a dating coach and you're kind of a part of what we call the Manosphere, or what you call the Manosphere.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, my name is Alex. I run a channel called Playing with Fire. We provide practical, no bullshit sex and dating advice. Try to keep it free from politics, ideology, or anything like that. I do these debates for fun on the side too. They've been kind of interesting. I also just got into doing that very recently, about 6 months ago. Stumbled into it accidentally. But yeah, like basically just try to help guys. I used to really struggle meeting women when I was younger. It was a big thing for me. I was also like borderline suicidal, just really depressed and bummed out about it. So it was a massive struggle for me, and I had to go through an insanely painful period of trial and error that lasted years, and that was just like took a toll on my soul. So I want to provide advice to people, basically like the younger version of me, so they don't have to go through all the pain and suffering I had to go through.
Right.
Plus, it's also fun.
Cool, actually, yeah. That's I mean, it's cool that like you had a sort of a personal experience that seems to have motivated the type of content you make now.
Pretty much everyone in my community was kind of had that pattern. Like they used to suck with girls when they were younger, and then they kind of figured it out, and now they like make content. So like that's like 95% of people in my space. In terms of being part of the Manosphere, yeah, technically I would be part of the Manosphere, but I do disagree with like a lot of Manosphere concepts. I basically ideologically side with any community. The closest community I have most in common with is the pickup community, but even with them, I disagree on some things on. So I try to be, my own man, have my own opinions. I don't really like to tie to side. I always say that if someone can figure out all your positions just from talking to you for 30 seconds, then your positions are probably not your own, and positions you always got from your side. So my positions are all over the place, different issues. I'm left, right, libertarian.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I mean, I definitely do find myself agreeing more with the sort of kind of like what you said, like the moderate left, which is why I call myself a social democrat, because generally speaking, like social democrats are far more moderate than, you know, the fucking commies LARPing around on Twitter. But like I also have some right-wing opinions also. Like I too am mostly pro-gun. Of course, I recognize that there needs to be certain restrictions, and I think that larger background checks or whatever should be implemented. But that's like pretty standard stuff. You know, I don't think that like guns should be taken away or something. And then as far as like abortion stuff, even that, like I kind of have like personal moral issues with, although my arguments for it are usually considered more pro-choice arguments. But yeah, like I just, it kind of varies for issue on issue for me as well.
Well, we might wind up agreeing more than we disagree, because when it comes to abortion, I'm the same way. Like personally, if I ever got my girlfriend pregnant, I wouldn't just be like, yeah, let's get an abortion. It would be a really tough decision for me. And I probably, if she left it up to me, I'll probably have her keep the baby, in all honesty, if it was my girlfriend. But generally speaking, I'm very pro-choice. So, yeah,
Right.
I kind of have a mixed opinion on that. But yeah, so we can get to, so I guess there's two ways we can proceed. One is we can get into the one thing that we do disagree. Well, actually, there might be more, but the one thing that I know for a fact we disagree on is whether people under 18 should be able to transition. So we can kick it off with that, or we can just go over, we can leave that for near the end and get into like Manosphere stuff. What you agree and disagree with the Manosphere on, we can explore that and save the trans stuff for the left, for the end. What do you have
Well, why don't we just hit on the trans stuff now? Because I think that that's going to probably be a shorter subject for us, since we already have kind of established, at least yesterday on yesterday's panel, that we both agree that there are only two genders that currently exist. And I know that like our opinions still probably have some variance, because I believe that like there doesn't necessarily need to be two genders, but like generally speaking, we both recognize two genders. I don't think that's something worth getting all in the weeds over again. But yeah, the whole thing with like the puberty blockers and the transitioning at a young age, you know, I first want to make sure that you know that I understand how that can seem really concerning, especially because you'll hear a lot of very, frankly, scary stories about, you know, I transitioned super easily and now I regret it and all this shit. But like, generally speaking, there's two ways to look at this. Is there's the hyped up view, which is, you know, just that I was 16 and I was allowed to transition entirely and now I regret it. Oh my God. And then there's the position that I like to take, which is just that like there are times when treatment has been enacted prematurely and that's wrong. And we should be able to call that out for sure. And it's not transphobic to recognize that. But at the same time, I feel like you kind of have to work with what we have here, which is like, I guess I can ask you a couple questions. Sorry, I'm kind of rambling here. I'm trying to figure out like where I want to go with this. Do you believe that like young kids, for example, could suffer from depression?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So we already recognize.
Yeah. Everyone.
Yeah, well, I know that's an easy one to agree to, but that's where it kind of breaks down here, is because we easily can recognize that children can suffer from mental illnesses. So why is it so unplausible that a child could not suffer or could suffer from gender dysphoria?
Oh, it's not implausible at all. But the two things I would say, and I was actually did a good amount of research after a discussion last night because I wanted to look into what you the things you said. The two things I specifically disagree with is that one, it's safe. I think it's fairly dangerous, and I can show a whole bunch of evidence for that. And two is that it actually helps in any way to kids who have gender dysphoria or who are suicidal. All the research I did seems to be that there's actually no evidence that it helps at all, and it poses an additional risk. So what I would say is, as an adult, if you want to transition, that's perfectly fine, and that's on you. But you have to be 18 to get a tattoo. It should be the same thing, because at the very, you would agree with me that a gender reassignment is more serious than the tattoo, I'm sure.
Yeah, but the thing is that puberty blockers are separate from gender reassignment. And the reason this is such a touchy issue is because you have a group of people who are young kids. They're just beginning puberty. They're suffering from gender dysphoria. What do we do? Right? Like it's not like we can snap our fingers and the gender dysphoria just goes away. The problem is that they have a higher likelihood of committing suicide. I'm sure you've heard this argument many times.
Yeah, of course.
And that's what makes it such a complex discussion to even have. Is it's not as easy as like, just wait till you're 18 to get a tattoo, because getting a tattoo is not a life and death type of thing. And it's fair to say that sometimes puberty blockers aren't either, but I'm not sure where you were reading that it wasn't effective or wasn't safe. I mean, of course, there are going to be some risks taken with any medication, but it's usually a question of, do the risks outweigh the benefits, or vice versa?
Yeah. So in my opinion, they absolutely do not. And I guess I'll just pull this up so we can kind of take a quick look.
Yeah, if you want to send it to me.
I'll just share my screen. We can like look at it together if that's cool.
Sure.
But basically, yeah. So this is from the American College of Pediatricians. So basically, it says there's no single long-term study demonstrate the safety of efficacy of puberty blockers. So this basically means we have no way of proving that it's safe. right? That doesn't necessarily mean it's unsafe, to be fair. It just means like we don't know that this is safe, right? But the interesting part of this is, moreover, the best long-term evidence we have amongst adults shows that medical intervention fails to reduce suicide risks. And like and then here kind of gets into all the issues that you can have. Puberty blockers may cause mental illness. And to be honest, like that, if you just think about it logically, hormones are very dangerous. Like
but it's not hormones.
Well, anytime you're okay, let me rephrase that. Anytime you're messing with your endocrine system, that can be very, very messy, especially for a kid. Like I can tell you myself personally, I do testosterone. And when I first started testosterone, my dose was a little too high, right?
Mhm.
And like my mental state was a mess. I mean, I was like having crazy mood swings, like crying randomly, flipping out, right? And that's just my dose being a little too high. So anytime you're messing with your endocrine system, it's very dicey. Also, when you start messing with your endocrine system at a young age, there's actually additional consequence in that you could basically your plates could fuse and you don't grow as nearly as tall as you
Well,
would.
this is, but hold on. There's multiple different things here that are that
Okay.
I have a problem with. Is
Sure.
the first thing is you're right that hormones can cause all kinds of issues, but puberty blockers specifically are the pause on puberty. That's it.
Right.
It doesn't put additional hormones. The other thing is the source you're using here. I know it comes across looking very like professional or whatnot, but it is like a fringe conservative Christian website that uses the American College of Pediatrics. It's a fringe, extremely unreputable source, and I'm not saying that necessarily means it's wrong, but I would like to read you this right here from Journal of Adolescent Health.
Do you want to just pull it up on the screen and we can look at it together? Feel free to just share the screen.
Oh yeah, I can share my screen here, can't I?
Oh,
Okay.
that's the cool thing about StreamYard.
Yeah, like that. Okay.
But yeah, let me rephrase that. I get that puberty blockers are not the same thing as hormones, but you're still messing with your endocrine system. You're putting a pause on your natural endocrine development. And yeah, endocrine system is very sensitive, and messing with it in any way can lead to very serious effects.
So the results here from Journal of Adolescent Health, which, mind you, is a far better source than the American College of Pediatrics, which, again, like I said, has been basically refuted over and over and over again because they have a heavy agenda to push anti-transgender stuff. Citing that is very similar to if I was like, oh, here's a protransgender.com that says it's good to take puberty blockers. Like, they have an obvious motive and an agenda, so you can't really trust what they're saying.
Yeah. Can you pull it up on the screen? But to be fair, you can make that argument about pretty much any source. But okay, your article.
Well, you couldn't. No, you definitely couldn't make the argument about every source. But also, it says I'm sharing the screen. I think you might need to drag it into your stream or something.
There
we
go.
Cool.
Just
so results before medical. What?
If you can just zoom in a little bit, please, because I can't see. Like just zoom in, like do like the plus thing. If you can just make it like there we go. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, people in your chat are saying this as well. Hunter's citing things that has an angle or whatnot. There are ways in which some sources can be completely biased, and just if some sources might be biased does not mean that every single source you read is going to be biased or have some kind of a slant. So Journal of Adolescent Health, pretty sure we should be able to trust this kind of a source. The conclusion is transgender adolescents show poor psychological well-being before treatment, but show similar or better psychological functioning compared with cisgender peers from the general population after the start of specialized transgender care involving puberty suppression. And then another one here. I can't see.
Can we explore that real quick? Can you pull that up again? Then we can go to the next one. I just want to see how the study was conducted. So can you scroll up a little bit?
Yeah, cross-sectional study, emotional and behavioral
students were assessed by you in this. By assessed by use self-reporting sample 270 dozens referring to specialized gender identity who did not receive affirmative medical treatment compared to 170 receiving affirmative care with 605 cisgender. Okay, self-reported studies are naturally not the ideal, but yeah, I mean, I understand what this
the thing is I agree with you that they're not that ideal, but like you kind of have to ask them, like, how are you feeling? How is your suicidality at this point? Sometimes there aren't other options, right? Now, of course, if you had medical physicians all saying, yes, it's better, then of course that would be preferred. But at the same time, self-reports are not always just to be dismissed. They can still serve really valuable insights.
Yeah, no, certainly not dismissed. Yeah, I'm just trying to say it's not ideal, but yeah, I feel you. Okay.
And then I'll also cite this one to you. Okay. This is using a cross-sectional survey of 20,000 transgender adults.
Can you zoom in, please, again?
Oh,
sorry,
yeah, I'm sorry.
1836, we examined self-reported history of puberty suppression during adolescence using multiple logical regression. We examined escalations between sample 16. They wanted pubertal suppression as part of their gender-related care. The mean age was 23 and 45. Of them to receive puberty adjustments demographic when compared to those who pubertal suppression but did not receive it at lower odds lifetime suicide retention. Okay, adjusted odds ratio 0.3, 95% kind of it. Okay. Of course,
and see down here, it says, because the American College of Pediatrics said like there's no long-term study or something, which one is not true considering these have been available as treatments since like the 70s. They've been FDA approved since the early 2000s. And yeah, this one says, this is the first study in which associations between access to pubertal suppression and suicidality are examined. There is a significant inverse association between treatment with pubertal suppression during adolescence and lifetime suicidal ideation among transgender adults who ever wanted this treatment. These results align with past literature suggesting that pubertal suppression for transgender adolescents who want this treatment is associated with favorable mental health outcomes. And that wasn't even the one I was actually trying to cite. There was another one from JAMA Network that admittedly did have a smaller sample size, but it found a 75% drop in suicidal ideation. So,
you know what's interesting? I'm coming to kind of the conclusion that we're both can throw like unlimited studies at each other, because I have a whole bunch of other ones that I found into. The findings from a study of 44 children trained by gender run by the Tavac, Portman, and Chase in London have emerged and trust peels to peel against hyper. Okay, wait, where's the actual thing? No significant. Yeah, puberty blockers you treat 12 to 15 who have severe persistent gender dysphoria had no significant effect on psychological dysfunction, thoughts on self-harm, body image. A study found. Yeah, it seems like we're both just have contrasting study. Which is
where does yours come from?
This comes from we gotta hit the source, so scroll down. It's a here we go. Full text. Yeah, so the study was done by Tavis, Second Portman, NHA's Foundation in London, basically.
Okay. Yeah, the thing is though is like, here's the thing though, right? Is here's what we have thus far. We have evidence that it either one benefits or two is neutral. Yeah. So it's not about whether or not, again, like that study you just cited me said, well, they didn't really find any significant benefit from it. They didn't find any harm either. So this is why it kind of goes back to this exact same question over and over again, which is, do the risks outweigh the benefits? And I would say that if you are putting a pause on puberty, which we've already studied, even with cisgender kids who have, they start puberty too early. I can't remember the precocious puberty. That's what it's called. It's been studied there. It's been FDA approved, and virtually every medical institution, especially US medical institution, seems to support this idea that they are largely reversible and mostly safe. I'm not going to say it's 100% safe because no medication is 100% safe, but I think it's worth the potential risks to have a, like what this one says here on my screen, 73% lower odds of suicidality over a 12-month follow-up.
Yeah, but the question is this: what if we just gave those kids an SSRI? What would be the reduction in risk? Right. So we have to control for the sample. Now, there are different things. These are just separate studies. So I think there's a huge difference between whether it doesn't really do anything and whether it gives a significant benefit, because the risks are pretty strong on that. You are messing with your endocrine system. I don't believe it's really as reversible, I think, as much as your side makes it out to be. It's a serious thing. Like, it's a very, very serious decision. And again, like, there's no problem with adults making that decision. But as a kid, you are incapable of, let's just say, rationally evaluating the situation. And then, any kid, like, they're so reckless. They go with their emotions. What you want one thing, you want another thing. So yeah, I just think that becomes problematic. And
but I feel like we already went over this yesterday on the panel a little bit, because I agree with you that kids are not particularly the most trustworthy when it comes to this. But that's why you have to have persistent gender dysphoria for months on end before anything like this, which is largely reversible, according to what I'm reading here from Children's Hospital, is, or I forgot where I was going with that, but they're largely reversible. And so I'm not really sure what the issue is. I understand that it sounds scary to be like, you're fucking with your endocrine system or whatnot, but like, I'm not sure what the problem is. If you have to show persistent gender dysphoria, you have to be approved gender dysphoric before you can seek out this treatment.
At the very least, we can agree that the surgery is not reversible, right?
Yeah, of course. And that's why WPATH literally says that there should be no surgery under the age of 18, which is why I always say, if you show me a story where it happened before the age of 18, then what I would tell you is fuck that institution that carried out that procedure, because they are not following the proper guidelines. And
Well,
that's kind of...
There's different guidelines. I was looking because I actually want to look into what you said, that you have to be 18. And I found that the World Professional Organization has changed its requirements. So now it says that hormone treatments can begin at 14 and surgery can begin between 15 and 17, right? So there's different guidelines.
Was this from WPATH?
This was from, let me pull it up. The World Professional Association for Transgender Health.
Okay. Yeah, they may, then you know what? They may have revised those standards, but it must have been it must have been really recent, because everything that I've read thus far has said 18. But I mean, in a case like that, then I would just say that I don't agree with that. I don't think that that should be happening. But at the same time, I can disagree with that while also recognizing the validity of trans people and recognizing that puberty blockers might be something that is a viable option here in this case. I'd like to just read this really fast. It's just a little blurb. This just comes from St. Louis Children's.
I'm just going to share the screen on your end. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Are puberty blockers safe? Most experts, including our team, believe that puberty blockers are safe. The Endocrine Society and the World Professional Association for Transgender Health support the use of puberty blockers for kids who want to delay or prevent unwanted physical changes. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration has approved puberty blockers for children who start puberty at a young age. And they go through like what the possible side effects are, and you can definitely have some side effects here. And then when it says, are puberty blockers permanent? Puberty blockers are temporary. If your child decides that they want to develop characteristics of the sex they were assigned at birth, they can simply stop taking puberty blockers. Once the puberty blockers are out of their system, they'll go through the puberty of the sex assigned at birth. Puberty blockers alone should not affect your child's fertility, but hormone therapy can, which is why I think we both are in agreement here that hormone therapy, anything that's non-reversible, should not be pursued until the age of 18. So,
okay.
Yeah, like I think that we can agree with that.
You agree with that, right? Like it's for the surgery, you have to be at least 18.
Yeah, of course. But again, like I want to keep going back to what I said a minute ago, is that you can agree with this while also recognizing that trans people are valid.
Oh, they're definitely valid. Yeah, I'm definitely not saying they're not like valid or they're not worthy of respect.
Well, I'm not even saying you're saying that. I just mean generally speaking, you can agree that, oh, okay, yeah, no, it should be at 18, no younger, but also recognize that trans people are cool, and also recognize that puberty blockers are a viable option.
Well, I think we have to separate those, right? There's certainly I'm certainly not arguing that like whatever transgender people are less cool or something like that, right? So that's not a position, but that's totally separate from puberty blockers. I mean, I will pose the question like this: what, in your opinion, do you think is the earliest age that puberty blockers should be allowed to be given?
Usually it would be okay. I see your chat laughing at me for saying trans people are cool. Yeah, because I didn't want to say trans people are valid again. Just to be clear, I'm not saying that's what
you're good. I understood where you were going. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it should probably start if they've, one, been confirmed gender dysphoric, and two, if they are entering puberty.
Okay, so like what, 13, 14 or something like that?
I mean, I don't know. What age did I think puberty varies, but yeah, but before, right around when they start puberty, probably.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we would disagree on whether I think puberty blockers should be given to someone under 18. I would still stand by that any kind of messing with the endocrine system should not be allowed. And that just comes down to basically the fact that as a kid, your mind changes. You might revise this. And there's also so many stories of people who did get puberty blockers or or basically go down that path, and then later on in life they regretted it. They were, they're like, fuck, why did I do that? And they have
Yeah,
like
but
health issues.
that's not a very fair argument to bring up, because I can show you double the amount of trans people that have gone through the treatment and are happy that they went through it. I can also read you overall regret rates, and they're incredibly low.
Where do you find regret rates?
Well, I mean, I have my LGBT notes right here. Let me see if I can find the regret rates here. Let's see, that's going to be before this.
Damn, man, you're prepared.
Oh, I've compiled this stuff over the years. Over the last several months, I compiled all this shit. So, shit, yeah, I need to like export it as a as a PDF so I can actually like find what I'm looking for faster. Regret rates. Let me just see if I can find it from here. Sorry.
You're good.
This is definitely not. This is more complicated than necessary here. Hold on. I can go to my desktop here. Okay, this I should be able to pull up here.
Let me ask you a hypothetical. What if there was like a study done that, for example, showed that puberty blockers don't help more than SSRI when it comes to like whatever, suicide and all that stuff? What would your position be then if that study existed?
Well, my position then would probably be that the reason they were suicidal was not because of gender dysphoria, but rather because maybe they had depression. Right. But I mean, if you are going through a therapy and a doctor and whatnot, and you're confirmed gender dysphoric, I don't think it's just, oh, they're mixing it up with depression. I think that would be pretty silly.
No, I don't think they're mixing up with depression. I'm saying that you can be suicidal for many different reasons, right? And sometimes it could just be a chemical imbalance. I mean, there's plenty of stories who like people who thought like their life was a mess, then they start taking medication. They're like, oh, my brain chemistry was just all over the place. No, I'm not really like advocating that SSRI is the end all be all solution, but yeah, I guess I was just curious, like kind of where, like at what point, what kind of like, how convincing, like what point of a like increase would you need to be like confident in that, okay, this is helping? Like, would we need to see like a 25%, a 75%, 99%?
Mm-hmm. Like, but wait, for
the difference, okay,
which that if we saw like a 90% approval rate for people for trans people who just went on SSRIs?
No. Okay. The two groups. One is all people who are like 13, whatever. One of them is okay. Two groups of people who are 18. One of them did was on puberty blockers. The other one did not. Right. And let's say, for example, there was a 1% increase in harm reduction. We would both agree that I'm sure that it's not worth it. If there was a 99.9% increase in harm reduction, we'd probably all agree that it's worth it, right? So I kind of want to see where you stand roughly. Like what kind of a percentage in those people when it comes to risk reduction would you want to see for you to be like confident in this?
Well, I don't think that going on puberty blockers would give a 99% approval.
No, I don't think so either. I'm just using a hypothetical.
Right. No, I know. I'm just saying that like it's usually a combination of things that best help trans people, specifically trans kids. So it's the mixture of gender affirming care with accepting people in your life. Even when you have like one parent that accepts you, your likelihood of committing suicide drastically decreases as well. So some people have picked it apart and said, oh, well, they only found a 50% increase or a 50% approval rate or whatever. And I would usually just say, yeah, okay, because it's not just one fucking thing. You're not going to just give them some puberty blockers and everything's going to magically be better. It's a process.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone's going to disagree with you on that. I guess the concern for like people on my side is that like, okay, like we want to kind of protect kids from themselves, so we don't want to do anything that hurts kids. But okay, I mean, I think we both have like studies that show different things. I think we can just go back and forth in the studies. I don't think
but I mean, there seems to be a general consensus among the scientific and medical literature that says that puberty blockers are at the very least safe and reversible. I mean, again, I'm going to have to keep going back to the College of American Pediatrics or whatever is like kind of a joke source. It's almost like if I try to cite the Onion here, like I get what they're saying there, but like I cannot trust something that's coming from a website that is motivated, that has a vitriolic anti-transgender agenda And I feel like if you knew that, you probably wouldn't trust their information that much either, because, well, they have a strong slant. But if you want really quick, we can move on to the masculinity thing if you want, but I'll just read these two things to you real quick. This was an analysis of all applications for sex reassignment surgery in Sweden from 1960 to 2010. And I believe that this one came from surveys with the surgeons who performed these procedures. So they said there were 15 regret applications corresponding to a 2.2% regret rate for both sexes. There was a significant decline of regrets over the time period.
Can you pop that open, please? I just want to take a quick look.
Sure. Okay, this wasn't the one or was this the one I was looking for? There was one that interviewed the surgeon specifically. Let me.
I'm just trying to figure out like how this study was done, how like the info was gathered. Table 3 updated. You zoom in on that, please.
Yeah, let me see.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to figure out the methodology of how this was done. Evidence, applications, 135, 10 years, the average for 30 years, time inflation. Okay, where's the percentage? Okay, so that's median age and percentage over 30 years at age of time application. So I do think, though, that if we're doing it for people who are older, the regret rate is going to be obviously a lot lower. So actually, I can totally foresee that if the median age was 30 at the time of the transition, then I can totally imagine the regret ratio being very small. That makes sense. When you're 30, you've probably been dealing with this for like a decade or 2 decades.
Well, I mean,
you're probably pretty confident. So we're not disagreeing on that. I can totally see how adults who are like on average 30 years old are not going to really regret it. Sure, that makes sense.
We'd have to but there's another reason why we see it going down as well, which is that as trans people become more accepted, they start to not regret it as much. You can read, for example, like regret rates or reasons for detransitioning. And one of the top reasons is because of discrimination from family or friends. So even if there are people that are detransitioning or quote unquote regret this, it's not necessarily because it was the wrong decision for them. That's the first thing. The second thing is that there are now several different studies that have shown that when the children who undergo or social transition along with puberty blockers and whatnot, as long as they've been confirmed gender dysphoric, they do not have a very high regret rate. So this is a brand new study that just came out from.
Yeah, what I specifically would like to see is for like kids who had who got on puberty blockers, their regret rate. Okay, concerns. Can you zoom in on that, please?
Yeah, I'm just reading the results here.
I promise you, Chad. We'll get on the next topic. I know this is like a little bit of a study back and forth, but this is pretty interesting. Okay, we found that an average of 5 years after initial social, so many youth had retransition at least once at the end of this period. Most youth at binary total youth identify cisgender, at least cisgenders. Let's scroll down because I'm not seeing the. Okay, the results
that retransitions are infrequent. More commonly, transgender youth who socially transitioned at early ages continue to identify that way. Nonetheless, understanding retransitions is crucial for clinicians and families to help make retransitions as smooth as possible for youth.
Yeah, but to be fair, you can totally regret something and not retransition. I imagine it's like a massive burden, and it's like a
but I don't think that's true. But I don't think that's a fair argument in this case, because we could also assume that like, oh well, what if there's a bunch of people that didn't apply on this study who didn't regret it? Like that's the thing, is if we don't have it in the data, then I don't think it's fair to just assume that maybe this other thing could have been the case.
Yeah, absence of evidence isn't necessarily proof, but what I would really like to see, like if you could show me that people who are like 13, 14 who got the transition and then 10 years later their regret rate was really low, that would be a very convincing argument.
Let me look at this one more time. Hold on.
Especially if it's like by a solid source, youth transition regret. Let me just quickly look it up myself.
Oh, and this was a little bit better than like self-survey or whatever. Data were reported by youth and their parents through in-person or online visits or via email or phone correspondence.
Okay, this is interesting. I'll just share this article real quick before we get off it. I'm sure you would say New York Post is pretty legit. Okay, 1 second.
Okay, one more thing real quick while you get that up.
Sure.
I mean, this thing on the social transition, this was after 5 years, and they were still identifying that way.
Okay. So This is I guess by your person. When Chloe was 12 years old, she decided she was transgender. At 13, she came out to her parents. The same year, she put on puberty blockers to prescribe testosterone. At 15, she underwent a double mastectomy. Later than a year, for anyone who's not familiar, that's basically when you get your boobs removed. Less than a year later, she realized she made a mistake all the time. She was 16 years old. Now 17, Chloe is one of a growing cohort called detransitioners, those who seek to reverse gender transition. They do enough, blah blah blah. So yeah, this is anecdotal for sure, but this is the kind of shit that like kind of breaks my heart.
But I mean, couldn't you just as easily look at like the disproportionate rates of suicide amongst kids who have gender dysphoria? I mean, that would break your heart too. It does, by the way, break my heart to hear stories like that. And mind you, the solution here though is not like, oh, that means gender transition and puberty blockers and maybe even trans people are kind of bad. What it means is simply that the clinics are, well, I'm not saying that you're saying this. I'm just explaining how a lot of the time this is the fault of the clinics for not doing their job properly. Similarly, if somebody walked into a clinic and said they were depressed and then or said they had ADHD, that's a great example, and then all of a sudden they got put on a Adderall really quick, way too quickly, then it probably wouldn't be fair to look at that and then say, oh, look, here's this story, so maybe we need to be reconsidering ADHD medications. Like
well,
I mean,
I would actually
there's always
argue
going to
that
be
we
issues
should
like
definitely be reconsidering ADHD medication because I think they're way overprescribed and they mess people up. So
sure, but that's a good argument, but that doesn't mean that people who do have ADHD shouldn't receive the treatment that benefits them.
yeah, but the question comes down to whether it benefits them or not. I'm sure you would agree. You live in the U.S., right?
Yeah.
Okay. In the U.S., you can basically whatever you want. You can, at least that's been my experience. You can find a doctor that will do it. Because again, the U.S. medical system is largely based on money, especially if you're not going through insurance, you're paying out of pocket. I'm assuming for like gender transition stuff, it's not covered by insurance. Like I'm assuming, is that correct? That you're probably paying out of pocket, or does insurance usually cover that?
I think some insurances cover it.
Because insurance basically tries to get out paying for anything and everything. So I'm assuming like they would definitely try to get out paying that. I mean, I've had them try to get out paying for my like physical therapy sessions. So it's basically like in the US, if the money is right, you can find a doctor that will do anything. Europe is a little bit different. Europe has in Europe they abide by a much stricter set of rules. So in the Europe, it's not necessarily like if the money is right, you'll find a doctor. Maybe to some extent if you're like going under the table, but in the US, yeah, like you can pretty much you'll find doctors that are like, yeah, totally, there's no issue with it, let's do it, and then you'll find doctors who are like, no, 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 and then you'll find everything in between. So that's kind of becomes the issue. That's why we have like the FDA, which is also not to be entirely relied on, kind of passing guidelines, but even then, it can get kind of dicey. I don't think we're that far apart on this issue. I think we agree that the surgery should be saved for 18. We just disagree. It doesn't seem like you're pushing necessarily for puberty blockers. You're just saying it should be an acceptable option if the circumstances warrant it. But you're not saying necessarily that it should be encouraged, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that like, oh, if you are doubting your gender, then instantly go on puberty blockers. Oh my God. I'm actually advocating for there to be arguably an even more stringent process when it comes to assessing whether or not a child is suffering from gender dysphoria. Because like you said, kids don't understand themselves very well. And I don't want to see detransitioning happening. And I'm not one of those fucking crazy lefty cucks who are going to pretend that like detransitioners aren't a real thing. Of course they are. But I just think that we need to handle it, I guess, with nuance, which is why I keep saying, again, I'm not saying you're saying this, but which is why I'm saying for the sake of argument that although detransitioning is a thing and it's a problem and we should be okay talking about it, it's not transphobic to talk about this. Detransitioners does not also mean then that puberty blockers are not a viable option in certain cases.
Yeah, then I think we're not that far apart on the issue. I could even potentially envision a scenario. I just think, like you're saying, you want to be stricter. I would want to be significantly stricter, but we're not that far apart on this issue. I think. So I'm cool moving on to the next thing. Because I think we mostly agree. We disagree on some of the nuance.
Right. Could I just say one more real quick thing? I'm sorry, in relation to this. This is one more thing I wanted to just cite real quick on regret rates. There was a new study from researchers from the Fenway Institute and Harvard Medical School, they found that 13.1% of currently identified transgender people have, quote, detransitioned at some point in their lives, but that 82.5% of those people attributed their decision to external factors such as pressure from family, school environments, and vulnerability to violence.
Yeah.
So that's another one that I like to bring up a lot, because people will show you, look at this super high rate of detransitioners, dude. But a lot of the times they will give you a source that is based on referrals. So of course you're going to see a large amount of referrals coming into gender clinics. And the fact that so many have been rejected shows that those clinics are doing their job, because they're rejecting people who don't have gender dysphoria. So that's just the last thing I wanted to mention.
I'll just comment on that. So the statistic you're giving me kind of makes sense if I think about it logically. Sure, I would imagine that most of them detransition because of outside pressure and whatnot. But I think we don't live in an idealistic world. We live in the world that we are as is. So in this world as is, if I, for example, decide to tomorrow put on a wig and put on a dress on my live stream, in an ideal world, no one would give a shit, I guess. But in the realistic world, I would lose like all my following, right? So there are consequences, especially when you're a kid. When you're an adult, you have a lot more leeway and freedom. But as a kid, social pressure is a little real thing. So we do have to be mindful of that. We can't just like say, oh well, the world sucks. Yeah, the world sucks, but that's the world we live in. So I would argue as a parent, your job isn't to guide your kid in an idealistic world. It's to guide your kid in the world that you live in.
Mm-hmm. I totally agree with you, but I'm not sure how this is relevant to the thing I just read. All it demonstrates is that kids who are confirmed gender dysphoric usually go on to further transition as they become adults.
No, I was commenting on the other thing you said about how 86% of those people who regret
external pressure. I got you.
Well, I would just say that external pressure doesn't really matter. It's pressure, and it causes people to change their mind. To me, it's
no, I think that it does matter, because if you have people who are otherwise going to live a better, longer, happier, and healthier life, but they're pressured out of that treatment because their family is discriminatory or something, then that's a problem. And sure, it is the way it is right now in a lot of situations, which does suck. But I don't think that just shrugging our shoulders at that is a good response here.
Well, no, Hunter, I'm not saying you should shrug your shoulders. I'm not for like discriminating against anyone or like parents being mean to their kids for whatever the circumstance. So I'm not advocating for that. But for example, if I had a daughter, right, in an ideal world, there would be no sexual assault. So my daughter would be able to go anywhere she wants at 4 a.m., just any way she wants, right? Mm-hmm. Well, obviously. But the reality is she can't. Like, especially if she's small, if she goes to certain parts of town at certain time or goes out with certain guys, there will be sexual assault, right? So my job,
but that's not a fair. That's disanalogous.
My job in guiding her is to show her in the real world. So the point I'm making is that whether they change because of internal pressure or external pressure, while we should work on the external pressure, it doesn't change the fact that they change their mind, right? It doesn't negate it. That's the point.
Okay, wait. It's extremely relevant here, because one, the example you gave is disanalogous, because your daughter going out at 4 a.m. dressed skimpy is not a life or death situation, and it doesn't involve a medical treatment. That's the first thing.
Hunter, it can be if she gets sexually assaulted.
The second thing is there's not a necessity for her to go out at 4 a.m. where in some circumstances with kids with gender dysphoria, there is a necessity for treatment. And then the external factors do matter, because what that means is that they changed due to something outside of their control. It wasn't like their internal perception of themselves was wrong, which is the argument you were making a minute ago, that kids don't fully understand. Maybe they're not too sure. This demonstrates the opposite. If it's an external reason attributed to why they detransition, then it demonstrates that they're not regretting being trans. They weren't wrong about being trans. It's simply that they're facing so much fucking discrimination.
Yeah, they're regretting it for external reasons, not internal reasons. But at the end of the day, they're still regretting it, right? So I can tell you with myself, if I don't know, I had a kid and they did something and they're like, I hate, like, I'll give you another analogy. If my daughter, whatever, got a tattoo or something like that at a super young age, like a skin tattoo, and then she's like, I hate it because everyone makes me feel like a slut and I feel beautiful, but everyone makes me feel, to me, it'd be the same thing. Yeah, she shouldn't feel like that, but it doesn't change the fact that she's regretting it. I don't think we're actually necessarily disagreeing on much in this. The point I'm making is that
no, we disagree a lot on this part.
What do you think we disagree on specifically?
Because one of your big arguments is that kids are young and immature and don't fully understand themselves.
Right.
So there's a very high likelihood that they are wrong when they think that they have gender dysphoria. And when I bring up the external pressures, what that demonstrates is that they were in fact not wrong, and they were consistent when they said that they were transgender and had gender dysphoria. They were just almost bullied out of further seeking treatment.
Let me clarify my argument then. What I'm saying is that they regret, yes, because they changed their mind, but they can change their mind based on internal and external things, right? Like maybe they thought that by transitioning, that some of their social issues would be resolved, and their social issues get worse, right? I'm not saying it's just the issues that with adolescent transitions is because they purely change their mind on internal reasons. I'm just saying their mind changes based on anything, right? Like based on external, internal. I don't care what kind of where it comes from. If their mind changes and they regret their decision, then they regret their decision.
That's like a two-dimensional way of viewing this. You're right that at the end of the day, their mind is still changing, but the reason for why their mind changed is incredibly relevant, especially when we're talking about whether or not kids understand themselves. This demonstrates that the kids do understand themselves, and they were correct when they said they were trans, and they were correct when they had said they had gender dysphoria. They were almost bullied out of this. That doesn't mean that just if they change their mind eventually, that doesn't, I'm not sure what that means exactly. Like the reason for why they changed their mind is pertinent here.
Why does it matter so much why they changed their mind and why they regret their decision? At the end of the day, they're like, you can't. Okay, I'll pose the question like this: you can't control the outside world. You can only control what you do and how you interact with the outside world. So, like, why does it matter if they're regretting it because of the outside world or their internal? They're regretting it at the end of the day.
Because
like, what's the significance?
The reason it matters is because you said that kids don't understand themselves, which is part of the reason you were concerned about the puberty blocker thing. But what this demonstrates is that those kids were correct. They did understand themselves, but they were bullied out of further seeking treatment. If I came into the doctor or if I had a kid, well, I do have a kid, but if my son came up to me when he was like 9 or 10 and said, I have depression, and then I said, I don't know, you're pretty young, I don't know if you can really understand that. And then they were on treatment, they were doing better, and then I was calling them depressed loser all the time, and so they got off the meds. That doesn't mean that, oh, the kid was just too immature, he didn't understand. Once again, like, the kid would have been right at that point.
I think right is the incorrect word. So if you're making a big decision at a young age, external factors very much matter. So it's like, yeah, sure, like it's not ideal. Obviously, it's not good that people get bullied. But okay, if you're an adult, right? You're an adult and you decide to transition. You're probably, assumingly you're like a logical, rational person, you're considering the outside social factors. So you're probably thinking in your mind, okay, this is how my friends will react. This is how my community will react. This is how this will affect my, livelihood. This is how it affects my, whatever social situation. And then you make the conscious decision. I understand there will be consequences, but I think the pros outweigh the cons, right? Because you've considered, assumingly, if you're like a logical, reasonable person, you've considered the social repercussions. As a kid, you probably have not considered the social repercussions. That's the point I'm getting at.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that I don't think we're going to be moving on. I don't think. Well, sorry, I'm fine to move on. I don't think we're going to agree on this point though, because it basically you're just saying like just deal with it, bruh. Like
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Well, for a long time, it was completely socially unacceptable for gay people to be out and proud about being gay. But we wouldn't just say, well, the social repercussions, so don't be yourself. Like at some point, we have to be able to recognize when, sure, there are aspects of external pressures that should be taken into account, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's the wrong decision to further seek treatment or live your life how you wish to live it.
I don't think right or wrong is the best paradigm to look at it. Is whether this decision makes sense for you or not, right? Do the pros outweigh the cons for you personally, right? For some people, the pros will.
Yeah, but it could be that the pros of going on puberty blockers outweigh the cons in the sense that you are trans and you don't want to go through the wrong puberty. And so you go on puberty blockers, which helps your mental health and lowers your likelihood of suicidality. But then there could be on top of that, the problem with your family bullying you left and right for being transgender. Like if that's the case, then again, what is the solution here? Just go back to being suicidal because your family's mean?
No, I'm not saying that. I think you can separate the description from the prescription. I'm not saying that people should just like suck it up or something like that. And it is a nuanced, topic. So I'm not going to claim I have some excellent solution for an issue that I know very little about personally. So yeah, I don't know what a good solution is. I have some thoughts, what I could imagine it being, but yeah, I don't have like a good, well thought out solution on this. But that doesn't change the fact that the prescription, the description might be completely different than the prescription. Um, I don't think we're like fundamental. I think you might be misunderstanding my position. I'm not saying those kids should have to like suck it up or just put up with it or something like that. I'm just saying that when you make any kind of decision, there are consequences, repercussions, and as an adult, you're much more equipped to logically consider those consequences, repercussions than you are as a kid. That's the point I'm making.
Well, yeah, and I think that I mean, I agree with you on that element at least, and that's part of the reason why, if a child has gender dysphoria, the process of assessing whether or not they truly are gender dysphoric also does include the an understanding of the risks of this situation, both socially and medically. So, I think that a lot of the times those risks are already introduced. Okay, I mean, as long as you're saying it's more descriptive rather than prescriptive, sure, yeah, the world fucking sucks sometimes. But as long as you're not saying because the world sucks, you should deny your identity, then
No,
I
no,
think
no, no, no. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you should consider the fact that the world, quote unquote, sucks before you make a decision, right?
yeah,
There's things that we all want to do, but we don't do because there's going to be social or other types of repercussions, right? But as a kid, you do dumb as shit. I remember, dude, when I was like 13, I thought it would be a good idea to make like homemade pipe bombs. This was like fucking 5 years after 9/11, right? That was like the big thing. And one day we almost got caught like making a pipe bomb. I could have gone to jail for like 10 years, right? I didn't even
mhm.
think of that shit as a kid. I just thought, ooh, fireworks, so much fun, right? So that's the point I'm making.
Yeah,
But
but I
yeah,
mean, think about if you said that, right? And then you went and talked to a therapist, and then you told that to your doctor, and then you told that to your parents, like after a while, everybody in your life would say, "No, this is a bad idea, and this is why." The therapist would say, "That's not a healthy mindset to have, and this is why." So again, like your argument would make sense if what was happening was, "Mommy, I like the color pink today." "Oh, okay, let's go chop your penis off." Like there's a process here. It's not just like it's going to happen on a whim.
yeah, I get that. I mean, but you're agreeing that the process should probably be a little stricter, if anything.
I mean, yeah, the process should be as stringent as necessary to make sure with as much certainty as possible that the child does indeed have gender dysphoria. And we could even go your route. Maybe if they come in and they say, I think I might be gender dysphoric and they're not sure, maybe they should, you know what? Not maybe. They should be put on SSRIs first. See if that helps first.
Well, I'm not
And if not,
advocating that. I'm not a fan of SRIs. I'm just using that as an example.
oh, well, okay. Well, I'm a big fan, so no, I'm just kidding. But yeah, like it's fine to try other methods of treatment before you just jump to puberty blockers, of course. So I
Okay.
feel like we more or less do agree on that
Yeah.
point at least.
Yeah. We can move on to the next thing. I'll pose one question at this. I think I know exactly where you stand on this, but one thing that fucking blows my mind. There's this. I don't know if you're familiar with him. There's this like trans TikToker who makes a lot of videos, and he made a video which just fucking blew my mind. He was arguing that if you are as a straight guy, if you're not interested in trans women, then you're transphobic. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, that's a stupid fucking argument that only like
Okay.
super far lefty dumb fucks try to make. And the funny thing is those same people will complain about a rape culture and then say, if you don't, contort your sexual preferences somehow, which again, if they can change who they're attracted to, then should we maybe stop accepting gay people? Like, what do you mean? Like, it literally fucking crumbles their entire ideology almost. So no, people that say that are pretty stupid. Yeah, for sure. I think that you don't usually have a whole lot of control over who you are attracted to at the end of the day. And trans people trying to guilt other people into finding them attractive or something is insane. And the last thing I'll say here too is that like when it comes to attractiveness, so like for example, on the panel we were on yesterday, that girl Taftaj, like she's hot, she's trans. I think she's
Oh,
attractive as
not my
far as
type,
the
but I can see how people will find her attractive.
yeah, but as far as like her appearance, outwardly or whatever, her behavior and her presentation, she looks like a woman to me. However, if I was going to engage in any kind of sexual activity, then all of a sudden, whether or not, what they have in their pants, that suddenly becomes relevant. And sorry, I don't like penises, like, tough. So no, I don't have to find trans people attractive like that in order to still be accepting or inclusive.
Yeah, I figured you would say that. Yeah, we are complete agreement on that. I found that kind of logic like ludicrous. It's like arguing like, oh, you're not sexually attracted to fat girls. You're fat phobic, right? Like, no, I just don't find fat women attractive.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to the Manosphere stuff. So I'll post a question like this. Uh, what are some things you agree and then some things you disagree with the pickup community or the Manosphere on? And I'll just tell you where I stand on them.
I would need to honestly, I know this is a boring answer, but I would need to know a little bit more. When I hear the pickup community right off the bat, I kind of get the thoughts of those cringy YouTube guys that go up to girls and say the pickup line or whatever. Which, I mean, I guess it's cringy, but I don't know if I'm not sure if I know enough. Like, what are your sort of perspectives when it comes to the Manosphere? And I'll see if there's anything you say that I agree or disagree with.
Yeah, sure. So the pickup community is this very small part of the Manosphere. Just to clarify that. Well, I'll give you some of the key tenets of the. Let's go with Manosphere. Let's go more broad. And there's a lot of infighting. There's a lot of people who agree and disagree. So I'll kind of try to stick to more of my own positions. Although I'll bring up some general ones as well. One of the ones is that marriage is largely not a good idea for men.
I mean, that's not usually something I talk about very often, but I think that in that case, it would probably depend on the individual circumstance.
Yeah, I think I don't believe in like a blanket solution, but I do think that marriage, generally speaking, unless you are, your wife makes a lot more money than you, if you're the exception, but for most people, the guy makes more money than the girl. It is a pretty big risk, especially if you do without a prenup for men. But I don't believe in like a blanket statement that you should never get married. I wouldn't advertise that. I just think it's a risky proposition that I think men tend to undervalue the risks, basically, so as to speak.
Why is that? Is that because of the risk of divorce and then needing to split the assets and whatnot?
Yeah, exactly. Like one of the richest people on the planet is I forget her name. What's
Bezos, what
yeah,
ex-wife? Yeah.
McKinsey or whatever, Mackenzie Bezos, right? Her
Mhm.
claim to fame is just marrying, Jeff, right? So like you get situations like that. That woman will have more money than I have in a lifetime of working and busting my ass. So yeah, situations like that. Now Jeff Bezos is not a guy who's gonna like lose that much sleep over losing his money because he's still rich as fuck. But there are a lot of situations where guys just like get wrecked financially when they get divorced.
Yeah,
So
sure. I don't know if we'd even have that much to debate on. Like, for me, that is something that is more of a personal preference. I would have to look at statistics myself too, because I haven't really done a bunch of digging onto that. But I've seen some that suggest that married people are happier and have more sex. But then I've seen others that sort of seem to suggest the opposite. So I don't know. I don't know if that would be a really super good
yeah.
topic to delve
We'll
into.
just go through these rapid fire and then we'll see where we kind of stand. Another one is that there's a massive incel epidemic and that 5% of the guys do 95% of the fucking, right? And so basically the way I've always broken it down, 25% of guys are just having no sex, and that's like statistically proven. It used to be 10%, so it's significantly skyrocketed.
Mhm.
50 to 60% of the guys have some sex here and there, but they're generally not that content in their sex life. Like they're not virgins, they're not incels, but they're not happy in their sex life. Maybe they're settling, maybe it's been a while for them, stuff like that. Maybe then you got 10% of guys who have a sex life that they're happy and content with.
Mhm.
I would be in that category. And then you have like 1% of guys who have more pussy than they know what to do with. And then you have like the celebrities, like the musicians, all of that. And they're just overwhelmed. They can't keep up with it all. And I've kind of like personally like kind of flirted with that line, but I've actually never been in that category because I've never actually been famous. So
Where are you getting, just out of curiosity, like where do you see those numbers from?
so the 25% is based on studies.
Okay.
They track what the sexlessness rate is, and it's definitely skyrocketed a lot in the last decade or two. And I have my own theories on why that is. If we can get into that later if you want. The other stuff, I'm kind of going off like what I've observed. I mean, I interact with a lot of guys. I've been doing this for a while. I do a lot of coaching. And granted, I have a little bit of sample bias because people who are drawn to the pickup community probably struggle more. But I've also gone well outside of the pickup community.
Mhm.
I've interviewed a whole bunch of people. I've had this discussion countless times. So that's kind of been my opinion. And a lot of guys who I know who basically do what I do more or less agree with that.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, again, I kind of feel bad that some of the things you're sort of rapid firing here are not exactly topics that I've done a whole lot of digging into. But I can definitely agree that there's a problem with men um, not having sex as much. But I think that there's even a broader problem too, which probably negatively affects the incel types as well, which is that it seems like men have a much harder time forming friendships and relationships with other dudes. Now,
Yeah, that's
true,
true.
that's not about sex necessarily, but I do think that that can genuinely play a pretty big role in, like, think about the average incel, right? At least my understanding is they're pretty depressed. They usually have a really shitty view of women,
Uh-huh.
and they don't go out very much. Like, sometimes just getting out and being with people, being with friends. I know that it's been proven that men tend to be happier in groups. Then I think that that could also play a role, not with the sexlessness rates, but at least with the lack of friendships and relationships. Because something we might disagree on here is that like, how do you feel about toxic masculinity?
I have mixed feelings on that. I think there's only one example of something that I would legitimately consider toxic masculinity, and
Mhm.
that's this idea that men should not be able to show their emotions, or it's like weak to show your emotions. I would legitimately consider that to be toxic masculinity. Everything else that people have thrown out that is toxic masculinity, I can dismiss for reasons. But yeah, so I think
I'm
that's probably
surprised. That's what I was expecting for us to argue about a bunch, because that's my take also. Well, first of all, I hate the fucking term toxic masculinity, because
that's been overused.
everybody who hears it thinks that you are saying masculinity is toxic and bad. When in reality it's talking about expectations placed on masculinity that are toxic to the man and oftentimes
Mhm.
to people around that man. What are some other things you've heard sort of attributed to toxic masculinity that you don't agree with?
Rape culture, for example. So it's like rape is not culturally accepted. There's this idea on the left that like men, when they're just hanging out in their groups, they're all like, "Yeah, I raped this chick the other night." Rape is not socially accepted amongst 99.9% of groups of men. So meaning like, okay, toxic masculinity, right? I mean, sorry, men can't show emotions. Men shouldn't
Hold on
cry.
one second. I'm sorry. I did not know that somebody
So
came into my chat all of a sudden. I didn't know that they could join like that. All right. Sorry, please continue.
yeah, what I was saying. So like something like mention show emotions, mention cry. That's like a common accepted, mindset amongst groups of men, right? That's socially accepted more or less, unless you have like a group of guys that are like more like progressive or something like that. Rape is not. So there's no such thing as like a rape culture where like guys are like encouraging each other to rape or being supportive. Like in my social group, and I hang out with a bunch of degenerates that sleep with countless girls. But if one of my friends was like, "Hey, I raped this chick the other night," at the very least, they will be completely ostracized from my social circle. And it's like
Mhm.
that. So I think rape culture, obviously rape exists and it's a big problem, but I don't think there's such a thing as like rape culture. And certainly
Right.
would not attribute that to toxic masculinity. That's a crime. It's not part of being masculine. Nothing masculine about rape.
No, I agree with that also. And I think that a lot of that comes down to because like it it would be more of a question. See, this is the problem again with a lot of the lefty crap. The lefties always have these really stupid slogans, right? Like toxic masculinity or rape culture or defund the police, bruh. And like it's so extreme. When in reality, I think it would be fair to say, is rape acceptable in our culture? Fuck no, it's not.
Yeah, definitely
Is
not.
there sometimes certain excuses that are made to try and put the onus on women more so? Not necessarily even with rape, but just like general sexual harassment. Sometimes I would say yes.
Yeah,
And
sometimes.
I don't think that, again, I don't think every man is going to be like, oh, yeah, dude, she was wearing a short skirt, so she had it coming, lol. But like, I've argued with people who have unironically had that position. And I've also, I mean, even the thing that happened with Alex Stein, the guy I kept yelling at on the panel yesterday, I mean, even like the way he acted towards Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who I don't like, by the way, was pretty scummy. It was like textbook sexual harassment, and the amount of people that I saw making excuses for that or claiming, "Oh, he was just joking, dude," or some shit like that, it's pretty disturbing. So I think that, again, like, it's almost the slogan that destroys the conversation, right? Because if we, it's see when we get past like rape culture and instead say there are still problems with certain bad treatments, like sexual harassment towards women, that seem to be a little bit more accepted in times when they shouldn't be. We'd probably agree with that.
Yeah, men, groups of men are not like advocating for rape. I think, yeah. So we agree on that. Let's
Yeah, of
actually
course.
explore the Alex Stein thing. I actually did not know. I saw that video with him, like whatever, like catcalling AOC a while ago. I didn't know that was him. I didn't know that was the guy until after the panel. Until Kevin told me, "Yo, that was." I was like, "What is this guy's claim to fame? Like, I don't understand. What is he known for?" He's like, "He's the guy that catcalled AOC." I'm like, "Holy fucking shit, that was him." So I had no idea. But
That's why I kept saying, don't you have more women to harass or whatever?
yeah, I thought that was like some personal reference or something. I didn't know that. In terms of the AOC thing, here's my take on that. Was it respectful? No, but I wouldn't call it sexual assault. I would just call it a guy trolling, honestly.
Well,
And
no.
basically
Oh, just
seeking
sorry to cut in. I
attention.
don't know if you misspoke. It's not sexual harassment, not sexual assault.
Yeah, I wouldn't even necessarily classify as that sexual harassment. I would classify it as a guy who's like literally trolling and trying to provoke a reaction. And to be fair, if you're a public figure, you're gonna have people trying to provoke. I'm not saying it's right, but any celebrity, any person, and AOC is a celebrity of sorts, has to deal with basically people trying to provoke reactions from them. They just do that because if AOC gets pissed off, which she did, that's what makes the video. Like if she had, there would have been no video if AOC just completely ignored him, right? There would have been nothing there.
People try to say that it wasn't sexual harassment because she came over to take a picture with him. So a lot of the times it seems like people don't really quite have their viewpoints necessarily straight. But again, that it is literally sexual harassment. Like it doesn't really matter whether or not he was trolling or not. One, she had no way of knowing that. And two, if you're trolling a woman by making remarks repeatedly, unwarranted remarks, mind you, about her ass, then trolling or not trolling, it's sexual harassment.
I guess it depends on how we define sexual harassment. But in the video, it's been a while since I saw it. But basically, he said something like, "AOC, there's my favorite Latina." What else did he say? Just remind me.
There's my favorite big booty Latina, and then he said, "Damn, look at that ass," or something like that. And then he said, what else did he say? He's like, "Oh, she's so hot, 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 hot tamale," or whatever. Which again, like what he was
It's
saying,
definitely socially awkward, weird behavior for sure.
it's that, and it's fun. Like I get that, like him saying, "Oh, hot tamale," like can come off as funny or like he's joking around, but like it doesn't really, that's almost aside the point, because no matter what happens or what happened in that case, it's sexual harassment. There's just no way around it. I mean, I have a thing right here. This is on what is street harassment. And this is other forms of sexual harassment and assault. Street harassment is about intimidation and whatnot. It says comments, requests, and demands, commenting on physical appearance, such as someone's body or clothing they're wearing. So that's like exactly
if we define sexual harassment like that, then yeah, I would obviously that would be sexual harassment. I would,
but don't you see that you're so he was harassing somebody
right
on the basis of their well, no, excuse me, he was harassing somebody in a sexual manner.
Yeah, okay, I'll grant you that point. I mean, I guess you can, if we define it like that. The way I've always looked at sexual harassment is more of like when you're like maybe you're a college professor and you get the girl in the office and you're like making her really uncomfortable, or like you're whipping your dick out, right? When there's like a strong sexual implication versus this I just saw as like some really weird, awkward trolling. But
do you think like catcalling would be considered sexual harassment?
Again, depends on what definition we go off. If we go by your definition, then yeah, for sure. The way I've kind of had it in my head, probably not. No.
Yes, yeah.
I'm not advocating for it.
I don't think you have the right
we should
definition of sexual harassment, though, and I'm not saying that as a dig or anything at all. But like, sexual harassment includes comments made on the basis of sexual comments made towards somebody that are unwarranted.
Yeah. Okay.
So like exposing yourself is like that might even get into the territory of like you're now blurring the line in that aspect between assault and harassment, because although there was no actual physicality there, you are still exposing yourself to somebody, where harassment is usually more like comments, remarks. And I see what you mean, because it does, when you think of sexual harassment, you do think of people at work in the office specifically. But I mean, if my wife was walking down the street and a bunch of dudes started whistling and commenting about how hot she was or something, like, yes, that would be sexual harassment, and I would be pissed off about it.
Yeah, okay. I'm not going to necessarily disagree with that. I kind of imagine it quite differently in my mind, but yeah, we can call it sexual harassment. It's harassment and sexual nature. Sure, why not? Yeah. Okay. So we're getting into issues in the manosphere things. Okay. So we got the incel thing. Let's see. What's the next one? What are your thoughts on hypergamy?
That's I've heard that term before. Isn't that all the women are going after a specific type of guy or something like that?
Not exactly. It just basically means that women, and I believe hypergamy extends to men as well, but I'm alone in this when it comes to the manosphere, that women have a tendency to want to date up, right? Basically, so they want to trade up. They want the best option for them, and that could be based on their own parameters. Some girls value looks, some girls value money, some girls value personality, humor, whatever, right? But they have a tendency to want to trade up. I believe that extends to men as well, but yeah.
Like, wait, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to come across as dense or obtuse
No,
here.
you're good.
What do you mean, like, trade up? Do you mean like they want to get with one guy then get with the next guy?
Meaning, like, they don't always act on it, right? It doesn't necessarily act it, but like a girl might want, like, for example, she's with you. Okay, like the classic example of this is a girl's with a guy, he makes like 50,000 a year, and then she meets a guy who makes 250,000 a year, and she trades up to him. Or at the very least,
well, what I would say is that I think that could be a problem, but I also think that assuming that applies to a more broader issue among society is pretty wrong and almost harmful, because at that point you're almost assuming that women are only in it for the money or for the looks. Like, I don't believe that women are that shallow. I think that some of them can be, just like some men can be really fucking shallow. However, that doesn't apply to all men, and I don't think it would apply to all women. I think, again, that this would be like if there's an individual person who has a woman with him and then she leaves him for a guy who's making more money, like, we'd probably all think that woman was fucking stupid or gross or kind of manipulated him in a way. But I think that sort of this thought that all women are like this, and again, not all women, of course, but like this generally applies to women. This actually kind of falls back to some of the aspects of toxic masculinity, because it's not just men repressing their emotions, but it's also this thought that women are more conniving. And this is why it's been demonstrated. I'd be happy to send you the study if you want. But men who subscribe to more traditional masculine roles, like they shouldn't cry, they need to be an authority all the time, women are more conniving, are more likely to enact violence against women and tolerate violence against women. So I think that concept could maybe apply in an individual thing, but I don't think you can broadly apply that.
Let me kind of clarify that, because I think you might be misunderstanding. So it's not actually in any way related to money. It depends on what that woman values. So if the girl values humor above all else, her idea of hypergamy will be going for a guy that's funnier, right? It doesn't need to be money. It's just whatever she values as the most important desirable traits. Now, the belief is that all women, and again, I keep saying this, all men are hypergamous. The question is to what extent and whether they act on it. So I have no doubt in my mind that my girlfriend, probably sees guys who are better looking than me, and she maybe has like a 5-second idea where she toys with the idea of what it would be like, right? But she doesn't act on it, right? That's what matters. So there's different levels of hypergamy, right? But I do think we all want, like, we always want the next best thing, right? This idea of keeping up with the Joneses. We all want that. Women are not an exception to this. Men are not an exception to this, right? The question is to what extent and whether we act on it or not.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that we do have a tendency to want the next best thing. That's true. But I think that if you're with a partner who you truly love and want to be with, then I think that you would most likely see that person as the best thing. Like, I know for me, have I ever seen other women who I think are like hella hot? Yeah, sure. But just if I see somebody and think they're hot, like, I love my wife, I want to be with my wife, I don't want to just trade her out for the next best thing.
Right.
And I don't think she wants to do that with me either. So, I mean, everybody looks at other people and finds them attractive here and there. That's inevitable. But I don't think that, again, that this applies to everybody in the sense that they're just trying to trade out their partner for the next best thing.
No, so that's not what it means. It doesn't mean, I think we're actually in agreement. It doesn't mean they're trying to trade up their partner. Most people are not. It just means that there's a natural urge. And that urge could vary in intensity from like barely noticeable in the background to very, very present. But then the second factor is whether you act on that urge or not, right? So I tell you, like, I sometimes see girls and I'm like, fuck, I wonder what it would be like dating that girl. But I don't act on that urge. And it's not like a really strong urge. I don't spend all day thinking about it, maybe just like 5, 10 seconds, right? So, but yeah, I don't think we're really necessarily in disagreement on this. I have a more nuanced way of explaining hypergamy. The way the Manosphere would explain it is that it applies only to women, which I don't believe. I think it applies to both men and women. But yeah, I don't think we're disagreeing. Okay, here's another common idea in the Manosphere is that like the Hollywood idea or Disney idea of like dating is like pure delusion, and that dating doesn't actually work that way. Meaning, like, I'll give you an example. Like in pretty much every movie, basically what happens is the guy likes the girl doesn't like him, and he sets on a quest to like win her over, and he like does this and this and that, and then eventually he wins her over, and they're happily ever after, right? And basically, the master and pickup community rejects that as like pure fairy tale.
So what do they think the reality is then?
The reality is nothing like that. The reality is that if a girl doesn't like you and you keep pursuing her, you're probably going to catch a charge, right? Or she's probably going to call the police. It doesn't work out that way that you just slowly win her over. I mean, there are exceptions of that happening, but most of the time, the way you are actually successful in dating marketplace is by going out, meeting, talking to a lot of women, having a lot of abundance, and picking the one ultimately that works best for you.
I mean, maybe. I don't know. Again, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you, but I do disagree when you bring up like the sexual marketplace. I definitely have a really big problem with that.
Okay, let's talk about it. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, because a marketplace by definition is where you pay money to get something in return. When it comes to a sexual environment or a dating environment, it's much more comparable to like bartering, because not only do you need to find a woman that you need to find a woman that you like who also likes you. So you need to possess the qualities that she desires while she possesses the qualities that you desire, which makes it much more complicated and difficult to find a partner or find a match. And so I think that just describing it as like a sexual marketplace is entirely inaccurate.
Well, there is. I'll explain my position. There is, whether we like it or not, there is a sexual marketplace that we all deal in, and you have your sexual market value. And your sexual market value varies based on the girl you talk to, right? But generally speaking, we have a sexual market value. Generally speaking, a 6'2", like famous musician who's good looking and jacked has a significantly better chance of attracting a mate and a quality of mate, at least when it comes to look, than someone who's like 5'3" and bald and live with their parents, right? So we all are part of the sexual marketplace, and you can't change the marketplace. All you can do is improve your standing in the marketplace.
Well, sure. I mean, yeah, there's going to be some qualities that are probably going to be more attractive to some women than others, and it's true also that there are some men who probably have more of those qualities. Sure, but I guess if you want to say that like bartering is still a marketplace, then maybe you could describe it that way. At the end of the day, though, I do feel like that's a little bit of a shallow way of looking at this, because, like, again, if you're 6'3" and women find you attractive, but then you're an asshole, like you've kind of balanced out the playing field a little bit there, no?
Depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking just to get laid, then no, I don't think you can. There's plenty of good-looking assholes who get laid more than they can. When it comes to having a long-term relationship, sure, I can see how like you being an asshole can turn the girl off at some point where she's like, okay, I've
Are
had
you
enough.
talking about like getting laid, or are you talking about like a relationship?
It can be anything and everything. Depends on what you're looking for. Some guys just want to get laid. A lot of guys just want to get laid. Some guys want a relationship. Some guys want marriage. But being like attractive definitely significantly helps you get your foot in the door for sure. But if you're like a massive piece of shit, then yeah, that will probably turn the girl off eventually.
Okay. Yeah, I just again, like on average, it's true that I think it's fair to say that women are generally more attracted to taller guys. Sure, but again, like I don't think that would apply across the board either. I think there are girls out there who probably would find shorter dudes attractive, or just average height guys attractive, because it might not be about height for that girl. Maybe it's about, I want to know if that person is really smart, or if that person shares the same hobbies and interests as me. That's why I say that like it's not as cut and dry as just, oh, this person's attractive, I want to fuck him.
There's exceptions to every rule. Every rule I can give you, there will be exceptions. Generally speaking, women prefer taller guys, but yes, sure. Are there some women that prefer shorter guys? I'm sure there are. Generally, women prefer a guy with muscles. Are there some girls who prefer a guy who's like ultra skinny? Sure, there are, right? So for every rule, there's exceptions, but exceptions don't necessarily make the rule. I mean,
do they on average? Maybe I should just look it up.
Yeah, I've debated this with someone. Yeah, of course, women prefer guys who are taller. There's like no denying that. I mean, that's just a reality of the matter.
Yeah, you're right.
And guys who are, and I will say this. I think I'm not. I don't want to straw man you, but I'm just going to say, like, I think the left generally tends to idealize the dating scene, and they're like, oh well, just be yourself and you'll find someone who likes you. But the problem is a lot of guys don't find someone that likes them just by being themselves, because their versions of themselves is not naturally attractive to women, right? That's the problem. Well, guys who are like, who are kind of shy, introverted, not that good looking, get wrecked in the dating marketplace. They just get destroyed.
Yeah, and I agree, and I too agree that the whole like, oh, just be yourself is so fucking cringe. What it is that I think that it's a balance. Like, okay, you are who you are. You have a personality. You can change that though. So change for the better. But I think that the problem becomes, again, and I'm not saying you said this at all, but I think that the problem becomes when it's like put on a facade.
Yeah.
For a
Yeah,
woman.
no, for sure. Yeah. I'm not advocating for that. I don't think most people on my side are. You can't, like, so for example, if you're like a super timid guy, right, and you show up on a date and you try to act like me, just be super assertive, the girl's going to see right through that. It's going to be like actually ultra cringe. And you probably would have been better off just acting like your timid self than putting on this massive charade, because girls have very good social intuition. They can pick up on that. So the solution isn't to like just become a character. The solution is just to slowly, progressively change yourself for the better, right? So you practice maybe being 5 or 10% more timid, and you kind of stretch your comfort zone and kind of push your personality in a direction. You can mold your personality generally in a direction to a large extent, right? So I was a completely different person when I was like an 18-year-old virgin than I am now, at least when it comes to like my ability to interact with women. So yeah, I do think I agree with you. The just be yourself thing is cringe. Just be yourself is great advice if you're a naturally attractive guy. It's horrible advice if you're not, though.
Right. Well, I've always said generally, and not even for the sake of dating, just like, yeah, you should work to improve yourself and make yourself better. That's been one of my little mottos for the longest time. Even when I was fucking right winger, I would say that if you really love yourself and care about yourself, you're going to try and improve yourself. And I think that that's good advice, but I think that, again, you should be interested ultimately in improving yourself for yourself. I think that if your sole motivation for trying to improve your personality or make yourself more socially comfortable is women or wanting to get laid or something, I think that that kind of a motivation might lead to negative outcomes, or maybe not as positive outcomes, I should say.
I think ideally, you're right. It is a more pure motivation to want to do something for yourself. But I think that sometimes an external kick in the ass can be very good. Like, for example, for me, I got into like weightlifting and going to the gym because I just wanted to be more attracted to women. Well, I started doing it and I started really enjoying like weightlifting now. So like now that I have a girlfriend, right? Although I'm still technically in the marketplace, but let's say like I was in a monogamous relationship, I would still go to the gym because I enjoy going to the gym for the other reasons, right? So I think it's okay to have that external like reason to do something, which is like, you want to get laid more, as long as it's something that's beneficial to you. And I think most of the time you just wind up liking it. Like a lot of guys get into reading meditation, right? Because they're like, oh, I want to be more grounded when I'm around women. And then they just start enjoying meditation and just keep meditating after they get a girlfriend. So So I do think that's okay. Like if your motivation isn't pure, as long as it's a good activity that's like basically taking you in the right direction. I guess I can see it how it could be problematic if all you care about is just getting laid, and that doesn't change as you get into the activity, and then you get laid and then you're still not happy. So yeah, that could be problematic. But
yeah,
I think those are more fringe cases.
I did find something here about the height thing. So there's two things. Is scientific studies suggest that while women might say they have a preference for taller male partners, actual height differences in heterosexual couples aren't as wide as stated height preferences. So that might be a little bit of a positive thing for the short kings out there. And the other thing is, I feel like you could just as easily flip this around, right? Like men on average prefer shorter women.
Yes, I would generally agree with you, but I would say this, that the sexual marketplace is so skewed in the favor of women. at least when it comes to like the initial steps. Like, I'll give you an example. We've actually done some experiments on this. We created a Tinder profile as a male model. He got 140 matches in 24 hours, right? Okay, pretty decent. Then we created a Tinder profile as a really, really obese girl. Like, we're talking a girl who weighs 300 pounds. Can you guess how many matches she got in 24 hours?
How many?
600.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's a fair way of assessing data. I mean, it's Tinder. People are going to swipe left or swipe right. That doesn't necessarily mean that, oh, that girl is ultimately going to have more men, or, you know, this guy is going to ultimately get more women. I think that that might not be the best method of assessing that data, especially because, at least when it comes to women getting more matches, it's because you can look at studies as to how men tend to use these dating apps, and they tend to just swipe right on like every girl. And then if they match, they'll go through and unmatch and do it later. But they've actually done a study on this where they tracked that, and they found that men just on average just swipe on pretty much every female.
Yeah, men are more desperate, but there's actually more to this experiment. We actually interacted, probably one of the creepier things I've ever done. But we actually interacted with some of these guys, and within like a day, we had at least 5 or 6 guys that were like totally down to come over to this girl's house. Now, one interesting thing that we observed is, as a straight guy, if you're talking to girls and you're like trying to set up dates, typically, it's like, oh, I'll be free next week. I'll be free on Tuesday. It's not often that you get a situation where the girl's like, yeah, I'll come over tonight or I'll come over tomorrow. That's doesn't happen that often, right? Most of the time it's like, yeah, I'll see if I can meet up next weekend. With the guys, every single time it was like, yeah, I'm free tonight. I'm free tomorrow, whatever you want, right? So there's definitely, now I will grant you the fact that typically women aren't trying to fuck as many guys as possible. Typically women are looking for like a relationship or something like that. But in order to get into a relationship, you do still need to be able to meet up with a person. And for example, if you're solely relying on dating apps, which a lot of guys are nowadays, and you can't even get a match, that significantly limits your chances of even getting a relationship because you're not meeting with a girl. So I think that,
But don't you think that a lot of this could be, don't you think a lot of this could be attributed to the fact that men just don't have as strict a criteria as women? I mean, I looked up the Tinder thing here just for,
that's definitely part of it for sure. Yeah.
and it says Tinder may be causing what researchers call a feedback loop, in which men use less strict criteria for finding a mate by serially swiping, and women use more discerning criteria in response to the deluge of matches.
Yeah, the thing is like, think about it like this, right? The less, okay, like I'll give you an analogy, right? I do coaching, right? And I have like, at this point, I'm pretty successful. I have a lot of people messaging me for coaching, so I can be very picky and just not take the clients that seem like they're going to be a pain in the ass. And I do that, right? If a client seems like he's going to be a pain in the ass, I just don't work with him, right? Because I have that luxury, because I have so many people who want to hit me up. But if I was just fresh to starting coaching and I needed money, I wouldn't have that luxury. It's the same exact thing with this. If you have a whole bunch of people of the opposite sex who are interested in you, you can be very picky. And why wouldn't you be picky? But if you have very, very few options, you really don't have the luxury of being very picky. This is why you see stuff like your standards can drastically change based on your location. Not drastically, but can definitely change based on your location. Like, I can tell you, when I went to Colombia, for example, again, this is sort of anecdotal, but I think it applies. Like typically, okay, I live in Miami, right? So if a girl's like a 7 or higher physically, I'll definitely meet up with her and hook up with her, right? In Colombia, I was getting so many matches that I was literally rejecting girls who were like 7s and 8s, because there's just more than enough 9s and 10s who want to hang out with me, right? My standards went up because the marketplace was so much more skewed in my favor, right? So it's the same thing with women. Like, they can be very picky because pretty much every guy's trying to meet up with them anyway. So why would they not pick the best option?
I mean, I see your point. I'm just not sure if the Tinder thing, I guess, is the best method of going about assessing this. I mean, even based on what I'm reading here, it sounds like Tinder is far more indicative of our cognitive shortcuts rather than it is thinking through like a nuanced relationship. What do I want in a partner kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, you're right for the most part that yes, women tend to have more men interested in them than men have women interested in than men have women interested in him. Sure.
Yeah. Another experiment we did, and yeah, I agree with you. There's like no perfect data, right? But another thing we did was like, we went to a bar with my girlfriend and we had a hidden camera and we like put a mic on her, right? And we wanted to see like how many guys would approach her. Dude, it was nonstop. Like every 30 seconds a new guy would come up, right? And I consider myself fairly decent looking. I promise you, at the same bar, no one's going up and trying to talk to me besides a bunch of dudes who saw my YouTube channel. They're like, it's not hot chicks going up talking to me. That rarely ever happens. So like, I think in terms of getting your foot in the door and the initial date, it is significantly easier for women. I do think, though, it can be very tricky for a lot of women when it comes to screening the right guy, getting into a relationship. I'm not saying that dating is easy for women or that it's even easier. I think men and women have different challenges when it comes to dating.
Yeah, I would
But,
agree with that.
but we can't deny the fact that, at least when it comes to like the ability to just get dates, women have a huge edge, at least in the US.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, part of that though is also the socialization here as well, right? Like, I mean, on average, you're right. It's kind of seen as weird for the woman to approach you and be like, "Hey, you're hot. Can I buy you a drink?" Like, that doesn't really happen, but it is more socially acceptable for men to kind of make the first move. And I'm not even saying that's necessarily a bad thing. I'm just saying it similar to what you said earlier. It kind of is what it is, right?
I would say that's a part of it, but I would think it's a small part. It's just like, if you have people who are going up to you like nonstop, why would you even need to approach someone? You can just like kind of like chill out, right?
Yeah, but
Um,
you're assuming that everybody who approaches that girl, like you're equating like random dudes to like hot chicks approaching you. I mean, this woman might be getting more guys approaching her, but she's getting a bunch of the ugly loser dudes who are super fat and
okay.
who are just kind of shooting their shot, right? Like
I
she
want to
might have more options, but it's quantity over quality.
I want to comment on what you said, Hunter, because that's actually a common thing I hear, and I think that's a massive misconception. Is that
Mm.
like it's just all these like ugly losers who are approaching her? It's like not really guys she wants to date. It's a mixed bag. Like when we did the Tinder experiment, some of these guys were like fucking perfect chats, and some of the guys that approached my girlfriend were like, we had the whole thing on video, we have the audio. Like they were cool, normal, good looking guys. Like they're not these deficient creatures. So it's not just that she's getting approached by a bunch of losers. She's getting
Well,
approached by
and
everyone, and some of them are losers, but some of them are great guys, and some of them are somewhere in the middle.
yeah, but I agree with that too. Sure, it's not going to always just be ugly dudes, but what it is that you have more of a quantity over quality. Like, especially when we're talking about Tinder here. I mean, men on average send out way more messages. They're less committed to the matches that they get. They usually don't try as hard when it comes to sending out messages. So, I mean, it's not really that unusual to assume that women might get a lot of guys interested in her, but they might have, they might not, it might be quantity over quality.
Yeah, well, when you have quantity, you're going to have probably more quality by default, right? Because let's say like 10% of the guys that talk to you are a great option, but if you're getting like 100 guys talking to you, then that's at least 10 good options. Another piece of data that I have, which again is like really anecdotal, but was that I was having a conversation with my girlfriend once, and we're talking about how long, like how many like shitty dates we had to go through to meet the other. And she was telling me, she's like, Alex, like it's not as easy as you think. I had to go through like a bunch of losers to meet you. I was like, how many? And she thought about it. She's like, well, two. I was like, okay, babe, I had to go through 100 fucking bitchy stuck up chicks to get to one of you. So like the volume is not the same. And she's like, I could never go through 100 guys. Like I would just get so frustrated. I'm like, yeah, it's fucking frustrating. So the scope and the volume is like totally different. But I don't think
I
we're
mean, as
necessarily.
far as your own personal experience, yeah, that can totally be true. Again, though, I do have a bit of an issue with gauging from an anecdote to a more broad description. But I feel like at the end of the day, we somewhat agree here.
I think we agree, actually. Yeah. By the way, this is not just based on like personal anecdotes. It's also based on like all the coaching clients I have. So I think I do have a pretty good data set. I've never done like a double-blind placebo-controlled study on this. I don't
Oh
even know
my
how that would
god!
be
Then
done.
shut the fuck up. All your data's bunk, dude.
I,
Just
I,
kidding.
I don't even know how that would be done. Maybe if I become multimillionaire, I can afford to look into a study. But yeah, okay. I think we largely agree on this anyway. Let's move on to the next one. Is there anything that off top of your mind that you're thinking that you could, I don't know, kind of bugs you about the manosphere or the pickup community?
I mean, usually a lot of it just comes down to the view that it seems these people have of women and just sex in general, and they seem to treat women far more as a commodity, especially when it comes to the pickup culture. It's like extremely shallow, in my opinion. It's like they're just going up to a girl they find hot so that they can get laid real quick. Now, maybe if that's all they want, fine. But in a way, I think that it's also objectifying. And I just think that it doesn't lead to any kind of healthy long-term relationship. But again, that might not be what the pickup artist types are searching for. So maybe that doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of that in the pickup community, sure. I think both men and women tend to objectify the opposite gender, so it's certainly not limited to just men and not limited to the pickup community.
But I
It's
think that,
it's
but
all
sorry
over.
to cut you off there, but I do think that men, on average, you would have to agree, are far more motivated by looks. Like it's known that like males are far more visual than females, for example.
I think yes, but probably not to the extent that you're thinking. I think there's a misconception where like this cliche assumption that men are just focused on looks and women just care about personality. I think on average, looks play a bigger factor for men than they do for women. Sure,
Mhm.
women consider personality more, but they still definitely heavily consider looks. Like women are still very visual. So
Well, I agree
yeah,
with that too. I just think that it's like, again, I don't have statistics off the top of my head here, but I'm pretty sure that men usually want to go for a more attractive woman where they don't care as much where she works or how much money she has, but those are all things taken into account by the woman. And sometimes if the other elements outweigh that fact that maybe the dude's kind of ugly, she seems to be on average more okay with that than men. But again, would have to pull up some stats here to
yeah, the black pill community believes that the only thing that matters is looks for either gender. I disagree with that. I would say that I would put it like this. Here's like a nuanced way of explaining it.
Mhm.
That we want what we find attractive. For men, a woman's attractiveness is largely determined by her looks, right? That's it. Like maybe there's a few other small factors, but it's largely determined by her looks. For women, a man's attractiveness is determined by his looks, but it's also determined by his status, by his social skills, by his humor, by his personality, by his game, right? So there's a lot more to his attractiveness than just his looks. And that's why you see that.
Hmm. Um yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think that it's probably just going to differ in certain circumstances, but I don't know if there's really that much more we like hardcore disagree with here. It's funny because right off the bat, you were like, yeah, I do think that a part of toxic masculinity is that men shouldn't be emotional. And I'm like, wait, I thought that's what we were going to fucking be debating on. Cause that's what I think too. And you'd be surprised how many guys I've had come on here and say that, it's feminine or girly or weak or whatever the shit, for men
Well,
to show emotion.
let me clarify my position. I'm not necessarily saying that men should be more emotional. I'm saying that I think this idea that men should not show their emotions is not good for a man's mental well-being,
Mhm.
and that would be nice if that changes.
Yeah, I know.
One,
To be fair, I'm not saying that either. I'm not saying that
okay.
men should just start fucking crying all over the place. What it is though is that like I know men and women experience similar rates of emotion, and of course they express those very differently. But I agree with you there for sure. Like you shouldn't be breaking down and crying. I'm not saying, hey man, why have you tried crying more? It's more of the expectation, right, placed on masculinity. That's like, hey, you're a man and it's girly to cry. Stop being a girl, shut the fuck up, kind of thing. Um, that's why usually I take issue with the prescription and the expectation far more than I do about like who's crying more, because I would be willing to bet that on average men are not going to cry as much as women, but
No, definitely not.
like even so, it's more the expectation that's placed on men that's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, like I take so there's a lot of people in the manosphere that say like you should never like show your emotions around your girlfriend, right? Don't should because otherwise like she's gonna lose attraction for you. I don't really prescribe to that. I think if you're overly emotional and she thinks you're not grounded and you're
Mhm.
not like a rock, then yes, that will make her lose attraction. But I think there's like a balance if you show your emotions to your like I've shown my emotions to my girlfriend. Doesn't mean I cry in front of her. There's more than one way to show your emotions, but I've
Right.
opened up to my girl and I've been vulnerable, and that's only ever brought us closer together, not further
Mhm.
apart. So I think there's like a reasonable middle ground here that gets ignored. Yeah, of course, men should not be crybabies. Like that is probably going to make your girlfriend lose attraction, but you don't have to be like completely shut off from your emotions for the
Right.
sake of keeping her attracted. Like that's also like
And that's kind of what I say all the time is that like you should be expressing your emotions, one, via healthy avenues, and two, in a healthy way. Like it's not healthy to bottle up your emotions. But I mean, I think that that would probably go for men and women, of course. Of course, the difference being that right now there seems to be far more of this pressure placed on men and masculinity to be authoritative and tough
I
and
think that's starting
stoic
to
all the time.
change, though. I've seen that kind of change in the last 5 years.
It's definitely changing towards a positive direction for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I think I know one we might disagree on. Where do you stand on the gender pay gap?
Oh, yeah. I'm not. Don't worry. I'm not your typical lefty on that one. Usually, what I say is that. Let me think. Well, I know for a fact that a lot of the reason that pay gap persists. First of all, it's not nearly as wide as people say it is.
Mm.
Second of all, I don't know what the exact number is, but I know it's somewhere pretty slim, 4, maybe 6%
It's
differences.
1 to 2% when you adjust for all the factors.
Oh, really? Is it only 1 to 2%?
Yeah. I've debated this a lot. I've done a lot of research on it. It's very.
Okay, cool.
The question is like, is it statistically relevant or not? It's like 1-2%. Yeah, it depends on the study.
Right. Usually, what I say is that if there's discrepancies there, you can't just I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought there. If a lot of the times, like, feminists will bring up these numbers and then try to say, look how oppressed they are, blah, blah, blah. Oh my God, they're making less than men. The thing is that whether there is a gap or not, or whether that gap is like 5% or 2%, like you said, I think that the question really needs to come down to, one, we already know why women tend to, on average, make slightly less than men, and it's because of the choices they make, of course.
Right. Yeah.
But the other thing that I think we don't go into is, well, why are women making these choices? And that's usually what I focus on. Like, and maybe this has changed, but I know I'm aware of the fact that women on average are less likely to ask for a raise. And I think that has something to do with how women are socialized, whereas men are socialized to be more dominant, authoritative, in control. And so, yes, women make different choices than men. And sometimes women make choices that don't benefit their career the same way that men make those choices. But I do think that having a bit of a conversation about why people make these choices is also relevant.
Yeah, I would agree with that. What is kind of your take? Like, okay, that is a fact. You're right that women tend to not ask for raises as much. How much of that do you think is social? How much of that do you think is biological?
Um, I would say a good deal of that is social, especially when you, and I know this is a little bit outside of the just asking for a raise thing, but even when you talk about like women in STEM, for example, I would say that that's heavily, heavily social. Yes, there might be like some biological thing you can point at that, like, women are a little bit more agreeable or something. I don't know, but at the end of the day, yeah, women don't need to be socialized to be that way. And I think that if they weren't, we would definitely see more similar rates in who's asking for a raise and how they're pursuing careers.
Yeah, this might be one thing we disagree on. I think there's both. Obviously, there is a social component to it. I will not deny that, but I would
Mhm.
say it's mostly biological. And again, like that's because women tend to, not want confrontation, right? And asking your boss for a raise is a potentially very awkward conversation to have. Men tend to be way more prone to confrontations, right? So I think there's biological reasons that
What are the
determine.
biological reasons? Are like testosterone?
Yeah, men have a lot more testosterone. Men have a much higher risk tolerance, typically speaking. Yeah, stuff like that.
I mean, I don't think.
People tend to like simplify everything always down to just like testosterone, but it's a whole cascade of hormones and neurochemicals that all interact with each other that determines your personality and how you act. It's not just like testosterone, right? If you give like a woman testosterone, that doesn't necessarily going to make her as assertive as a man. There's more to it than that. But yeah.
Here's the couple things is one, actually, I just looked this up and I think that this information has now changed because it acknowledges that it was once believed that women were less likely to ask for a raise, but this one is now saying, according to 2018, women ask for raises as often as men, but are less likely to get them. So that might be a different
Can you
conversation.
pull that up, please, so I can take a look at that?
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat. I was just looking this up here too. So if it's, a shitty study or whatever, then I'm innocent. Okay. But like there's a couple things here is that one, I don't know, like you said, you can't chalk it all up to testosterone. And if this latest thing is correct, that women actually do ask for raises as often as men, I feel like that kind of contradicts the biological argument. The second thing is, even if there is a biological component, we can't really change biology that much. Like that's kind of hard to do, right? And so at the end of the day, we either need to work with what we have, kind of like what you said, and recognize that, hey, we're not going to be able to like undo women's biology, but we don't need to socialize women strictly on the basis of biology. So even if you were able to point to me, hey, here is a fucking gene that causes women to be less confrontational, then I would say that's fine. But I don't think we should be socializing women according to their genes necessarily, because that's outside of our control. At the end of the day, we want society to work as equally as possibly for everybody. And so I think that even kind of trying to base this on genes might, whether or not it's true, might even just be kind of useless.
Yeah, this study leaves like some things to be desired. We examined 4,600 randomly selected employees across 800 workplaces. The like the amount of people in each workplace will so like it's not just your gender that will determine whether you get a raise. It's also the kind of job you work, right? Like a big
Oh,
company.
well, I'm not even making an argument for why they're not getting the raise. I'm just saying that if this study is correct and contradicts the previous studies, then it kind of would contradict the claim that maybe it's a genetic reason that women are not asking for raises at same rates. I mean, I feel like I feel like they've also done studies here where they have taken younger girls and they found that something as simple as science textbooks featuring photos of male scientists discourage women from pursuing those fields. And they found that the opposite was true. When women were shown on those science books, they were more confident in doing so. So again, even if there was some level of a genetic thing here, one, we don't really know if there is. Two, we don't know which gene would be responsible for this. And three, we have really good evidence that social interaction and social elements and social influence play a huge fucking role. So I feel like we should just focus on that.
We can focus on it, but I would say that, yeah, like what I find is the left tends to like completely ignore the biological aspect. And I would, to be fair, I would say that my side or whatever, quote unquote, my side tends to ignore the social aspect. I think the truth is somewhere in the middle. But yeah, I think that there could be multiple factors at play. But in terms of like whether women being more agreeable, it will probably it will definitely hurt her when it comes to her career being like ultra agreeable, but it might help her when it comes to relationships. So that's a decision she has to make. I guess she could be like my girlfriend, be both. Like my girlfriend's like super agreeable when it comes to like our relationship. She's like super pleasant, but she's super like ruthless and tough when it comes to her career. So that might be the solution for women is to do something like that. Basically, like like have you? I don't know if you ever heard this. Like I have two different personalities, one at work and one at home, right? That's kind of like that describes a lot of women. Like my mom's in that category too. Mom's like the nicest human being ever, like the most pleasant, nice, friendly lady. But the stories I hear from her at work is that she's a fucking bitch. Right? I'm like, no way, my mom is a bitch. She's like the fucking nicest person ever. But yeah, it's like two almost split personalities. So
I mean, I'm looking here because I was curious as well. It sounds like there was a study done by Harvard here, which found that women were not actually any less assertive than men when it came to jobs, when it came to the workforce. I also looked up a different one, and I was reading that it says women are warmer but no less assertive than men. But this assessed gender and language on social media, so that might not be the best way in which to use that sample. Um, but yeah, like I think that again, like I do think that on average, women are not as assertive as men. But I guess we're both kind of talking about what is the reason behind that.
I mean, we both agree it's a combination of social and biological. We probably just disagree on what percentage each is responsible. And I don't know if there's any way we're going to get to the bottom of that either.
Well, but don't you feel like if there's no way to get to the bottom of like how much of this is genetic, we should just work with the social elements then? Because that's what we can change.
Yeah, I have no problem with like if I had a daughter and she wanted to like pursue the corporate world, I would certainly tell her, yeah, be assertive, like stand up for what's yours. So yeah, like sure. I mean, I think that's kind of done on a parenting level, like as a parent, yeah, like if you have a daughter, you probably should encourage her to be more assertive when it comes to her career. Sure.
Hmm. Well, I looked something else up too in regards to whether or not it could be a natural explanation or like a genetic one. The fact that most naturalist arguments are used to justify existing inequalities is not sufficient to discard them altogether. Some of the social differences between the sexes could very well derive from natural causes. So that might be where we could agree. That being said, this debate between nature and nurture is unlikely to be settled. Not only is the current scientific knowledge on the topic controversial, but some elements might prevent scientists, blah, blah, blah. I don't know if there's much actually here. I mean,
That's not saying anything I disagree with. Sure, yeah, there's a
and
social,
I'm like,
there's a
admittedly,
social-
I'm literally like skimming stuff and trying to see like if this is backed up at all. It's not like I'm coming here prepared with this shit. So
You're good. Okay, let's see what other topics we got when it comes. I want to find something juicy that we disagree on. Let's see. What are some other things in the manosphere? Okay. Wait,
I don't know. It seems that your chat is more spicy towards me. Maybe they want to join next.
Yeah, guys. Okay, that's actually a good idea. Yo, guys. If you're cool with it, I can drop the link and I can have some people in my chat jump on. Would you be cool with that?
Sure, as long as they're going to be like aggressive and you know that can bring some juiciness here.
I just can't. Dude, I have like juicy debates all the time, but I can't force myself to like take an issue I don't believe in. Like if I agree with you, I'm just gonna say I agree with you. I can't be like, well,
I'm the same
you,
exact
you're
way.
wrong. Yeah. So
I'm exactly
kind of
the same way.
disappoints my audience sometimes. Like, dude, like why didn't you go harder on him? Like, sorry, we just like agree. Like, I don't know, I can't.
Facts are the
my
facts,
debate,
man. If we agree, we agree. Like I'm not gonna
my
pretend to be
debates
mad.
with Destiny and Vosh were like super boring because it's like there's so much hype about my debates with them. Everyone was like, oh, dude, this could be juicy, and we just wound up like basically agreeing on everything and talking about like small nuances. And I was like, shit. I wind up mostly disagreeing with like hardcore SJW leftists who hate the pickup community, or like sugar babies. Like those, I wind up having some juicy like fucking debates with. But you seem like a fairly reasonable human being.
Hopefully, maybe I can convince you to on some more of the lefty ideas because not all the lefties are fucking unhinged, insane, terminally
No, I get
unalive
that.
losers.
Yeah. No, I mean, like I said, I used to be like a pretty classic liberal. Yeah, no, I get that. There's like, yeah, Destiny's like super reasonable for sure. I met plenty, like my family, like my mom, her boyfriend is Democrat, but like they're very reasonable. Yeah, it's just the problem with social media is like the most extreme people go to the top. So you hear from like this small minority who's crazy. But yeah, let me open up the panel and then we'll see if we get some juiciness in here. All right, guys. So just the one rule is just be respectful.
And don't violate TOS.
Oh yeah, don't show your dick.
No dick pics, no slurs. Sorry, guys. Okay, I know, but
you know what's interesting? I don't know if you guys thought I was just like being purposely vague in the beginning of our podcast. I legitimately did not know that tranny is like a slur for trans people. I thought that was like an accepted term that like people use. I had no idea, so I wasn't like trying to be a dick or something when I asked that in the beginning.
It's fine. When you said that, I was like, "Oh wait, doesn't everybody know that's?"
No, dude, I had no idea.
Yeah,
no, I thought that was just like, just like a term. Like I didn't.
I mean, literally almost had to jump up and like go, drink a couple sips of my soy in my safe space. So it's pretty triggering, man.
Yeah, okay. I'll definitely keep that in mind. I mean, my goal is never to like offend people or something like that, or like just to be a dick. Like, I think you can have respectful discussions with people who think like radically different than you. So yeah. Okay, guys, I posted the link. So jump on. Yeah, let's keep it respectful and only come on if you have like a legitimate disagreement. If you want to just like ask Hunter questions, like let's save that for another time. And yeah, no showing your dick.
Yeah, somebody said in your chat that he got pegged before the show. GGS, how did you know that? I'm just kidding. Let me I'm gonna mute for just a second and read some donations on my end, and then hopefully someone will jump in here.
Sure, go for it. All right, guys. We have any challengers? Tum. I'm posting the link again. That's not really fair about no dick pics. Yeah, sorry, no dick pics, guys. We're gonna do no dick pics today. We'll do the dick pics tomorrow. Okay, we're gonna save the dick pics for tomorrow. Actually, I'm not. I mean, he has a variety of positions. I mean, a lot of we've agreed. Do you want to come on, Ashley? But I think he did acknowledge that it is somewhat skewed. Yeah, I feel like he did kind of say that. But yeah,
Yeah, just to I saw that chat thing pop up there. Of course, yeah, it's skewed towards women. Women tend to have
okay.
far more control over the dating scene. Yeah, I don't know if I ever gave the impression that I was denying that. Sorry, because I agree that women have more control over the dating scene at least.
Okay, yeah. So then we're in agreement when it comes to that. Uh, what could be? I mean, he can be challenged on any position. Like I'm sure he's open talking about whatever. So it can be anything. What is Hunter thoughts on white privilege?
What are my thoughts on white privilege? I mean, I used to say that, like, yeah, white privilege is a thing, but I actually was on a panel not too long ago that made me reassess how I'm gonna go about, like, talking about this thing. Um, which is that it's not so much that, like, there's a white privilege, but rather I think that there's a little bit of a lack of or disadvantage among certain minority groups. So I think that when people say, like, "Oh, there's white privilege," it makes it sound like white people are in this unfair higher position in society and need to be brought down, when the reality is white people are oftentimes treated normally, or if they are discriminated against, it's usually not on the basis of race. It can still happen, though, don't get me wrong. And so we really want to bring people up towards the more normal social level. We don't want to be dragging white people down. So, like, do black people, for example, suffer unique disadvantages compared to white people? Yes, absolutely. And do black people suffer these unique challenges in part, if not entirely, because they were discriminated against on the basis of their race? Also, yes. But I don't think it's actually fair to say that white people have privilege. I think it's better to say that certain minorities in this country have disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, I do think there are definitely some disadvantages. I would also say there are some advantages too. Like, okay, let's take like being black, right? Like being pulled over by a police officer, probably better to get pulled over if you're a white guy, right? Especially if you're like in Texas or something like that.
Yeah.
Most of the time you'll be fine, right? But it's we'd be lying if we said that's the same exact thing. But getting into college, that's easier if you're black, right? So pros and cons. I don't know. I don't know if I would. Yeah, sure. I'm sure there's. I'm not going to say there's no discrimination or something like that. I would say there's like pros and cons to being.
It's
Of an
usually this is where like the systemic racism conversation usually comes up. But that's
I
like
would argue that probably in terms of like being a minority, it's actually not being black that's like the one where you're gonna face like hardship. It would be more like being Indian, I think, in my opinion, from what I've seen.
I think I missed what you said there at the last part.
I
What
would, I
about
would say
that?
that like if when it comes to like discrimination based on your race, people often associate that with like being black or maybe being Latin, but it's actually, in my opinion, it's much more disadvantageous to be Indian.
I mean, maybe, but it's definitely there's still unique challenges that black people face. And the reason that I bring this up is like is because they are facing these challenges largely because they are black, like because they are being discriminated against on the basis of their race. This kind of, and like I said, I don't know if we want to get into the whole fucking systemic racism conversation.
No, we don't have to.
But like, yeah, this is really what it comes down to, is like the past with the historical racism that was once in play, that how that kind of contributed still to a current system that leads to unequal outcomes for people of different colors. So yeah, it's a really complex one for sure.
I mean, like the one we got a few people backstage. Mark, you have to connect your device. You don't have to. I don't care if your camera's on and off, but it won't let me bring you on unless you connect your device. The one thing I will say on this is, I think, ironically and sadly, sometimes the left, in their attempt to address historical prejudice, actually winds up creating more potential prejudice. And a good example of this is segregation in colleges. So, like, there's actually a whole bunch of colleges, which just blew my mind, who have black only dorms, right? And their intention.
I know what you're talking about. I don't know if those were optional or not, but yeah, if that was occurring, then that would be stupid as fuck.
It is occurring, yeah. And like their intention is good. I think their intention is, to maybe black people who feel uncomfortable around white people. Okay, I sort of get that, but segregation is not a good idea. Like,
yeah, I don't like
we're
the
going
I'm
fucking
black,
backwards.
so I feel uncomfortable around white people argument either. That's really stupid.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
that's
I
why I
agree with
bring
you.
up the systemic racism thing so much, is because it's like the whole point of systemic racism is that there isn't any malintent necessarily. It's that the way the system is operating is disproportionately and negatively affecting black people. So that's like a crucial element of my argument too, because I'm not the type of person to say, oh yeah, all white people are fucking racist. No, I think that most people are not racist.
Yeah, most
That's the
people are not.
problem with systemic racism, though, is that you can still have systems that are quote unquote racist because of the way they're disproportionately negatively affecting groups without there being any intent behind that.
Sure. I mean, I would say that though, like again, like going back to what I was saying earlier, is like I think that sometimes the left actually makes this issue worse. When you go so far in one direction, sometimes you come out on the other side. Like the ideal situation is that we don't take people's race into account when we're considering. So meaning like I can tell you for me, like I don't see this, oh, I'm gonna have a black YouTuber on. I just see this, I'm gonna have a YouTuber on. Like whether they're black or white plays no role in whether I'm going to invite them on my channel or not. Like it's an irrelevant factor, right? But I think if you're like trying so hard to be like diverse, you might actually wind up, oh, I gotta get this black guy on. But I would say that's actually like not the ideal outcome. You want to just ignore their skin color and just have them on based on their personality. But that's kind of like my thoughts on that. It's just like,
And partially I would agree with that, actually. I think that, again, this is why the systemic racism conversation is kind of unique, is because there's systemic racism and then there's interpersonal racism. And if you're treating people poorly or even better on the basis of their race, then I would say that you are acting in a way that's pretty fucking racist, because like
right.
individuals can still be racist, but individual racism is not the big problem behind systemic racism. It can still have negative effects downstream, of course, but like at the end of the day, there's no intent behind police doing their job by trying to patrol areas that have more crime. Like that's not that they're not all racist, evil cops, you know? But at the end of the day, because there is more crime in these areas, because there's more poverty, because of previous historical racist policies, you now have disproportionate amounts of police in these areas, which means you're disproportionately negatively impacting black people with police violence. And so it's like there's a lot of like downstream negatives and almost unintended consequences, I think. It's not really like every cop is racist or something.
Yeah, no, that's like nonsense. Okay, let's bring on this guy, Cato the Elder. Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
hello.
yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So, Hunter, I wanted to ask you, if you, can I ask 2 questions?
Sure.
Sure.
If you support transgenderism, do you also support transracialism?
I know that people think that this is like a really clever one to bring up. No, I don't, because race is not a socially constructed identity.
Well,
You
isn't
cannot,
it?
well, you can identify with the fact that you are black or with the fact that you are white, maybe, but no, it's not something that is a socially constructed form of identity that you can identify with if you are not already that thing.
But isn't it kind of arbitrary? Like what
Isn't
makes
what
an
arbitrary?
like what makes an Italian white, and like if an Italian was white, is a Greek person white?
Well,
If a Greek
you're right
person
that
is
it's
white, is a
arbitrary, but
Turkish person white?
okay, yeah, it is arbitrary, incredibly, because Germans used to not be considered white in this country, and now they obviously would be.
Yeah.
It is arbitrary, but it's not just if it's arbitrary doesn't mean that you can identify as a race.
Well, I think that there's a biological aspect to it and a social aspect to it. Just like with
So
gender
even
and
if there was a
sex.
social aspect to it, what you're saying is like, oh, well, if I dress stereotypically black, like that already is getting into super fucking yikesy territory. No, that's not a thing, dude. So what's your next question?
Okay, fine. I'll move on. The second one was about white privilege.
Okay.
So you said that there are historical systems that have oppressed black people in America, right? And I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
But not all black people are descended from slaves. So if someone is from like Ghana, do you see them differently from someone that was descended from African slaves?
Well, it's not about being descendants of African slaves. It's about really living through times of not only slavery, but also Jim Crow. which is why I usually reference the redlining problem, which was back in the 30s with the Federal Housing Administration, basically said straight up, like, hey, we're going to incentivize builders to build these nice ass suburbs on the condition that you don't sell these homes to black people. Like, that was actually a thing. You can read the fucking policy.
What year was this?
This was back in the 1930s.
Oh,
so,
1930s. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
So, but let me explain, is that was a long time ago, yes. But we all recognize that history has consequences. Like that is an obvious one. We all are here as a result of consequences from history. So just if you had a 1930s policy doesn't mean, oh, well, everything's magically better now, because what you had was keeping black people out of investing and purchasing homes, which a home equity line is insane. That's the way in which a lot of white families, especially back then, would pay for their kids to go to college. So now you have an entire group of people, largely because they're black, because they're being discriminated against on that basis, forced into these sort of government-funded, shitty-ass homes, which are now kind of, we view them as like the projects even. And that affects generations upon generations upon generations. So that's the thing that I think is important to realize, is that, like, was redlining done away with? Yes. Do you know when it was done away with? It wasn't done away with till nearly fucking 1970. There are people who are still alive today that were unable to get a mortgage for a home because they were black. And so that kind of a decades-long policy that prevented black people from being able to adequately invest in this country and build up a home equity line is going to have generational effects. And that's why even now you can look at the way that black people are far more likely to suffer from generational wealth issues rather than white people. And a lot of that can, again, be attributed to previous historical racism.
Although I would make the argument real quick, I don't want to like make it a 2-on-1 or anything, but I would make the argument that sometimes actually not having generational wealth can work in your favor, meaning you develop a much stronger work ethic, right? Typically people who are like trust fund babies, they don't want having to work. They become lazy. They become just like fucktards, versus someone has to like work hard. Like, let's take Barack Obama, who came from like a poor family. He had to fucking bust his ass, right? Like, his family was poor. He didn't have a dad.
Well,
I was gonna mention that some of the smartest people that I ever went to school with were immigrants, because they came from poor countries, and so they valued education much more.
Wait,
than
hold
people
on.
that were
Hold
born.
on. This is the thing, though, is that you can acknowledge these systemic inequalities while also agreeing that every single human being on the fucking planet should take personal responsibility and do the best thing they possibly can to better their life. I absolutely agree with that. The problem is that people, I'm not saying you guys are doing this at all, but I am saying that a lot of the times people will treat this as a dichotomy, that it's either address systemic racism and tell all black people not to do anything, or forget systemic racism. Everybody just needs to work harder. At the end of the day, there is a reason why even now black people are disproportionately living in poverty, and black people are disproportionately victims of crime and disproportionately commit crime. And unless you're going to say, oh, well, all black people are just stupid and lazy, there has to be another factor at play there. And so can there be an issue with laziness? Yes. Is that the main cause behind this issue? No.
Hunter, do you think though that could be more a correlation thing because of poverty rather than race?
With the laziness thing?
No, with like being more likely to commit crimes, and like, because that's the way I would explain it. I don't think that there's anything inherently about being black that makes you commit crimes. It's that, black people tend to be, lower in the socioeconomic ladder, and poor people definitely tend to commit crimes more.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yes. I'm not saying they commit crime because they're black. No, not at all. I mean, we can look historically and see white people, for example, who've lived in poor areas. They have very similar crime rates. What it is, again, is that black people disproportionately live in poverty because of redlining, because of the drug war, which, mind you, the drug war was actually implemented directly to fuck over black people.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah. I'm not a fan of the drug war at all. But do you think it makes more sense to just like have a war on poverty rather than a war on systemic racism?
I mean, I think that we can address poverty, but I think that the reason people are impoverished is going to vary significantly. So if you have somebody who's like, well, I was born into a house that hadn't accumulated any kind of generational wealth. I'm living in a shitty area where there's not very many opportunities to get a job here. My dad's locked up for having a half gram of marijuana on him. Like, there are going to be certain circumstances that might, sure, it might still all be poverty, but the reason that there is poverty happening disproportionately for some groups as opposed to others is going to be a systemic racism conversation.
Yeah, I think we might disagree on this. I'll let Cato talk after this, but I would say that in my opinion, that's a pure correlation thing. That black people, I don't think it's a racism thing. I think it's that black people on average tend to be poor, and poor people tend to, go down all these like paths, right? So the solution isn't to fight racism, which I don't know. I don't see any evidence that
the systemic racism is.
Of course, there's racism that exists, but I don't see any evidence that systemic racism exists. I would say makes much more sense to fight poverty, right? And
wait, so you don't think that the effects of redlining could be considered systemic racism?
Can you explain to me what redlining is? I've heard that term before, but I want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly.
Yeah, sure. Redlining was the act of restricting primarily black areas from being able to receive loans so that they couldn't get mortgages, and they weren't able to essentially build up their wealth at nearly the same degree as white people. And this was like a federal thing that happened. It did also happen on a state-by-state basis, though, too.
This was going on in the 30s, you said, or when?
It went on from the 30s until nearly the 70s.
Okay.
So that's gonna have some effects,
Could I foresee a situation where that carries over into the current generation? Sure. Is it a mild disadvantage? Sure. But I don't think that's going to play a huge role. I mean, that hasn't been going on for now 50 years.
Wait, no, it does, though, because we still have problems here. So let me read this to you really quickly. This comes from Brookings Institute. This is in my notes, so I can find the article if you want me to send it to you later. Brookings Institute explains that at $171,000, the net worth of a typical white family is nearly 10 times greater than that of a black family. Gaps in wealth between black and white households reveal the effects of accumulated inequality and discrimination, as well as differences in power and opportunity that can be traced back to this nation's inception. Black adults in their 30s are over 16 times more likely than white adults to be in the third generation of poverty in a row. In fact, black Americans are 41% more likely to be in third generation poverty than white Americans are to be poor.
Sure. Okay. So let me clarify my position. Of course, there used to be systemic racism for a huge proportion of Americans' history. But given the fact that there's no real systemic racism currently as is, it just seems that, like, yes, of course, there's a generation.
No, this is still happening. This is the.
I thought you said that it stopped in the 70s, the redlining.
No, that's the point I'm making, is that it stopped in the 70s, right, but the effects of that policy are still affecting black people today.
Sure. I will acknowledge that. Sure, I can foresee that happening. But what I'm saying is, it's the system as is right now doesn't have racist policies. So therefore, I think instead of fighting racism, which systemic racism doesn't even exist anymore, it existed 50 years ago, which caused the cycle, it makes more sense to attack it from the poverty angle and help these poor families get out of poverty so they can accumulate generational wealth rather than focus on the racism component that doesn't even really exist anymore.
I agree with that.
The racism component absolutely still exists. And there doesn't need to be a policy on the book that says black people bad in order for there to be systemic racism. That's the whole point, is that a lot of the times these are policies. Now, sure, redlining, drug war, those had actual racist intent, but there are also issues within the criminal justice system, significant problems there, as far as black people being more likely to be sentenced to the death penalty than white people who've commit the same crimes. Like, that's a big problem right there. And
I would grant that. Yeah, there's some issues in the criminal justice system based on.
And so that's a system that is disproportionately negatively affecting certain groups of people, largely on the basis of race. So that would be systemic racism.
Yeah, if you could show me evidence, I mean, logically, I could foresee a situation where a black person might get more time than a white person, especially because I think it depends also on like money. Like if they can get a private lawyer, I think they're going to be just as good as a white person. But if they have to rely on a public,
I've heard that point before. But again, the lawyer helps them figure out the sentence, not necessarily the conviction. The conviction. They don't necessarily play a big role in the actual sentence for the crime.
the lawyer will play a humongous role in what kind of deal you negotiate. So if you get a good private lawyer, the DA is going to cut you a much better deal because 99% of the times they don't want to go to trial.
Yeah, but now we're back to the same thing you already said, right? Is that if we're going to address this from a poverty angle, well, now we know Black people are disproportionately in poverty, which means they're probably not going to be able to afford a really nice lawyer.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. I think we need to address the poverty and help those people get out of poverty.
Well, the thing is, I agree with that too, but I'm not saying that we shouldn't do that to instead say racism bad. What it is that we need to acknowledge the consequences of systemic racism if we truly want to fix this issue. And, you know, this is something I say a lot, but I'm sure your audience will probably appreciate this. That was one of the things I really liked from Donald Trump, is that Trump had this idea for the opportunity zones to incentivize businesses to invest in these disadvantaged communities. Now, unfortunately, it didn't totally work out the way it should have. But the facts of the matter are Donald Trump was onto the right thing there. That is a good idea. And that simultaneously addresses poverty. But again, by even recognizing systemic racism, that is going to further play a role in fixing this poverty issue as well. But I mean, it's not all poverty there, though. There's also like biases, subconscious biases, even. I'm sure you've heard the study repeatedly about the Black job interviews and applications as well. I don't know if you've heard of that one.
I've heard that. Well, you guys heard it here first. Hunter is a Trump supporter.
Well, not exactly.
I was just walking around. Okay, I'll let you speak, Cato. Sorry.
The Black job. What was it again? The study. What was it again?
Which
is
one?
It like if you have like names like Tyrone or
there's like apparently there's like an implicit bias.
Yeah, if you have a Black sounding name on your application, you're far less likely to get a callback, even though the applications were identical in qualifications.
Okay. Well, I don't know a lot about that, so I can't.
I've heard that before.
I have heard that too.
I mean, logically, I can foresee that. It makes sense logically, sure.
Yeah, I think so.
And here's a really interesting one too. And this is really unique also because it was mock jurors. This was a mock jury. This wasn't even a real jury. And keep in mind, this jury, this fake jury, also had Black people on it. That's another thing that people forget is like, it's not like with systemic racism, it's all the mean, evil whites. Like it's partially, especially when it comes to subconscious bias, that plays a role in how people are socialized and perceive other people as well. And that can even apply to how Black people perceive other Black people.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Like,
and they did this. Well, they did this study in 2010 where they took mock jurors and they presented the same evidence from a fictional robbery case, but then showed alternative security camera footage depicting either a light-skinned or a dark-skinned suspect. Jurors were more likely to evaluate ambiguous, race-neutral evidence against the dark-skinned suspects as incriminating, and more likely to find the dark-skinned suspect guilty.
Yeah, I've never heard of that one, but logically, I guess it makes sense. I would say, though, in the same token, I'm not a fan of like affirmative action because I think that also sets the wrong precedent. So I think
you should. I was actually going to bring up affirmative action. Would you agree that there's systemic racism against whites and Asians in college admissions?
I would have to look into the stats. Their affirmative action, though, is not necessarily systemic racism. Not to mention what you mean by affirmative action can vary. So like a lot of the times when people say affirmative action, they think, oh, that means just like give a free pass to the Black people or something.
Well, I didn't mean it like that.
Well, no, I'm not saying this is what you are saying verbatim or anything.
Okay.
But I think that a lot of the times that's the perception people have. But if you look at it, affirmative action varies significantly depending on how that policy is enacted. So there is an example of affirmative action, which is literally just making it so that your job applications or your, help wanted, whatever, is available to disadvantaged communities as well. It's far more about equal opportunity than it is about equal outcome.
Yeah, equal opportunity, I think pretty much everyone on my side is cool with. Equal outcome is where things get dicey. In terms of the college discrimination, for Asians, that could actually be proven. There was a famous Harvard lawsuit where basically a bunch of pissed off Asian people sued Harvard, and they were like, yo, like we're being discriminated against, and they won. Like they were able to prove that. So that fucking sucks.
Yeah, and in a case like that, then I would say that fucking sucks, and that could even be argued that that was a form of systemic racism. Similarly, I argue all the time, there's also systemic sexism when it comes to men in the criminal justice system. Have you ever looked at the stats? How much more likely men are to go to prison for way fucking longer than a woman who committed the same crime? Like, that's a systemic sexist issue that disproportionately negatively affects men.
Okay,
So
that's fair.
there's a lot of
that's
like
fair.
it doesn't necessarily only apply to systemic racism for the black people. It can be systemic inequalities across the board for all kinds of groups of people, really.
Yeah, I mean, sure. The whole yeah, I mean, like it can play out in multiple different ways. Like there's some kind of domestic disturbance. The cops come, they just automatically arrest the guy. Meanwhile, the girl's the one that's guilty. So sure, that plays out as well.
All right, I think I'm done. Thanks for your time.
Sure.
You don't have anything else, Cato?
Well, no, I was gonna bring up. You know what? There was if you look at South Korea today, it's very, very successful, but they went through decades of oppression by Japanese people, right? The land was taken from them. They gave the best land to the Japanese colonists. They were put in inferior schools, and yet they're very successful right now. So wouldn't it be more important to stress personal responsibility?
By the way, as a side note, South Korea is one of the most racist countries against white people ever.
Yikes. I don't want to go over there then. No,
they actually have signs at clubs that says no white people allowed. It's fucking nuts.
Well, I've heard that in Japan.
Man, it's like it's lefty Twitter's fucking dream come true.
It's way worse than Japan. It's nothing. It's the most racist country against white people. Yeah, like it's insane. I've had so many friends who've like traveled and lived there. And it's like, dude, I have stories for days of just insane racism. That's just like so blatant.
Please tell me you heard what I said a minute ago.
How is this allowed? Sorry, what did you say?
I said it's like lefty Twitter's paradise. Where a bunch of they all hate on white people for the virtue signaling or whatever.
Yes.
Sorry, but I was going to just respond real quick to Cato. I see people even in chat saying, you just have to really want it. So do you think that all the black people that are currently living in poverty just didn't want it enough?
Well, I'm black, just to be clear.
Okay, so do you think that a lot of black people just don't want it enough?
No, I don't think so. I think people are born into circumstances. Some people are born into middle class families. Some people are born into rich families. Some people are born into poor families. Mm-hmm. And I do think a lot of it is personal responsibility. I think a lot of it is the circumstances that you're born into.
So I agree. But again, we just went over the name thing. So what if you have somebody who's born into a shitty circumstance where they're living in a slummy sort of urban area that's been reduced to decades of poverty because of redlining? By the way, quick fun fact, just on the side note here, George Floyd, before he was, when he grew up, he literally was living with his parents in what was called a shotgun shack, which was from, I think, the 30s or 40s. So a lot of these redlined areas are still disproportionately inhabited by black people. So it's not like they just moved on and fixed this up. But even so, if you're born into that shitty situation, and then you go and want to take personal responsibility and you go to get a job, well, I'm sorry. You got stuck with the fucking name Tyrone, buddy. Too bad for you, man. They're not interested in hiring,
another fun fact about George Floyd. Sorry, go ahead. You weren't finished.
No, I was just going to say, like, personal responsibility is important. I'm never going to argue that it's not. Everybody should take personal responsibility. However, personal responsibility alone is not the answer. Again, Cato, unless your argument is that, well, black people just don't take responsibility.
Well,
some people do. I don't think it's just black people. I think it's a lot of people.
And then it's all you, Cato. Just another fun fact about George Floyd. He was in a pretty cringe porno a few years before the thing. But anyway, the girl in it was actually pretty cute. But I think that it's a combination of things. But I think that it depends on we're talking about the micro or the macro, right? So if you're like a public policy maker, we're talking about public policy, then like we should address some, inequality, right? But as an individual on a micro level, you can't really address that. You can just make the best do. And the reality is that you've been born into bad circumstances. Like, from a poor family, lack of education, you're going to have to work harder than someone who's not in order to reach that same level of success. In the same token, the guy who's like short and socially awkward is going to have to work harder than a guy who's tall and socially fluent. It just kind of is what it is.
I mean, that's true. But again, it kind of goes back to the reasons for that. Do we want to bring in a Turtle Cash? Because they just said something in your chat that was incredibly fucking stupid. Holy shit. They said, George Floyd also put a gun to a pregnant woman, so no sympathy from me. Okay, Turtle Cash, you know he went to prison for that, right? So do you think that once somebody's committed a crime and then they go to prison and they serve time, that they are forever a criminal who deserve no sympathy? Really? Second of all, even if he hadn't served his time in prison for that crime, does not in any fucking way justify the way in which he was killed, because it was an unjust killing.
Yeah, so I agree with that. I think you can have both tokens. Like the reality that the left doesn't admit is that George Floyd is a pretty shitty person. However, yeah, he does not, just because he was kind of like a low-level crook does not mean he deserved to be brutally executed.
And like, you realize when that robbery, that armed robbery thing happened was fucking in like 2005. Do you know why he even went to Minnesota, but where he ended up getting killed?
I don't remember. Remind me.
He went there with a church group because he was continuing to try and better his life. This dude was not like a active fucking criminal or a crook. And you know what? Even if he was, wouldn't justify the way he was killed.
No, I agree. It doesn't justify.
I'm not saying it to you. I'm saying it to your chat, because there's a lot of dipshits in your chat.
No, for sure. Doesn't justify it, for sure. I watched that video. He was executed. But to be fair, that day he was committing like counterfeit, or he was committing a crime when that happened. Of course,
allegedly. Did they ever actually confirm that it was a counterfeit dollar or $20 bill?
I've never seen it. It seems to be pretty certain. I would have to look into it again. This was a while ago, but irregardless, yeah, like the penalty.
I'm getting so triggered right now.
The penalty for that is like a fine or like a few months in jail. It's not murder, so yeah, it doesn't justify it.
Yeah, and now somebody said, what did they say? Hold on. Turtle Cash, you know the autopsy came out on Floyd? Fentanyl. You know the autopsy found that there wasn't enough fentanyl to actually be a deadly amount in his body? 1. 2, somebody else said he resisted arrest high on fentanyl. 1, again, being high on fentanyl doesn't mean that you deserve to die that way or that is in any way justified. 2, please explain, Jim Morrows, you fucking retard, how the hell this dude was resisting arrest while he was on the ground, handcuffed with 2 cops on him and a knee on his neck. Please explain. I would be very, very curious to know.
Is anyone actually arguing that George Floyd deserved to be killed? Like, I don't think
they're all making excuses. Not all of them, but a fuck ton of people in your chat are making excuses. Like, oh, he had fentanyl in his system. Okay, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, if anyone wants to come on and discuss that with Hunter, the George Floyd situation, I think you and I largely agree on that.
Jim Morrows, come on. This cuck has never been in a struggle, and it shows. Dude, Jim, please get on, buddy. You can be my struggle today, buddy. Mean Kampf, all right? Come on. We can, send him the fucking link.
I just dropped the link. Kato, do you have anything else you want to add or say before we bring on the next person?
No, I think I'm done. Thanks for your time.
Cool. Thanks for coming on, dude. Take care. Well, I appreciate your willingness to want to debate people. Dude,
I love this shit. It's okay.
That's admirable. All right, let's bring on the next person. His name is UC Indian. Hello.
Hello.
What's up?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I am Indian, and I wanted to ask, what is your take on systematic reservation, racism kind of thing? Like, people who were oppressed in past are getting reservation, and the deserving people aren't getting much opportunities.
I'm gonna take a piss while you guys get into this.
Yeah, I'm not sure I fully understand what you're getting at, but if you're asking, like, are there systemic inequalities that American Indians face, then yes, absolutely.
No, like black people were oppressed in past, so now they are getting more opportunities in government jobs as compared to white people. It's not, I am Indian and I don't know much about America, but here in my country, like, minorities get more opportunities as compared to majority.
Yeah, I don't know. I usually just deal with the American stuff, so I'm sorry. I don't think I would know enough to really give you a good answer there.
What did I miss?
Nothing really. I think no. Thanks for coming on, UC Indian. I appreciate it. But yeah, I don't think I'm really going to be able to give a good answer there.
So what would be your like general take if it was done with the Americans? Like if there was reservation for black people, but so due to that white people weren't getting much opportunities. Like if a black guy scored less marks, he would get into college, but a white guy who scored more marks wouldn't get into college.
Yeah, I think that would be some systemic inequality there. Sure.
Okay, thanks.
Can we get Jim Morrows on? Because he keeps saying I would get destroyed.
Okay.
Come on, Jim. Where you at, buddy?
Yeah, Jim, come on, man. We need some juiciness. This has been largely just us agreeing.
Let me see if I can find this real quickly. So the autopsy for George Floyd cites restraint and neck compression. The Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office ruled Floyd's death was a homicide caused by cardiopulmonary arrest, complicated by restraint and neck compression while he was being subdued by police. So it's possible that like the fentanyl didn't make anything better, but no, had the police not kneeled on his neck, George Floyd would still be alive. So everybody in chat that's trying to bring up the fucking fentanyl thing, just fuck off or go do some research, please, for the love of God. Like this is a USA Today article. Okay, it's not that hard.
Yeah, I mean that cop clearly abused his power and wound up committing a crime. Like, yeah, like that's. I mean, yeah, like I don't know why the right like tries to like defend him. I mean, like that cop was like. I don't know, like the Rittenhouse case is totally different. I was on Rittenhouse side, but like this is like this cop committed murder. Like I don't
That's
know
something else. You know what? That's something else I don't agree with. I get a lot of flack from the lefties on is Kyle Rittenhouse.
Oh yeah. I think it was self-defense. Like he was it was a bad situation, but I don't know. Like I might have done the same thing if I was in that situation. If I'm being honest, it was a matter of my life or other people. Yeah. I would pick my life.
Well, somebody in your chat said George Floyd had enough fentanyl in him to kill an elephant. So Dr. Daniel Eisenschmidt, I'm not going to try to say that, sorry, a forensic toxicologist at a lab in Pennsylvania testified and presented data showing the levels of methamphetamine found in Floyd's system were lower than the average amount found in 94% of DUI cases in 2020.
But I think, okay, let's just, even if I was to grab that point that he had like some crazy amount of fentanyl in his system, so what? That doesn't justify the behavior. Like the punishment for having fentanyl in your system isn't to be fucking choked out. So,
well, the thing is that the argument though is that because he had fentanyl in his system, that's actually how he died.
I don't believe that. I think he was killed by the cop. I think. Okay, maybe there's a chance that if he didn't have the fentanyl in his system, that he might have survived that savage fucking beatdown. Sure, that's foreseeable, but I think it's low probability. And it was still fucking super fucked up for the cop to do that for like fucking 5 minutes. So,
and not to mention what Chauvin was doing was actually a violation of police protocol. At one point, there was or actually, no, that was the fake news. I remember people were saying that it's actually police protocol. And when you read it said, if you need to, you can put a knee on the neck for like a second. But if they start to show signs that they can't breathe, you need to move immediately.
Yeah. Plus that cop has like a history of like very questionable conduct and brutality. Like it was like all the factors were there, like with that cop. It wasn't like his first time, like in this rodeo. Like he had a history of that shit. Okay. We got one more person on.
We have Jim Morrows.
We got Cold Steel. I don't know. Cold Steel, are you Jim? Are you the same person?
Jim? I don't know who you're talking about, so probably not.
Jim, join, bro. Come on, man. We want to have a juicy discussion.
He's a pussy. It's okay. That's what usually happens. I get in little beefs with my own chatters sometimes too.
Yeah, that happens to me too. Yeah,
I'll talk mad shit. And I'm like, okay, let's talk.
The most shit never want to come on. That's so true.
I know. Or they'll make excuses. They're like, what's the internet? How do I hook up to the AOL? I don't know. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up.
That's so true. All right, Cold Steel, go ahead.
Yes, I have a question for I have a question for Hunter. Does he believe in equality of outcome or equality of opportunity?
I believe in equality of opportunity. I don't think that you're ever going to be able to have perfect across the board equality of outcome. However, if there's significant gaps within within the outcomes for certain groups as compared to other groups, I think that is still relevant information that should be looked into essentially. So no, I don't think that it should be like make it so that everybody's equal in their outcomes. But again, if you see way higher rates of black people being sentenced to the death penalty as opposed to white people, well, that's not equal outcome. And that's a problem that there's not an equal outcome. So I think it really kind of varies a lot too.
What about preferences in university admissions? Are you in favor of that?
Again, I would have to look at exactly how that's played out. But if it was being done in a way that was illegal or discriminatory, then no, I wouldn't be in favor of that.
What if it was legal? Like say they determined that black people aren't as accepted as often, so they like say they have race as a factor and give preferences to certain races as far as like admissions.
Yeah, no,
like
I understand that
affirmative action.
Yeah, I understand that form of argumentation, and that is usually the type of reasoning used to try and justify that. But I still am not a big fan of that, because that kind of assumes then that like, okay, black people are disproportionately in poverty. It doesn't mean that every black person you see is fucking poor. So yeah, no, I think that that's even based on sort of a faulty assumption. So yeah, no, I'm not usually in favor of that kind of stuff.
Okay. But most of the police killings, they did involve resisting arrest, even if they, I'm sure the police used excessive force in many cases, but you can't really say that the victim was completely blameless.
I don't think people are saying that. I just think they're Hunter and me are arguing that even if that guy was like a low-level criminal, he had fentanyl in his system, he didn't deserve the treatment that he got. The penalty for that is not death. It's like a fucking, few days in jail. So that's
Right.
the issue.
Yeah, and like
again, nobody's right, basically.
Nobody said that he was just like hanging out as this perfect, wonderful little angel, and then all of a sudden the mean cops. Yeah, he was resisting arrest. Yeah, he was acting a little bit unpredictable, but it doesn't justify or even warrant the response from the police.
Yeah, it would be like if I stole from Hunter and then Hunter showed up and killed like my dog, right? Like, yeah, I was an asshole from stealing from him, but it didn't justify him murdering my dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, somebody said, this is a little bit aside the point, but somebody said men die 7 years younger than women, yet SJWs never cry about that inequality. I've actually talked about that inequality multiple times, and guess what, buddy? A big reason is because, statistically speaking, men are less likely to go to the doctor because they perceive it as being wimpy and unmanly to actually go and see a physician. Instead, they think they got to tough it out, walk it off. So this is oftentimes why I talk about some of the harmful elements, toxic masculinity, that we need to be doing away with. So that is a real inequality. It needs to be addressed. We address it by addressing toxic masculinity, not demonizing masculinity, just certain elements of masculinity that shouldn't be considered masculine. That's all.
I wouldn't really call you like a typical SJW though. You seem like fairly reasonable.
Yeah, I'm not. I wouldn't even call myself an SJW at this point, because that's kind of just a pejorative at that point. Hey, Max Jill, you say Hunter is garbage. Screw this guy. You want to talk, buddy? Why is it always the most aggressive people in chat that are also the people most scared to talk?
Dude, that's a good question. I wondered that myself quite often. Yeah, that always happens. Cold Steel, do you have anything else?
What about combat sports? Would that be toxic masculinity?
Combat sports? No.
Yeah,
I don't think you would argue that.
Okay.
Sports are just fun.
I was hoping Hunter would be more controversial. Let's see.
Sure, yeah, go for it.
You just got to get me on a right subject, okay? I mean, we don't really have any religious people here, so that could always be a hot one.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I'm a follower of Christ.
Oh, really?
No, I'm just kidding. I'm agnostic.
I just crack knuckles.
I've
Here we
actually
go.
debated a lot of religious people, but no, I'm not religious. Do you
Well,
have any, go ahead with your controversial topic.
Yeah, I do. Well, what was the topic? Was basically like inequality, stuff like that. Well, my views on it is that yeah, I believe in equality of opportunity, not equality of outcome. And
I think most of us agree here with that.
Yeah, I think we're all in agreement on that, though.
I think we'd also be in agreement that for certain unequal outcomes, it would be a problem, though. Like what I said about the death penalty.
Well, I mean, if they're committing a crime that, like first degree murder, it shouldn't be like the number one thing that people get riled up about if they deserve the death penalty anyway, you know?
No, it is something that they should get riled up about, because you need to go through due process. If somebody deserves the death penalty, then they should be going through a court of law and judged by a jury of their peers, and then that should be determined. You don't get to say, oh, because this guy killed my mom, I'm going to go and kill him. Like, that does not how this works.
No, but say one group had a death penalty rate of maybe 10% more than the other one, or 50% more. That I still shouldn't be like the number one thing that you know, issue in my book.
Okay.
But I do have one comment on religion. I think like religion kind of sets men up in a way, even though it does help men in other ways, because like most religions talk about the man always being the leader in the family, and that's the best way to make things work out. But as far as like being strictly monogamous, it's a lot easier to sell that to men because men also have that's like a con, because like men also have fear of rejection, and men have fear of rejection. So it's the same way a con artist can sell their idea to a victim who has greed and fear of missing out. So women don't have fear of rejection. So it's gonna be like being strictly monogamous is gonna be a tougher sell to women than it is to men. So you get more women.
Women actually do have a fear of rejection, for sure. Secondly, yeah, of course, there's great things about religion, like don't murder, don't rape, like don't steal. Sure, all great things. But you know, you can take those things and like leave out all the bad, dumb shit, right? So you don't need to. Yeah, there's some good things about religion, of course. No one's denying that. There's been a lot of like architecture and art that's been produced because of religion. Sure, yeah, great things with religion. A lot of volunteer work, a lot of outreach. Yeah, there's some really good things about religion. No one's denying that.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate you coming on here, man. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, dude.
All right, thanks.
I was having a hard time like understanding him.
His mic quality wasn't very good. If there's no one else in the waiting room, I probably will just split here because I actually have somebody in my Discord waiting room.
Okay, all good. Yeah, let's give it like 30 seconds, see if anyone wants to come on. All right,
I can always see if she wants to join on your end, if that would be.
Yeah, that's cool. Shoot her the link. I don't know if she wants to debate me or you, but I'm down to debate anyone.
She's in your chat right now.
Rios. Okay, yeah, Hunter. Okay, so yeah, she's like kind of talking shit about you. Okay, so Rios, I just dropped the link, so why don't you come on and you can talk to me or Hunter or whoever.
She's been talking about debating me for the last like the entirety of this conversation.
Ooh, hopefully she doesn't bitch out.
She's in my debate waiting room right now.
She's also in the chat. I just dropped her the link. So Lyrius, come on.
Yeah, Lyrios, you should come on here and we can talk so that we can both keep up with the dual stream.
Yeah.
My mods, I know they're in my waiting room currently.
Okay, yeah, Lyrios, that's okay. I just dropped the link in here, so just click on the link and that's literally all you need to do, and that will take you there. It's super straightforward. No need to download anything. Yeah. It's funny. We like really don't disagree on much, honestly.
I wish that some of these people who are calling me like a beta in here would talk?
Like initially, like when I heard that I was debating on that panel, I thought like, oh, this is gonna be juicy. We're gonna disagree on so much. But I think we agree on like 80-90%.
You know what's funny is when I heard that you were gonna be on the panel, I went to look up your channel. And they were like, I was like, oh, he's a red pill guy. Here we fucking go. And then I started like scrolling through one of your videos on stream, and I was like, wait, I actually like agree with most of this. So I feel like we kind of both had that same thing. The same sort of problem.
Okay, we got Lyrios. Okay, there we go. I guess it's gonna get juicy now. Hello.
Hello.
You've been really fighting a debate, Lyrios. You said you want to talk about religion?
Yeah. So, wait, hold on. Let me mute the stream. Okay, there we go. Now, also, I'm in a Discord VC. Let me leave that. Okay, anyways, yeah. So basically, first of all, you can't even prove that it's false, which means that it's actually not even that bad of a conclusion to come to. Also,
wait. First of all, one, are you trolling?
No.
Okay. Two,
I would never do that.
Okay. What do you mean? What cannot be proven false?
God's existence.
Okay.
Okay.
I will generally try to stay avid, but I'll just make this one point because I can't resist. I can't prove that Santa Claus isn't real. But
I was about to say that.
Who said he isn't?
Well, I don't think there's a convincing, but that doesn't
I think
mean
he's
that
trolling.
you can make
No, I would never do that. You should take
know.
everything I say very seriously. This is
No,
no
you sound
laughing
like a
matter.
troll.
That's what Laffy Taffies are for.
Yeah.
Okay, anyways.
All right.
Do you think
we can
it's
go on to the next person?
Is it racist to buy Mrs. Butterworth syrup instead of Aunt Jemima syrup? I feel like this comes from systematic racism, but I want to hear what your take is.
I think we should be racist and segregate you from this call. Go ahead.
What?
Yeah, dude. Do you want to actually have like a discussion? Because
no, he doesn't. I can't believe he's literally waited 3 fucking hours to get on here and just waste everybody's time. It's quite embarrassing.
Is there anything you legitimately disagree with us on, or me or Hunter? Like,
I don't know. I wasn't listening to the stream.
Why did you want to wait? Why did you want to talk so bad the entire time then?
Okay. Well, I have this really good evidence. Okay, here's like my actual evidence. All right. So one day, when I was shoving 15 Duracell batteries up my ass, I realized that God doesn't like anal sex and that I was committing a sin.
Okay, I'm just removing this guy. Yeah.
The dedication of some of these people is so fucking boring. It's embarrassing. He must be high. Maybe, you know. I want a little puff of what he's fucking smoking.
The trolling shit gets super annoying. It's like, you're not funny, dude. Like, this is not funny. At least if you're gonna be a troll, at least be funny. Okay. Do we have anyone who seriously wants to come on? If not, we can call the stream. But yeah, is there anyone that legitimately wants to come on and have a discussion? We got a good
Probably not. We got a couple people calling me beta who are now unironically too beta to join the call, but we'll see.
Well, I respect the fact that you're willing to have discussions with like haters and shit. I'm the same way. I always do.
Dude, this is what I do all fucking day when I do my streams.
We got Colts. I guess we can bring him on real quick again, but he was already on. Hey, what's up? Do you want to add something?
Yeah, I wanted to make one more point about a point real quick about gender dysmorphia.
Okay.
So let me ask Hunter this. Say you woke up tomorrow morning and you found out that you're a man trapped in a woman's body. So aliens had completely transformed you into 100% genetically 100% a woman. What would be easier? To have surgery and hormones, to have surgery to turn you into halfway a man and like have to take hormones the rest of your life with a ton of side effects, or get used to being a woman? What do you think would be easier?
I think the easiest answer is simply to reject the notion that aliens exist.
No, just close my scenario for a second. Okay, forget about the aliens. Say you woke up tomorrow morning, you're 100% woman, down to the chromosome. What would be easier? Get surgery to turn you halfway into a man, or just get used to being a woman?
It would solely depend on how you would react to the fact that your brain has now been placed inside of a different body. If you are comfortable with it, then you should probably adjust to it. But if it causes you severe and significant distress to the point that you want to kill yourself, then you should probably do the transition.
Yeah, I'm just like trying to.
I'm asking you specifically.
Hypothetical, like, okay, hypothetically speaking, I wake up tomorrow and I'm a woman. Like, knowing myself, I think I would probably actually want to go back to being a man. And truth be told, like, I don't think I could get used to being a woman.
If I woke up tomorrow and I was a woman, let's be honest, the first thing we'd all do is masturbate.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's literally
sort of kidding, but like, I don't even. That's like an interesting hypothetical. I think I would probably want to go back to, honestly, because I'm so used to being.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. You definitely we agree. You definitely want to go back to being a man, but right now your only option is to get surgery to turn you into a halfway man, or
why are you saying halfway man?
Yeah, because there's no surgery that's gonna turn you into 100% woman. You're gonna, I mean 100% man. You're gonna have the
what do you mean by man?
Woman, and you're gonna have to take hormones the rest of your life, right?
So,
and
wait,
you're gonna be like,
what do you mean when you say man? Like
what is
now
you're a man trapped in a woman's body?
What's a 100% man?
Okay, you're a man trapped in a woman's body.
Yes,
would you rather take? Okay, we agree. You want to go back?
Stop repeating the same fucking hypothetical. I'm asking you specifically, what is a man? What is a 100% man? Because you keep saying they'd be half a man. What do you mean by that?
Because I mean, with the XY chromosomes, I don't have to take hormones with side effects.
Okay, so are you a man?
Yes.
Have you ever seen your chromosomes?
No, but I know that.
Well, how do you know you're a man then, dude? Because we don't even know if you're 100% man.
I know, because there's nothing on me that indicates me being a woman in any way, shape, or form.
Okay.
Right. So there's no reason
I don't know what to tell you, man.
That I have like double X chromosomes. What?
When you say like you don't have the chromosomes or whatever, that's not really that relevant, considering the fact that I'm a man and I've never seen my chromosomes, and you're a man and you've never seen your chromosomes. Clearly, that is not what determines whether or not you view yourself and are treated as a man. So I don't think that that's a very good assessment. But if you're talking about like a biological thing, then yeah, if you identified as a man but were biologically female, and the fact that your biology differed significantly, that might cause enough distress that you would want to get surgery. Yeah.
Okay, but so that's I'd have a psychological issue at that point, because I would definitely want to go back to being a man for sure, but I don't have that option, right? Now, if I got surgery, I'd have to take hormones with a ton of side effects. Plus, they might not even turn me into an attractive woman. They might turn me into an ugly woman. I have to take hormones with a ton of side effects versus getting used to being the woman.
Cold Steel, I'm sure you'd be a very, very hot woman. I have a feeling.
Yeah, this is all based on the like weird, faulty assumption that trans people can just like get used to it. That's not how gender dysphoria works. You don't just like, get used to it. Wait, what's easier, taking medication that has a fuck ton of side effects, or just toughen it out with the depression, bro? You know, walk it off. It's okay. Go outside, touch grass. Like, obviously, there's going to be nuanced issues here, and you can't just decide randomly that, you know what, I'm just going to accept this. Okay, that's not how this works.
Okay, so extreme solutions, like psychological issues, don't always need an extreme solution. Now, here's another good example. Like, so say if I feel like I'm an athlete trapped in a couch potato's body, right? It would be really tough for me to work out to the extent to become an athlete versus like getting implants or getting surgery, right? It would be really tough, but I could get used to being an athlete. But you know, like say like the first few workouts will be torture.
This is like a really
but
bad
I'd get used to it.
This is like
it's a great example. It's a great example.
Being in an athlete's body would be beneficial, most likely.
Yeah, but if you're not an athlete, if you start working out, right, and you've never worked out before, or you haven't worked out in years, the workouts are gonna be like torture. It'll be like impossible and be the toughest thing you've ever done in your life.
Cold Steel.
I appreciate the conversation, man.
The chat is asking if we can get the next person on because you were on earlier, but we appreciate you coming on, man.
All right, thanks.
Take care. All right, there's actually a few people backstage now. Okay, let's bring on someone called Fair Mountain. My problem is I just couldn't really understand a lot of what the guy was saying. Okay, Fair Mountain.
Hey, what's up? Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, I can also understand you, so that's good.
Okay, cool. Hey, thanks for having me on. So, yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit about religion. I was listening to you guys' debate that you had a few days ago, and, you know, I find myself in between positions. Like, I see what the atheist and kind of agnostic position is, and then I also kind of understand a little bit the Christian position. I have a background in meditation and some experiences with like transcendental states. And my feeling on religion is that it's just like a straw man. It's been misunderstood, misinterpreted, taken dogmatically. And yeah, I'm just kind of curious about what your guys' thoughts are on that and your perspective on like the idea that religion is really just kind of been bastardized. And I would it's better even to avoid it altogether and go on one's kind of like inner journey, just using like therapies, trauma release work, and one's own personal direct experience and research rather than using religion, because it doesn't even, you know, the majority of the interpretations of organized religion don't even really even go into any of that. You know, it's very belief based. And yeah, I kind of just wanted to throw it out there. I know it's kind of a different, maybe a little bit of a different take. But yeah, just wanted to throw that out there and see what your guys' thoughts are, or if you've even encountered anything on the more spiritual end, you know, like mysticism or the Christian Gnostics, you know, this kind of stuff that's a little, or Sufism, you know, the stuff and I'm not familiar with any of those types of religious conversations. I just know that they're a more hippie version, you know, of in essence, like the dogmatic religious belief that we see in the world today that creates a lot of harm.
Yeah, so I'll just go first. I mean, you brought up two different things. Yeah, I think that like doing inner stuff and like meditation is probably better than religion. There's different kinds of religion and people take it, you know, different levels of seriousness. Personally, I don't think I've straw man religion. I actually used to be religious growing up. I used to be Christian. I had a Christian nanny. I've read the Bible multiple times. Do I know Christianity as well as like, you know, Zen? Probably not. But
speaking of which, I was gonna ask. I'm really sorry, Fair Mountain, but Zen just got on here, and also it's almost midnight over here, so I'm gonna have to split. Can we drag Zen on here, and then I'll go from there?
Sure. Let's just quickly answer. To be fair to Fair Mountain, let's just quickly answer his question.
Well, I also want to just clarify. I wasn't implying that you were strawmanning religion. I was saying that religion is a misinterpretation of itself, that it doesn't even understand like the proponents of what it's like a mystic's teachings that are being misinterpreted. That religion itself is not what religion, I guess, at the heart of it would even necessarily be.
There is the challenge when it comes to debating religion, like Christianity, for example, is the fact that it is internally consistent. And so I think that alone means that it's not straw manning itself because it's internally consistent. It might be, you know, consistently wrong or consistently like embarrassing, but the fact that it is internally consistent, I don't think you can you could then say that means that it's just a straw man of itself. I don't think you could say that.
Yeah, I'll probably agree with that.
But yeah, I appreciate you coming on here, man.
Yeah, sorry, we just gotta because Hunter.
I'm kind of rushing now too because I'm gonna have to read donos here and it's almost midnight and I got to get to bed. So,
Alex,
cool.
You open to keeping me on while Zen Sapiro pops on, or is that something you guys want to do together?
No, sure, that's fine. Okay, let me get Zen on. Yo,
hey,
what's up, Zen? How you doing, pal?
Hunter Avalon, long time no speak.
I know you probably missed me, right?
Yeah, I have. I know. I want to keep it away from the gender issue for now because I know I would like to have a one-on-one with you, Hunter.
Yeah, I think we should talk for like 10 minutes about Christianity stuff.
Yeah, because honestly, I'm fucking tired too. So like, I don't want to be on here for too long. But
okay, so why are you a Christian?
Well, wait, real quick. I do want to point out one thing because I caught like bits and pieces of this. I was like in and out. There was one point where Alex brought up a source about like I can't remember. It was like the effects of transgender hormones or whatever on children, and it was from the American College of Pediatricians. And Hunter, I will actually like somewhat commend you for calling out that the bias of that source actually doesn't align with Alex's worldview. And Alex may not have known that, but this is like a pretty far right leaning, staunchly pro-life organization.
I did not know that.
But,
yeah, it's like a Christian conservative thing.
But then also Hunter said like that doesn't make it necessarily wrong. But just to, and we don't have to go into too far into detail with this, but I would just say like, to dispel like the myth of unbiased sources, I don't think a source truly can be unbiased.
I would agree with that. I think there can be less bias, but you can't be totally unbiased. Yeah,
right. But a challenge is being willing to defend the bias of that source, which I think Alex, you would have a hard time doing because that source does not agree with your worldview.
Well,
but yeah,
you know, I'm not like a far lefty or something like that. I mean, there's certain positions I agree with the right.
Fucking SJW over here.
So.
Well, I mean, Hunter, so regarding religion, we've kind of gotten into it a little bit in the past. Can you tell, like, what's your like gripe with religion, Christianity? Like, what's your issue with it?
There are just varying degrees of problems with Christianity. The God of the Bible is unjust. The God of the Bible supports slavery. The God of the Bible has told his people to murder. The God of the Bible murdered after taking away Pharaoh's free will. The God of the Bible makes it so that in order to obtain eternal life, you must believe in an unfalsifiable claim. Yeah, there are many different reasons. Those are just a couple on the top of my head. I'm curious more so, like, why are you a Christian?
Well, to address what you said there, like, you're mostly referencing Old Testament scripture when you talk about all these things. But with the coming of Jesus and his revelation, he reconciled man and fulfilled the old covenant where all these.
So
what you would consider,
I agree with this 100%. Yes.
Well, one thing is like these things.
Jesus came and he wiped away the law. Did God or did God not say that it was okay to have slavery in Leviticus? And if he did, hold on, wait. If he did, and then if you're saying Jesus wiped things away, you either need to tell me that God was wrong, or two, that God changed, which are both completely inconsistent with Christianity.
I think you're taking it a bit out of context. It was a different time period. Slavery is not what we
wait. I've had this debate now 50 times, and you're making every single fucking stupid ass argument.
Hunter,
I need to respond to you.
Hunter,
be quiet.
You didn't even let me respond.
Because you're already saying things that are so embarrassingly wrong. It's actually hilarious.
Yeah, but you didn't even let me get 5 words out, Hunter.
All right, my bad. Go ahead.
So either way, the context matters here. The law of that time period, it was only applying to the Israelites of the time, and it wasn't what we think of when we hear the word slavery. It wasn't chattel slavery.
What do you think of?
It was more like servitude.
What do you think of when you hear slavery?
Well, yeah, when we hear slavery, we're thinking like chattel slavery, like how it was in the antebellum period, where basically black people were just enslaved for being black or whatever. You know, it wasn't entirely like that.
No, there's multiple problems with this argument. Is that one? That's not what I think of when I hear slavery. I think of owning another human being as property. Two, God specifically said that in Leviticus. It said God told Moses to tell the Israelites that you may get slaves from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves, and they will become your property. And then in Exodus, God says, those who beat their slaves and kill the slave should be punished, but those who beat the slave, and if the slave recovers, they will not be punished because they are the property.
I know. Again, you're only referencing the Old Testament, though. These laws don't apply to the common man of today.
I'm not asking about the laws. I'm asking
this is an angle I think. Hunter,
no, I'm asking.
Listen, Hunter.
Now you need to let me finish the question.
You're not letting me respond to you. You're just going on a tirade. Okay,
no, it's not a tirade. It's that everything you're saying is incorrect.
Hunter,
I'll just moderate this. So we'll just go at a time. Who gets?
Let Zen go.
I think this is an important angle you should consider, Hunter, because you don't believe in any religion. You don't believe in any sort of like ultimate like deontological ethics. You're a utilitarian, right?
Mostly, yes.
So what do you say to the fact that when we look at the statistics of Christians versus non-Christian, or let's say religious people versus non-religious people, because this could even include like Muslims and Jews and whatnot, what you consider to be good. Hang on one second. Sorry, dog's freaking out.
Okay.
So what you consider?
My dog.
Okay, they're getting even worse. Hang on a second.
Look at my dog freaking out. He's fucking throwing a fit.
Okay. So what you would typically consider to be like good outcomes in society, the metrics that we would use, we see that religious people typically fare better when we're talking about like marriage, likelihood of violence, domestic abuse, substance abuse, those kind of things, like the likelihood to have children. Religious people fare better than non-religious people. So like, what's your response to that? Like to sum it up, it seems that outcomes for religious people are better than non-religious people.
So I will respond to this, but then we're going back to the slavery point. So, yeah, religious people do on average tend to fare better than non-religious people. That's true. It has nothing to do at all with spirituality or God or religion, and has pretty much everything to do with the community basis. So when you are with people who you have formed a good communal bond with or whatnot, that is what brings the benefits. It's not like the belief in God. And this has been demonstrated when we talk about charity, because people will talk about the fact that Christians tend to give more to charity. That is true. And that's a really good thing. I'm glad to hear that. However, when non-Christians go to religious communities or organizations, usually with like a family member, like go to church or something, they are more likely to donate to charity as well than the Christians who do not participate in that community. So it's usually the community element that actually has the benefit there. But I feel like that's derailing a little bit. I want to go back to the slavery thing.
Well, no, I'll just grant you all the things that all the gripes that you have with like the content of the Bible and the content of Christianity. I'll just grant you that it's all bad for you. Like, no, I'm happy to. Just
I don't want you to just grant it because you clearly don't agree with me. That's a pussy.
Well,
that's a pussy way out, bro.
No, it's not a pussy way out, because I'm trying to understand it from your perspective. Like, if I just grant you that all these things are bad and there's no undoing it, but the outcome of people that follow this religion today is better, wouldn't that be ideal for society, for people to follow that religion then, or follow a religion?
Can I
no, what would be a benefit is to encourage people to have better communities. That's what would be the benefit. Because the benefit is not from the religion.
Well, that's fair.
The benefit is from the actual community element. I know that's fair. I'm a little bit. People in your chat, Alex, are saying I need to chill out. I'm not trying to get super intense or heated here, but like you've completely diverted and derailed.
No.
Hunter, listen, the slavery thing.
The community thing is fair to say, but again, what we see is that religious people build communities a lot stronger than non-religious people. So how else are we going to build strong community without a religion? What do we unify around?
Sure, this is more of a correlative thing.
Well, what do we unify around if not religion?
I mean, there are other communities that we could work to form.
What is it that we see that works?
Like communities in general benefit. It happens that right now religion seems to hold a monopoly on community get-togethers. So if we had a community get-together around, I don't know, bowling or something, you would probably see the exact same thing.
Well, you see like I'll weigh in. So I don't mean to interrupt, but you see like, for example, surfing, right, and snowboarding, right. Those really bring communities together. I don't know if you guys have ever been to a surfing community, but very tight knit, very giving, very nice to have a situation. Same thing in snowboarding communities. So anything that is like really powerful and unites people, which I agree religion is, but there's also other things that unite people. I don't think bowling would do the trick. It's not like fucking powerful enough, but something like snowboarding, surfing, hiking, spelunking, like all that shit could very well do the trick. And it does in those communities. They're just smaller communities.
Could I just really quickly jump in here? Because I want to divert this back to the slavery conversation, because that's what we were having a minute ago. Zen, you said that Jesus came and he wiped away the old law, and you are correct. That is what happened.
I didn't say that exactly, but yeah, okay.
Okay, well, generally speaking, I know what you meant, at least, because I was raised Christian my whole life. So my question is, has God ever changed?
No.
So then the fact that God said it was okay to have slaves and that you can beat your slaves, don't you see that as kind of a problem when you're basing your moral foundation on this God?
That doesn't entail a change in the nature of God.
It doesn't entail a change in the nature of God. What exactly do you mean by that?
So this is a very deep theological question, but there's a thing called essence energies distinction, where the will of God is not it's connected to, but it's distinct from the energy of God. Where when Jesus revealed himself as man, he revealed himself through the energy that man can actually interpret, and that's how he reconciled the Old Testament, where Jesus wasn't present as man, and gave us a new covenant. So it wasn't necessarily a change in the nature of God. It was just a change in the energy of, or it was a revelation of the energies of God.
Doesn't that just prove my point, though? Because what you're saying then is, although God may have changed forms, essentially, he is still the same God. So you are worshiping the same God that said you are worshiping the same God that said it's okay to buy slaves and beat slaves.
Again, it's the same God, but it's not. Those laws do not apply to us.
Well, okay, that would make sense if my argument was Christians are going to go get slaves because it says it in the Bible. What it is that when people say that God is the foundation of morality and that they follow God for morals, like, how do you reconcile this? I'm not saying Christians are going to go out and get slaves.
That's the reconciliation was Jesus Christ.
Wait. That's not what I mean. I mean, how do you reconcile the claims that God is the foundation of of morality, yet God blatantly condones something that is immoral?
Yeah, because there was a reconciliation through Jesus Christ. That's what I said.
Wait, so God did condone something that was immoral at the time, then Jesus fixed it?
No, it wasn't. It's not that it was immoral. It just doesn't apply to us anymore.
You're arguing against something I'm not saying Christians are going to go out and get slaves.
This is the thing. Hunter, listen. If you're going to object to slavery, you have to present a new standard of morality in which you stand on the grounds to say that slavery is even immoral. I don't think you can do that as an atheist.
You don't think I can say how slavery is wrong as an atheist?
Yeah. I think
slavery leads to a massive amount.
Slavery.
Yeah, slavery leads to a massive amount of harm, both on general society and on slaves. Not to mention, I, as a utilitarian, do not want to live in a world where I have the potential to be enslaved. So there's that.
So there's no slavery in Christianity today.
It doesn't matter. I'm not saying that Christians are going to get slaves. This is why I'm saying.
If you're outcomes based, Hunter, it doesn't matter what's happened in the past and how bad you think it is. It doesn't matter at all. What matters is the now, and what we see now is that Christians fare better by every metric.
Wait. No. What matters is that you worship a God.
No, it doesn't matter what happens in the past.
That you have
according to you, it doesn't matter.
It absolutely does. The Bible says specifically, God is the same today, yesterday, and tomorrow. So
but
God
Hunter,
is the same God.
You're not understanding the flaw in your reasoning right now, because you are a utilitarian and outcomes based reasoner. It doesn't matter what happened 10 years ago. It matters what's going to happen in the future, or what is happening now. And what we are seeing now is that people that are Christian fare better by your metrics in society today. So Christianity, by your metric, is ideal for society.
Wait, hold on. If 10 years ago we executed half the country to cut down on the crime rate, and now I have better outcomes because I'm less likely to be a victim of violent crime, that is not justified under my worldview at all. Because it's also, you want to arrive to better outcomes without harming people. You don't want to be doing bad outcomes in order to arrive to good outcomes.
Look, Hunter, again, I'm granting you all the things that you consider to be bad things. But you can't, if they've already occurred, you can't change them. So all you can do is reason in the future, in the outcomes.
No, I'm trying to understand your philosophy here.
Because I know that you don't reason the same way that I do. I don't think you're capable of stepping into the Christian worldview.
Listen, I know you're a presuppositionalist, which you follow a God You claim that God is the foundation of morality. I've heard this claim before. I understand that this is a common belief to hold. How do you reconcile the fact that
I've
you
already
worship?
answered this question.
No, you said because Jesus.
Yes.
That's not the answer, because God still said it was okay to have slavery.
This is the thing.
So
you don't understand the Christian worldview. You're not capable of actually stepping into it. So
well,
it's
then
pointless
educate
for
me.
me. It's pointless for me to even try to explain these kind of concepts to you. They're like what the reconciliation actually is, what the essence energies distinction actually is, what Jesus' incarnation and crucifixion actually meant. I know you said you were raised Christian, but you stepped away for a reason, because I don't think you fully believed in it. So I don't think you're
it's
capable
just that what
of
you're
reasoning
saying right now
this way.
is that Jesus died on the cross. That was a reconciliation for us. He changed his energies or his forms in one way or another. You're right that I don't fully understand that argument, but I don't think that I need to understand that argument, because I keep asking you one question that you cannot
It's
fucking
because
answer.
your method of reasoning, Hunter, is fully outcomes based. Whereas,
No,
and I mean the hypothetical of like, if you had to kill one person to save 10,000, you would do it, right?
I don't know, but it doesn't really matter. Again, you
Well,
keep trying to
I
derail.
mean, try
You keep
just
trying to
try to interact
derail into
with that.
these philosophical
If you had to kill one,
hypotheticals.
Hunter,
I want to know how.
Hunter, listen.
Has
You
God
can't
ever
dodge. You
changed?
cannot
Yes or
dodge
no?
that. You cannot just dodge that. If you had to kill one person to save 10,000, would you do it?
Tell you what, I'll answer that when you actually give an adequate response to my slavery question that I've asked 10
No,
times.
dude, you're dodging right now.
Okay.
Well, who's the
You seem to be an expert at dodging, so maybe you have a point there.
Who the person
But either
is,
way,
Alex.
I've asked you this question 10 times, and you literally said Jesus, like the Sunday school answer.
Yeah,
okay?
I understand. You don't get it, and that's why I don't want to go into
I
a
don't
deep
get it because you're not
theological
making an
explanation
argument
for
for
you,
your
because
position.
you don't even believe that a God exists. Like, there's no point in talking about slavery. There's no point in talking about the reconciliation of Jesus unless we can
No, it
first
matters
establish that a God
significantly.
exists. But if you're not willing to do that, then I can just step into your worldview, because I understand the idea of like utilitarianism and consequentialism and like the ends justify the means. That's generally what that means. I get it.
Then would you say, okay, so if you were going to step into my worldview, it has been, so one, God himself, the alleged foundation of morals, said it was okay to get slaves, that they are your property, that you can pass them down to your children because they are your property, and that you can beat them and not be punished.
Okay, you
because
can keep repeating an out of context.
I'm making a broader point.
I'm making
a broader point.
You can keep repeating an out of context Bible verse all you want. It doesn't change the fact. It doesn't change the fact that you don't understand the Christian worldview. Okay, you don't truly understand it as much
for the sake of this argument.
Then you're standing in no position to be invoking out of context Bible verses, because you don't understand the context. So what I'm telling you, since you don't understand that, since you don't even believe that a God exists,
you're not letting me finish my point.
You've been repeating the same.
Because I was getting to something bigger.
You've been repeating the same slavery out of context Bible verse over and over and over.
Can you tell me what context would justify it, please?
Yeah, that would be my question too. I don't think there is a context that could justify slavery.
No, listen. You're taking the verses out of context. You don't know the ultimate context of what they are. It doesn't matter. But listen. If you don't even believe that God exists, I don't care what your stance is on slavery in regard to deontological ethics. Since you don't believe in deontological ethics and you reason as a utilitarian, which I do understand the gist of, I do completely understand, outcomes based. If a bad thing has to occur for a better outcome, then you should go with that outcome, the better outcome, right?
Yeah, but
that's why I'm asking you this question. This shouldn't even be difficult for you to answer. Like, any utilitarian would accept that if you had to kill one person to save 10,000, you would do that. If I were a utilitarian, I would say yes.
Well, not if that person is like your girlfriend.
What it is that I don't think Zen really gets it. Okay, he doesn't understand the full context here.
Says the person that's been. Oh, I don't understand the full context. What's the context?
It's out of context, bro. No, you're saying it out of context.
Leviticus. What's the context of Leviticus?
Leviticus was Levitical law. It was usually given to the Israelite. It was written by Moses, inspired by God.
I don't think that's not correct. Moses wrote Exodus.
Wait, Moses also wrote Leviticus.
I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure
in
Moses
the beginning of Leviticus that it said God said to Moses, "You may buy slaves." So the reason I keep bringing up the slavery thing is that
one, but I actually could be wrong. But either way, what was the context of the time? What was the full context of the Levitical law?
It was primarily written by Moses. I just looked it up. So,
but not entirely, right?
Wait, what context justifies when God said you can get slaves?
Well, look, you're answering my question with a question. Okay, so what was the Would you know the purpose of the Levitical law?
What was it? Go ahead.
Well, I'm asking you. Do you know?
I know that some of it was a purity ritual for certain people to follow, but I don't know if there's more to it.
It was the law that was prescribed to the Israelites of the time.
So did God tell the Israelites they could get slaves?
Which were the Jews of that time, where a different law applied to them, like when it would say like you can't eat pork, you have to stone gay people, things like these, that were. They were. I don't want to use the word abolished or eliminated. I don't think that's the right word to use. But it was more so that they were fulfilled and reconciled with the coming of Christ, and it created a new covenant where we are all God's people, and nobody can own slaves anymore. Nobody can own people. There's no. You ever heard the term? There's no Jew nor Gentile. We are all one.
And I think that's great.
We are all one people under Christ.
I think that all of that is great.
So there's been a reconciliation between man and his sin with the fulfillment of the old covenant through Jesus.
So then why did God?
There's no slavery.
So I get to
there's no stoning gay people. There's none of that bad. There's none of those bad things that you complain about anymore. Because the full context can reconcile these things that you claim to be bad things.
It absolutely cannot.
But again, Hunter.
No, Zen,
Hunter.
You've talked.
No, because you're not
said
getting
that Jesus came to reconcile.
You're making bad faith out of context attacks, which I have
saying it's out of context. Then you give the context, and the context does not make it any better, my dude.
Hunter, listen. You're making bad faith out of context attacks that you don't fully understand the context of, and because you don't believe in it ultimately, you have no real basis for why you think anything is wrong other than your own preferences.
This is such bullshit.
That are only reasoned outcomes based. I can apply that to you and show you why Christianity is ideal for society because the outcomes are better by your lights.
If we are going to apply that to me, then slavery in America, chattel slavery, was partially justified by the Bible.
Incorrect.
People would cite
if you take it out of context like you are, then yes, but no.
Okay, so something bad happened that God said was cool, then it led to negative outcomes. So even from my fucking worldview, I can then say that it's wrong.
Negative outcomes by whose metric?
The other thing is
negative outcomes by whose metric?
The other thing is that you said,
Don't
Jesus came to reconcile our sin. We no longer have to do this. Why then would God say it was okay to do certain sin?
Hunter, when you said
why would God say it's okay to get slaves? Like that's fucked up.
Hunter. Like when you talk, this is the thing. You talk when you talk about religion. It's not you don't make good faith critiques of it. You just go on like tirades. You just get all like emotional.
I'm not getting emotional or going on a tirade. I'm just trying to have you answer a question. You seem incapable.
I know, but it's like I want to know. Okay, so if you are to grant me that slavery is no longer okay in society today, and by any lights, by Christian ethics or by any other utilitarian ethics or whatever, so it's not really accepted at least let's say in like modern like developed societies. So so if we look at that, we see there's no more slavery. So you can't really gripe about that in today's world, but we can see that the outcomes that you do prefer are prevalent among Christian communities. Then
I don't know why you keep trying to shift this.
What's the problem
Christian communities
today?
Wait, Christians have communities, and communities benefit people, and they donate to charity, and they've built hospitals in the past, and that's all good things. I'm never going to say that.
Nothing.
I'm never going to say that.
As much.
Okay, I'm never going to say that nothing good has ever come from Christianity. I think the reason you seem to keep trying to bring this back to me is because I am pointing out a fatal flaw with.
It's not a fatal flaw because you don't have a basis
please?
even
Can I please finish? Holy shit. I am pointing out a fatal flaw in your belief system. You keep trying to
It's
say,
not a fatal
Hunter,
flaw.
you're a utilitarian.
I've
So
already
if it's
already
not causing any
explained what you
problems, then
deem
it's
to be the fatal
probably
flaw.
just fine today, right? And I'm saying, Zen, you, from your perspective, hold that God Almighty is absolutely the foundation of morality. So how then
What's
can the
your
foundation of
absolute
morality
foundation of
endorse
morality,
something
Hunter?
that is immoral?
Hunter, what's your absolute foundation of morality?
So this is why people say you're dodging. You see that, right?
You didn't ask me a question. What's your absolute foundation of morality?
Like utilitarianism? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah, usually it's like the negative outcomes, but it's also how do you receive or how do you get to good or bad outcomes? If you can get to positive outcomes via negative things, then no, that wouldn't be good.
You favor positive outcomes, right?
Sure.
So would you deem that like getting married, staying married, and having children and not abusing substances or committing crimes are good outcomes?
Wait, yes, I already conceded all of
Okay,
this.
and Christians do that more than non-Christians.
Okay, that's great. Awesome.
Okay, so is Christianity ideal for society then? It would have to be by your lights.
Okay, can I quickly weigh in? I just want to point out the flaw in I think this line of reasoning, Zen, and I kind of pointed this out during the
Well,
first
Alex, dude, you didn't understand this line of reasoning when we applied it to you either, though. And your whole chat was agreeing with us when me and BPF were debating.
I understand.
We're doing the same thing.
He keeps trying to like turn this around on me.
Well, I think just like I asked you and Andrew this question: if there was a study that came out that by far the highest happiness index was in a country like Ghana, would you move there? And you both answered no.
No. If we were utilitarians, the answer would be yes. But since we're not, we would say no.
I think no one would, just because the macro doesn't necessarily dictate the micro, right? Like you decide what's best for your life, and just because there's a study that says on average this action leads to happiness doesn't mean that you're necessarily going to pursue this action. If you think,
you could just say that it's a good, it's ideal. It's like,
and not to mention that there's like the Scandinavian areas where you're right, they do still have a high rate of religiosity, but they also are the most secular area, I think, in the world, or they have the highest proportion of people that don't believe in God, and they have also the highest happiness rates. But the thing is that I've already answered your question, Zen, and I've conceded. Yes, there are elements of Christianity that have positive effects on society. Yes, that's great. But now that I've answered your question, I really just want to be able to work with you.
No, Hunter, you just want to cry. You just want to cry about slavery Bible verses. Like literally, you just want to whine.
I know. I'm trying not to drop so many hot takes like slavery bad, which is apparently controversial for.
No, it's not. It's not that that's a hot take.
I've answered all your questions.
Whine and cry about out of context.
I'm not whining or crying. I'm trying to ask you a question. That's all you've been doing is
whining and crying.
I mean, I think it's a relevant point. Like slavery is kind of, he's not talking about something.
Yeah. Slavery is not allowed by the Christian, moral compass.
Well,
again, my argument is not because the Bible verse says slavery, then Christians are going to go get slaves. That is not my argument. My argument is Christians believe that the God of the Bible is the foundation of morality. How can he then be if he openly and loudly condoned something that is blatantly immoral?
Okay, so Hunter, if you're gonna keep doing this, I guess we're gonna have to be done because you're literally
not going to answer.
No, I've already answered you thoroughly, and
okay,
and
can you answer thoroughly all you're again, doing is
I
don't remember.
All you're doing is saying, "Wah, slavery, wah." Like, dude, you're literally just crying about it.
Oh,
like,
I know.
I'm not
so sad about slavery. Ooh, come on, dude.
Yeah, hey, Hunter, listen, Hunter. No, hang on, Hunter. Is slavery allowed by Christian moral ethics right now?
Dude, I tell you what, I will answer that if you answer my question.
I've already answered.
Did the God of the Bible say it was okay to have slavery?
Hunter, you've asked the same question more than 5 times.
You failed to answer.
I'm asking you different questions to try to move the conversation along, and I'm trying to again operate in your worldview to show you why Christianity is ideal for society, and by your own lights, you're going to interrupt me now. There it is. You tried. You thought. Now, by your own lights, Christianity is ideal for society by every metric that you would apply as good, but you won't admit that.
Wait.
Is Christianity
has
ideal?
Positive impacts?
Is it ideal? Here's the question: is it ideal if people are Christian in today's society?
No. Because the benefits provided by Christianity, although good, and although I do concede that there
better than every other outcome,
although there are certainly good benefits that come from some Christians, I would, in an ideal world, prefer it so that we would have the same level of happiness rates, low crime rates, without the belief in a sky daddy who says slavery is okay.
How do you do that?
That would be my preference.
How do you do
so
it?
now that I've answered your
How do you
question,
do it? How do you
I
get
want
that?
you to, well,
How do you
wait,
get that? What's
I
the
know you
alternative?
answered Jesus Christ before.
What's the alternative, Hunter?
I don't understand how
What's the
God can be
alternative?
a moral God
What's
and
the
then endorse
alternative?
I
slavery.
can answer that question. The alternative is people having a purpose, people having things they're passionate about. That's just as crazy as forcing yourself to believe in something you don't believe in. Me forcing myself to believe in Jesus just for the sake of like being happier would be close to impossible.
What would be the alternative purpose other than, you know, the ultimate, you know, creator, supreme being that gives you a purpose? What could that be?
Well, I think that everybody
building something, changing the world, adding value to other people's lives. There could be many purposes.
Yeah,
but Hunter, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say that, like, I think at the end of the day, we all create our own purpose.
There it is.
Again, this, yes. And
so
this
that's
idea
a problem.
that instead,
that's a problem.
Wait, can I please finish?
This
idea that instead we have a purpose to worship a God that said slavery is okay, that murdered children, that commanded people to go and slaughter entire towns.
Yeah. I got you. You already said all this.
Here's another one for you. Just really, wait. I have a really fun quote for you.
You're just going on another tirade.
It's not a tirade. It's an actual argument that I'm making.
No, it's not an argument. You're saying the same thing. Okay, I can respond to what you said. When you say we all create our own purpose, and that's like the alternative, the problem with that is that it's ultimately going to come down to your personal preferences by your own admission, which would be selfish. And the difference between creating your own purpose and having an independent, objective, absolute purpose is that purpose would be selfless when we're talking about the Christian worldview.
So what?
If you create your own purpose, your entire purpose is just to serve yourself. Which I don't think
not entirely.
I don't think that's ideal for society, for people to want to just serve themselves.
Well, no, it actually would be, because if people are smart, they would recognize that if they want to benefit themselves, they also have to contribute to general society. So, for example, I might be selfish and think all about myself. So this is why I walk into the store and I steal shit every fucking day. Well, eventually that is going to have consequences. That's going to contribute to inflation. That will contribute to crime. That will then make my life less enjoyable because I have now created an environment.
That's all you care about is your own life.
But that's the thing, Zen. Everybody cares about their own life, and you can get to good outcomes by only caring about your own life. I don't need to believe in a God that said you can murder infants.
Let me explain this.
I don't need to believe in a God that said you can murder infants.
Hunter, please. So the difference here is that in the Christian worldview, specifically the Orthodox Christian worldview, we have a God, the Christian God, who took it upon himself to take on the nature of man, to reveal himself as man in the form of Jesus. And although he was sinless, he also took it upon himself to sacrifice his life as a man to reconcile and cleanse all of the sin in the world, all of the sinners, all you and me and everybody else who has committed all these evil deeds. He took it upon himself to take the nature of man and be sinless, but still sacrifice himself. And our goal as Christians is to follow that, be more like God, who made the ultimate sacrifice, even though he was 100% sinless. So our goal is last thing. That's the ultimate selfless act, and our goal is to be just like that. We want to be selfless. If you don't have that, then you're selfish.
But most Christian people fail at that miserably. Like, they do selfish shit all the time.
Well, there's a couple things. Is one, I've already explained how you actually could be selfish and still lead to positive outcomes. So I don't know what the relevance is there. Two, if you die and then rise from the dead in 3 days, I don't know how much of a sacrifice that is. And thirdly, most importantly,
it's to give us eternal life.
I have a yes or no question. Okay, cool. Why did Jesus have to die? Couldn't God have just forgiven us for our sins?
Well, that's a deep theological question as well, but you're not going to understand the answer. So, yeah.
Okay, cool. So, are you at least conceding then that the God of the Bible did have immoral takes in the Old Testament?
No, not by my lights. But if you want to assert that for the sake of argument, I'll just grant it, and then we talk about the outcomes of today, which you get wrecked in.
I haven't gotten wrecked in the outcomes of today.
No, you did because all your entire cope is yes, Christian. The Christian population has better outcomes by my metrics, and that's ideal for society. But I still don't think people should be Christian, because we can create this fictitious community that isn't surrounding
because the
religion, which
benefits
we've never
don't come
seen
from
before. And we have no reason to believe it will actually become a thing, and we've never seen it become a thing.
The benefits.
Yeah, it's just a massive cope, because you want to admit that
it is
religion
not a
is actually
massive
good for
cope
society.
at all, my friend. It is simply
it
that
is.
the benefits from Christianity stem from the community aspect and not from the belief in Christianity.
You can't create a community with of the equivalent stature without religion.
There already does exist certain communities. I think there are even like atheist meetups where people get together like every week or something.
Yeah, and what kind of but when we look at the outcomes, again, when we look at the outcomes of atheists versus Christians fare better.
I have literally already said I know.
Okay, then that's good. That's good by your metric.
Again,
that's good by your
there
life.
are other reasons for this too, because part of the reason that Christians will fare better is because they tend to have a more privileged position in society. You can see, for example, in other areas of the world where Christianity is not the predominant religion, they are not any happier. They don't have any better outcomes. It's largely a correlative thing. It is not a causal link to their belief in God.
That's why initially,
dude. You are going on like tangents and then not letting me respond.
Initial argument, I said religion in general, because when we go to places where it's not the predominant religion, like in the Middle East, where Muslims are the predominant religion, they fare better than non-religious people there too. So
cool. So you're proving my point, right?
I'm saying no. The point here, the overarching point there is that religion leads to a better outcome than a religion, like non-religion. But then, and when we narrow it down to specific places, like in the U.S., Christians do better than non-Christians.
So you just told me that in certain countries where Islam is the predominant religion, Muslims tend to do better, correct?
They do better than atheists. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if we can go any further because you literally just proved my point. But again,
I actually just refuted your only point here is that you hate Christianity.
No. My point here is that I hate Christians who argue like you, who are too weaselly to accept the facts of the matter that your God has been okay and even condoned things that are blatantly immoral.
Read the first sentence there, Alex. That's all that matters.
Yeah, well, no, you're right about that. But it says Orthodox Christians found to have the lowest happiness and life satisfaction rates. But you're not going to stop being an Orthodox Christian, are you?
I don't know how accurate that source is in particular, but it doesn't change the argument because the argument is that religious people do better than non-religious people. So it doesn't matter what my worldview is.
I'm just curious how you can.
But you're not going to become a Buddhist, are you?
No.
But if a Buddhist is happier than
if I were a utilitarian, I would say yes, but I'm not. So. Like, Alex, you got to understand this. I don't actually reason consequentially like you guys do. I'm just stepping into your worldview for the sake of argument.
And I'm trying to step into yours, but you're not letting me kind of play this out here because
Hunter, you're not here for you don't do actual like apologetics debates or counter apologetics debates. You just go on tirades about how you don't like what it says.
I mean, to be fair, Hunter has been good faith throughout this debate.
Like, yeah, I've been trying my hardest to be good
faith. You guys mostly agree on everything. That's the difference.
Well, wait, when you say like, I don't like the things it says, that's true. Like, aren't you a Christian? Aren't you pro-life? Like God commanded his people to murder nursing infants. You can read about it in 2 Kings.
It's not murder if God commands it.
Okay. So now we're falling into divine command theory, which is a whole other fucking mess.
No.
But okay.
No, it's
whatever.
just
We're not
the
going to go that direction.
That murder would be unjustified, and if God commands it, then it's justified. So it's not murder.
One, if we cannot fully understand how it would be justified because we do not have the minds of God, it is useless to us, which means that, again, we would need to go on the basis of... Which means we would have to go on the basis of... Wait. It means we would have to go on the basis of faith. You would have to have this belief, almost a unfalsified, or excuse me, unjustified belief in God.
Everybody comes from a point of faith, Hunter. Everybody comes from a point of faith.
Can you stop, please?
No,
I'm trying my hardest.
You're trying to say, oh, it must come from faith, but everybody comes from a point of faith, including you.
That's great, but I don't come from a point of faith where I would go and kill somebody because I think that God told me to do it.
Okay.
Second of all, by referencing the divine command theory,
do any Christians do that?
You're killing my brain cells right now, so there's that.
So
I think that's valid. You're murdering my brain cells right here and right now. Did God tell you to do that?
What's your actual objection right now?
My actual objection right now is, again, that you keep trying to, in a way, derail this conversation when I'm just trying to talk
derailing.
to you
Again,
about,
I'm operating in your worldview, and I'm just wondering, like,
but you're not letting me operate in yours.
Do you object? Well, because you don't understand the Christian worldview. You just don't. Like, there's no point in trying to go into
Actually,
this.
you know what? I will concede that it's just far too big brain for me. I don't.
It's
I
not
haven't
that
read
it's too big brain. It's
no,
not,
I haven't read
it's
enough
not,
lore.
No.
Listen, I got to read more theory. I got it.
Listen, Hunter. No, like the actual Christian reply to what you just said is that it's not a matter of intellect. It's a matter of heart. It's a matter of what's in the heart, because everybody can understand this stuff. Not that everybody can become an expert, but you can understand the general Christian worldview.
Yeah, because I was raised Christian.
It's just that you choose not to.
Well, okay, I was raised Christian, so
no, but you walked away for a reason.
Which is one.
You walked away because you wanted to do butt stuff, and we all
have
know
a problem with. Okay, that's very cute. Weird that you're thinking about my butt, but whatever. All I'm saying here is that if you are going to appeal to this divine command theory, which means it's not murder if God says so, then you have actually revealed that you don't have any morals, because that means no matter what God says.
Wait, what are morals, Hunter? What are morals?
Morals are actions you take to try and better yourself and the world around you.
Use the word ought. Morals are things you ought do. Right?
Ought do, yes. And I do not think you ought murder people because a voice in your head that you think is God says to do it.
If morals are subjective, then ultimately it's just like things that you prefer. Things you prefer people ought do, but you can't actually.
Your morality is far more.
You can't actually demand that somebody ought follow your morals, because they're just your preferences.
Actually, I don't need to demand that, because people actually naturally do for an evolutionary reason. But I don't think you would understand that. It's too big.
Hunter, do you know where we get our laws in America?
Do you? Okay. See how you keep
like
derailing and changing the subject
Hunter,
before
do you know where we get our laws?
Dialogue?
No, Hunter. Do you know where we get our laws in America?
I hope that somebody makes an American law that makes it illegal for you to talk more than 10 seconds.
So our laws in America, which I'm sure you agree with, like the core tenets, like not being allowed to murder and steal, they come from English common law, which derives from Christianity. Did you know that?
That is great. Again, I'm
so
not
where else
denying,
where do you suggest
even
but
that's not really good.
Alex, do you realize that he's not letting me get a word in here, right?
Where I'm going with this, I'm just going to pose a question. Since you guys hate religion, well, I don't know if you hate religion, Alex.
I don't hate religion.
Hunter hates religion. So since you hate religion, Hunter, where do you suggest we get our laws from?
Okay. So before we do that, and I answer another one of your questions, which, mind you, you still haven't really.
Oh, you're going to dodge again and then ask me.
I'm going to first
Hunter,
go back
I'm
to
not
what I was saying a minute ago.
with you. Where do you suggest we get our laws from?
No, I'm not answering. You never let me finish the previous thing we were arguing about. You're trying to derail.
Hunter, where do you suggest that we get our laws from, Hunter?
My dude, please.
Answer the question.
You told me
dude, he's about to answer. Just hang on.
You told me that my morality is subjective.
Yeah.
But if something is good or bad, hingent upon whether or not God says so, your morality is also subjective. No. And if not, and what's even worse than that is that there is no consent. Can you? There is no consensus on what God has said, what God wants, what God views as moral. So what we have is what you personally think is what's God's moral view is now okay. So that is why
Hunter,
your morality is actually just as subjective.
Hunter, please.
More so subjective than mine.
Great. Thank you for the diatribe. Now, back to the
diatribe. I was responding to what the thing is.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your answer. Since you don't like religious basis for morality, where do you suggest we get our laws from?
What do you mean? Like we can create our own laws based on
like in America,
harm,
I'm saying like
what leads to less harm. I think we can probably assess
utilitarianism, outcomes based.
Not primarily outcomes based, but
then
I mean that would
else?
be
then where do we get our laws
a part of it.
Where should we get our laws from if not through the outcomes, Hunter?
Reason, logic.
Yeah, Hunter. we can reason and I actually like
based
Alex's
on what?
answer.
Reason it based on what?
What do you? Okay, what I'm saying.
Based on
outcomes. You fucking
no, it's not purely. The problem is that it's not purely outcomes.
You're a pure utilitarian. You can only reason
the problem is that it's not.
It turns out that the consequences of being Christian are better by every metric.
No,
according
actually,
to
first of all, even if I was going to take that. Okay.
Well, this is a very simple way to figure out if Hunter is a Puritan or not. Okay, Hunter, hypothetical situation. Let's say that you could steal $10 million from someone and you would not get caught, and there would be zero consequences at all. Would you think it was justified?
If I could steal something?
Yeah, and let's say by stealing money from that person, it would actually embark them on a positive self-development journey, and they would be better off 10 years later. What do you think it was justified to steal money from them?
In that specific situation, perhaps, although we would never be able to know that. So I would say no, because stealing in general hurts other people.
No, part of the
So
hypothetical
no, I
is
would be
that
against
you could
that.
know it. Part of the hypothetical.
Yeah,
is
if I
that
could
you-
know that it would lead to a positive outcome, why wouldn't I do it?
Okay, there you go. So that's the point of the.
If I'm
when
not
you
hurting
reason-
somebody in the process, right?
Yeah. So when you, but when
No,
okay,
that would be kind of a
but if you
utilitarian
okay,
argument,
so when you reason as a utilitarian, there's some form of like calculus that goes into it. Like if a bad outcome occurs, but the net outcome is, or if a bad action occurs, but the net outcome of that is positive, then that's what you ought do. That's your moral compass.
Well, it's also
how
if
things
in
work.
order to achieve that positive outcome, you're not harming people and you're not doing anything in the process to achieve that, then yes, then we would be able to assess that and most
But
likely
you're not going to be
consider it a
able.
good thing.
Okay, but again, Hunter.
But I don't
there-
like the
there-
idea
there-
of
Okay,
of-
so Hunter, but listen. Would you agree that like like getting a vaccine, for example, or just listen, it doesn't have to be that. Let's say getting surgery, where you have to be cut open. Being cut open would be harm, like cutting somebody's chest open. Let's say to get heart surgery, you're literally slicing their chest open, cutting into their skin, cutting into their flesh. This would be considered harm, but it's for the outcome that we
Mhm.
desire, which is to save somebody's life.
which
right?
is literally they
Right?
consented to that surgery, and two,
Okay,
yes,
let's
this
get-
is
okay,
the this
wait,
is the
wait,
benefit
wait,
of
whoa,
my.
whoa,
Dude,
hang
just
on,
let-
hang on.
hang on,
Holy
dude, you
shit,
gotta let
dude,
us
Zen,
finish.
Wait, we can
you
just
will
change
not
the-
shut the
no,
fuck up,
no.
dude.
Let me finish.
We
You're
can just change
embarrassing
the
yourself right
hypothetical
now.
to say, let's say they got in a car accident and they went unconscious and they needed emergency surgery that
That's
they didn't
the
necessarily
benefit
consent
of
to.
my
So you can't
worldview
use the
here.
consent line.
That's
ahead.
where the benefit of my worldview comes in, is that we can assess individual situations here. So if we are going to be cutting somebody open under a medical procedure in order to ultimately save their life, then yes, that would be the proper thing to do.
Yes.
If, however,
so harm
you
is
needed-
not
can you
inherently
stop,
wrong
please?
if there's a
Can you
justified
stop,
outcome
please?
that outweighs the
Let me
You are
negative.
unhinged right now.
Dude, let
I'm
me
not
finish.
unhinged.
You went out
It's just
Bro,
you
just let
answer
him
and then you go on a diatribe. The point
I'm
here
not.
is
I'm
that
trying to make an
the-
argument.
the
You're the one
point here-
going on a
Hunter,
fucking.
Hunter,
No,
the
you're the
point-
one going on a diatribe.
Hunter,
I'm
the
going to
point-
mute you for
Hunter,
a second.
the point-
man. Just
the
let,
point.
let
no.
him finish. Right here, I muted the wrong person. Just let him finish. Go ahead.
No,
Okay.
don't mute me,
All
dude.
I'm
Come on,
saying
don't
is that
mute me.
No, dude, just let him
simultaneously,
finish, man. Like, just come on. Like, basic.
I know, but the point, the only point I'm trying to make
he's
is
going on a
that
diatribe again.
there is a certain degree of harm that you are willing to accept if the outcome outweighs that harm, right?
It is fully dependent on the
positive
situation, my dude. So, for example,
Yes,
I
yes,
would not
obviously,
accept.
Hunter.
So, for
Dude,
example,
you're
I
so
would
dumb.
not.
You
Dude,
don't
just
get
let
it.
him
You don't
fucking
even
finish.
understand your
I
own
get it,
worldview.
buddy.
Let him finish.
Keep insulting
Let the
me.
guy
Very
finish.
cute right now.
Yes, you're
So-
retarded, dude.
Oh wow,
Let him
very
finish,
Christ-like
man.
of you. Okay. Again, so what I'm
Let him
saying
finish
here,
the
my
point.
dude,
Go
is
ahead.
that if you are going to do something that ultimately leads to a positive, again, it varies. So if you have somebody who, let's say they've suffered severe organ damage, it would not be the correct thing to do to go out and have somebody else just give an organ if it would lead to negative outcomes for that person, even though it would lead to a positive outcome for the person on the operating table.
Yeah, that's why utilitarianism is very flawed, because if we were to be consistent in that, then yeah, everybody would be obligated to give up their organs, give up everything to save other people that need it. And
No.
to some degree, like there is a good sentiment in that.
That's
But
that's
through-
bullshit. That is
pure
not the view.
utilitarian reasoning, yeah, that's where we would end up.
That is not a
everybody
good
would be,
example.
it
That
would
is
be like
not the view of
forced organ
utilitarianism. That my dude. That is not.
It's because the reason you don't agree with
My-
it is because you're not consistent in your own logic.
No, it's because that is not the form of. I don't agree with like this entirely 100% everything is utilitarianism.
Then what's the
I think that it
deontology?
heavily-
What's the deontology?
Zen, I think that
What's the
ultimately
deontology?
we do look at positive or negative outcomes. However,
Okay.
I don't know how many times I've needed to say this. It depends on how you reach those positive outcomes as well.
Okay, what's the deontology?
Okay,
What is
let
the
me-
starting point that
let
you
me step,
value?
let me step in for a second. So, okay, I don't know. I think Zen has kind of pinned you into being a pure utilitarian, but it doesn't sound like you are. I don't think you are.
No, I'm
So
not.
what
I'm just
you're
assuming.
what
Well, that's why I'm
getting at-
asking. That's what I
you're-
just asked. What is
hang
the
on, hang on,
deontological starting point?
hang on. Let me finish. What I think Hunter is saying, correct me if you agree or disagree with this, is that the intrinsic value of the action plays a role, not
Yes,
just the
what
outcome.
is the intrinsic value? That's what I'm asking. What's the deontological starting point which would outweigh a net positive outcome? You don't have an answer.
Well, do you want to give me like an example of like a hypothetical? Like what do you mean exactly?
It would depend on the situation.
If there is something that would stand in the way of you saying positive outcome, therefore good, what is it that would stand in the way? I don't have an example for you because I can't think of anything that would exist outside
I can think of an easy
if you have to
example.
harm people in the process. No,
I can think of an easy example. Okay, let's say hypothetically speaking, there's a really hot girl that I could rape her. I could get away with it. No one would know, and me raping her would actually somehow be beneficial for her, right? I still think it would be morally fucked up for me to rape her because that's just intrinsically the action of raping someone is fucked up.
Yeah,
right,
you're
because
that's begging the question.
Is one, because can I explain? Is because one, you're actually harming yourself in that aspect because committing acts of violence is obviously not going to have positive outcomes on your own well-being at the end of the day.
Okay, and also that's reasoning consequentially.
And also you are violating her own bodily autonomy, which she has a right to. So you are.
Wait, where'd that right come from?
Are you okay right now, dude?
I would agree.
Yeah, you can't answer.
Wait, did the slaves have bodily autonomy?
So yeah, you can't answer the question because when you invoke rights, you're going to have to invoke some absolute standard that doesn't change.
No,
that isn't
actually,
based on outcomes.
actually, you're right. So can I explain it to you?
You cannot identify, Hunter. You cannot identify.
Let me go ahead and say what it is. So one, life is right now we are alive, and no matter what you talk to, who you talk to, anything that is alive wants to continue living. Okay, so even from the smallest bacteria. Largely, its goal is to either reproduce or continue living in some sense or another. So, one, life is. Two, we want life to remain an is. So, we ought to act in a way that benefits our life. That is what it is, or benefits life in general. Okay. That is the answer right there. So let me go ahead and explain to you how that actually makes perfect sense.
You just invoked a want, Hunter. You just invoked a want.
Yes, I did.
Right?
Because we all want to be alive, except for fringe cases, sure. Where
if it's just something that you want,
end themselves,
that's purely based on your preferences, which are 100% arbitrary.
Okay, other than a depressed person,
you stand if it's entirely arbitrary, you actually stand in no position in a debate to invoke why somebody ought follow what you believe because it's just based on what you prefer.
No,
why should I care what you
prefer to be alive? Do you not?
Why? But no, that's not the point. Why
do you want to be alive right now?
What? It doesn't matter what I believe. The question.
Well, you're making me want to not be alive by not answering.
Okay, well, the question
you want to
is,
be alive right now,
Hunter. The question is, why ought I follow what you prefer?
No. The question is, do you want to be alive? I know the answer is yes. That's why you're avoiding saying it. So you ought to act in a way that continues making life an is.
Why ought I follow your preferences?
Zen, what me and Hunter, I think
I've asked a question, and you're retorting with a question. Why ought I follow your preferences?
Well, they're not really preferences. They're pretty much preferences across the board for every living creature, every living thing.
They're universal human values. But what I would argue is that religion is just as arbitrary as like personal preferences. Like I don't see how that's less arbitrary.
See, I'm not going to concede that. But even if I am to operate in the Hunter Avalon worldview, where ultimately everything boils down to your preferences, then the question I have is why ought I just follow your preferences?
No, because let's say that my preference is like kind of like what Alex said. Maybe I really want to get with this hot chick, okay? However, I also want to see life remain an is. So by acting in ways where I give into my here you go again. You literally cannot let me finish a fucking sentence.
It's because you just said it's what you want. You want life to remain an is. Why should I follow? Why should I care what you want?
All right.
That's the question. Why should I care what you want?
Dude, but did you not see the contrary? It's like the same thing as you want people to follow like the Bible and become religion.
But I'm arguing that in your worldview where if you're going to reason consequentially, I would want you to follow it because it's ideal for you. Like that's why.
The thing is Hunter is not.
This is what I'm trying. Before I was so rudely cut off by Zen Shapiro, who seems to be jumping out of his skin to say cut me off every second.
Hunter, it's because you're insufferably stupid.
Okay. That's great, buddy.
Yes.
So it's just ironic.
You can sit here and insult Nick Fuentes all day on these panels, and nobody bats an eye. But I call you a retard twice, and you're fucking.
I don't care. Literally, I mean, I would understand that you are going to have a good understanding of like what it means to be a retard. So I get it, okay. But at the end of the day, again, you're not letting me finish my sentence. So just if I prefer to be with this hot chick, at the end of the day, we ought act in a way that continues making life an is. So by me acting on that preference, I'm going to violate ultimately my overall ought principle.
Why ought we act that way?
Wait, what?
Why ought we act this way
because we want life to remain an is.
You want life to remain an is, right?
So you don't want life to remain an is?
It doesn't matter what I think.
Well, I mean, it kind of does because
I'm asking you the question.
So that kind of matters, but
I'm asking you the question. If you want life to remain an is for whatever reason, why ought I agree with what you want?
Because you also want life to remain an is.
Because this is it's a
okay, but no, you're
literally a result of evolution.
Wait. Let me just mimic the worldview of somebody who maybe doesn't want life to remain an is by whatever means. Why should they follow you? Why should I follow you?
Well, if somebody doesn't,
if someone wants to die, then they probably shouldn't follow it.
Like there are people out there that would say like, oh, I wish I was never born. Maybe I should kill myself, or maybe like people have attempted suicide. Like they don't want life to remain an is. So why ought they follow you?
They probably shouldn't follow us.
There you go. So you actually stand. If somebody disagrees with you, Alex, you actually just said it. I agree with that response wholeheartedly. If somebody doesn't hold to your preferences, you stand in no position to tell them why they ought follow you. You just say, well, I guess just disagree then. That's really the conclusion.
I support assisted suicide because if somebody individually if somebody individually doesn't want to remain living, well, they should have some autonomy there and the ability to end their life if that is what they wish, and after going through a proper process.
So then
the problem comes in when
Hunter, there you go.
No, Zen, stop. The problem comes in. The problem is if this person says, I don't think life ought remain an is, so they then take out a gun and start doing a fucking mass shooting, then we have a problem. If somebody wants to end their own life and it's clinically like justified or whatnot.
Hey, I'm sorry. Hey, I'm sorry to cut you off. I have like 2 minutes left. I got to go to bed soon.
But I have to go to bed too. I just
referring to as a non-aggression.
Can I maybe make a point?
No, I'm leaving. I'm not getting into this with you. Ask yourself. I'm
not talking to you. I was actually.
Can I just
one second.
Let's just wrap this up.
I don't want to deal with AY.
Can I get some moderation? I'm in the middle of speaking here.
No,
you jumped in here uninvited, and then all of a sudden.
No, I invited him on. You said
it's funny you'll pop in the middle of a conversation.
I'm talking.
I would like to just give a quick summary of.
You won't agree to a proposition in a one-on-one with me.
Tell you what, let me give a prop.
Why not?
Let me just give a closing, please.
Okay, before you do that, let me just say something. So, no, ask yourself, didn't just invite uninvited. He said that he can clarify this whole thing very simply, so I invited him on.
I'm not interested in getting into philosophical argument.
Me and Hunter are both. Me and Hunter
Alex,
are both.
We both have to go, and it's nearly 12:30, so I literally have to go.
Me and Hunter are both declining the ask yourself.
Can I get some
moderation? No, ask yourself to shut up. I'm asking you to shut up.
Well, no, we don't care. We don't want to hear from you.
We just want to do our closings and go home.
I can't even hear you.
Let me just speak for 30 seconds, and then you guys can do.
He's not gonna go for 30 seconds.
It'll be a bit longer than 30 seconds.
Okay, how long do you need, Isaac?
Dude,
Alex, I gotta go, man.
I just want to make my way through my thought. I don't want to put a time on it.
Hunter, I promise I will be charitable.
I mean, Alex, why don't you just tell me? Are you able to moderate here or?
Oh my god! I think I'm just gonna go. Then. I'm not sitting here.
All right, hey Hunter, I'll be in touch with you to do a one-on-one. Okay.
I would prefer to still do a closing if possible.
I would too, and I want to actually give charity to you, Hunter. If I can.
Alex, can you just ask yourself?
Okay. What exactly does everyone on this panel want? Because you guys all want different things.
I want to go. I need to end stream.
I've been attempting talks. I've waited here for a minute. Okay, thank you. Good, nice. Okay, so what I thought I heard Zen's...
All right. Thank you, Zen, for the convo. I really appreciate it. See you later.
All right, see you, Hunter.
I don't understand
it's not possible to make odd statements. That's what I... Yeah. Well, that's the thing. If you bring me on a stream, people will just run.
You said that to me in the past, and I
told you, but it's not a joke.
I thought you were kind of exaggerating, but like that.
How many debates have you tried? Sorry. Go ahead.
That is so bizarre that like they're like they don't want you to like even speak for 30 seconds.
Without naming any names, why don't you just say to the audience, how many times have you seen this happen with me? This is the first time in person, but behind the scenes.
To be honest, I haven't seen it behind the scenes. I just haven't really watched too much. But I was fucking in shock mode. This would be like if my dog started talking to me. I just went through a period of shock because I don't understand this reaction. Like you weren't coming in to roast anyone. I believe you were coming in to just clarify the situation. But
yeah, well, I think Zen was basically bullying Hunter. I think that Hunter didn't know how to respond to the philosophy stuff, and I think Zen was running some really silly things. So I was just gonna sort of try to point out what the problems were. I mean, it seemed like Zen was like, I wrote down some of them. It seemed like Zen was trying to say Hunter's a utilitarian.
Yeah, well, that's what I was trying to kind of clear up because I don't think he is, honestly.
Yeah, the stealing one, you didn't make it sound that repulsive though. Like the stealing one, you're like, would you steal like $1 million and it's going to help this person out a whole bunch? And it's like, you know, if you want to try to find things that are utilitarian, that someone who's not a utilitarian will kind of be appalled with. Like a good one is the rape one, right? Like, your Hunter, your wife gets raped and it has a positive effect on utility. Do you think the rapist did a good thing? I suspect he would say no to that. You know, just pick someone close to them, talk about a situation where they have some horrible thing done to them, but it's for the good and barely for the good. It's not for some giant good, like their whole life goes in a positive direction. It's like a minimal good or neutral, right? So that was one thing. It wasn't clear that he committed himself to utilitarianism. Another was Zen was saying Hunter was being inconsistent. That's possible, but I didn't actually hear the logical contradiction. And I don't know if Hunter understood that when someone's saying that you're being inconsistent, ultimately they're saying there's a logical contradiction in your view, and it's okay to ask the other side to derive that, right? And I don't think Zen would have been able to actually spell anything out, or if he did, I think he would have started from assumptions that Hunter, with enough kind of awareness, could have let himself off the hook for, like being a utilitarian. And then another point was, it seemed like Zen was suggesting that if you're an anti-realist, you can't make ought statements, right? So I don't understand why that would be true. And if he wants to suggest that he can make some kind of more robust ought statement, I would love to hear the kind of conceptual analysis of those ought statements. So there's like a range of things, but the big picture is just, it seemed like he was just bullying Hunter around, and Hunter didn't know how to really respond well. So I was just going to come in and clear it up. But you know, Hunter, I understand. He doesn't like me because I muted his wife once. And that's actually fair enough. Like, you know, he doesn't even know the situation really, but like I would do the same thing. If someone, well, at least I could, right? If I was dating someone and she said, I just had this like horrible situation with this dude, fuck this guy. Like I wouldn't even look into it. I'd just block them. That's fine. Zen, I think, is a coward though. But Hunter, I think, is just probably because of that situation. Well, yeah, I mean, that's my summary. I don't really have anything else to say about it.
It seems like you were coming on to like literally just defend Hunter, so I don't know why he like wanted to bounce. Like you would think that would be in his favor. I don't understand.
Well, I think it's because his wife doesn't like me. Like I think that like he blocked me from that situation, so I think he probably just doesn't want to associate with me. I understand that, but it might not be that. He might have some other reason. Who the fuck knows?
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen people like bounce out of a debate that quickly.
Well, it's happened a few times behind the scenes too that you've seen, but I don't want to jog your memory on stream and then mention the names of those people. And
no, you can if you want to. I don't care.
No, I don't want to do that and then have to talk about it with other people. But yeah, you'll see it though. It's a pattern. I don't know. I don't really have anything else to say, so I don't know. Do you have anything to say?
No, that was like the last hour was a fucking shit show. I have so many things I don't understand. Why Zen is incapable of letting like someone finish their point. I think he's like generally like, I don't know, like generally I'm quite favorable. I wouldn't say I like him, but I'm more favorable towards him than I'm not. But the interrupting is just insane sometimes with this guy. And then I don't know why they both bounced so fast when you came on, especially Hunter, because you were like defending him. I mean, okay, you had a bad experience with his wife. Who gives a shit? Yeah, I don't fucking understand this. This is bizarre.
Oh, I guess you've seen the way that people fucking bolt when I show up.
Well, I guess the 2 versus 2 debate is definitely not going to be happening.
No, well, actually, Andrew's down. See, the thing about Andrew is for the most part honest, right? Like he'll just say straight up to you, as he said straight up to me. He's like, "Look, you're going to push this to a level that I'm not comfortable defending. That's not what I practice. I practice politics, not apologetics. This is a debate that you're going to want to have with an apologist." Like, I accept that, right? I tap out on the vegan debate on nutrition stuff and just say, like, that's the kind of conversation you're going to want to have with, like, Avi or someone who has, like, like medical knowledge. So I don't know. I respect Andrew for that. And I think that he'll still have some kind of debate with us, but it'll be, well, if he wants to, I guess, but it'll be centered around, he'll try to keep it centered around politics stuff instead of religion.
We'll figure it out offline. This stream has been going for over 4 hours. This is
yeah, true.
This has been like a movie. It's taken so many plot twists and like fucking new characters and like this has just been like a Lord of the Rings trilogy right here. It's just like we don't know where this is going.
Yeah, man. Well, sorry to make your guests throw a fucking fit there.
Yeah, I really did not expect that. To Zen and what's his name, Hunter, if you're watching this, it wasn't my intent to like make you guys uncomfortable or something. I just legitimately thought that Isaac could add clarity to the situation. That was like my intention. So my intentions were good. It wasn't to like fucking corner someone or to make someone feel like shit or something. So yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway, it's good to talk to you.
Yeah, I'll talk to you offline. But yeah, that's been an interesting stream. But yeah, man, we'll definitely, yeah. So we'll set something up with Andrew.
Okay, peace, dude. Bye, Chad.
Take care. All right, this has been just so many plot twists and so many so many interesting little components. I mean, I thought it was a good discussion initially with Hunter. I thought what's it called? Zen interrupted a lot, but other than that, it was pretty good. Yeah, I don't even know what to make of this. Yeah, I guess I could have used the mute button more. I just kind of wanted to let them fight it out because I thought it was pretty interesting. But we're 4 hours in. All right, guys, appreciate everyone joining. Tomorrow I'm probably going to take off, but then we'll do another one of these Monday. And yeah, we'll just keep going, putting out dope content for you guys. Appreciate y'all. Until next time.